still very intense. And the movement, as I said, is off towards the northeast at speeds of around 55 miles per hour. Here are the communities that will be impacted by that tornado as long as it maintains its strength, its integrity, and doesn't weaken or anything like that. Falls of the Rough, 1245. Glendean, 1247. Rough River Lake, around 10 till 1. McQuady, the same. McDaniels, 1253. McCoy and Kingswood, getting a little bit closer to 1 o'clock in the morning. So if you're in these communities or around these communities, again, that's when the most dangerous part of that cell will be impacting you. And you can see that rotation right there in Ohio County, moving off towards the northeast quickly, again, at speeds of around 55 miles an hour. Take another look at a different product here. This is called the shear rate, or the amount of rotation that's going on inside this thunderstorm. And no doubt this thing is just a monster still. And we'll take a look now at the swath that this has taken. And look at that. That is, I'm going to pull out even more so for you folks. Look at that. That is a long track tornado right there, coming out of Arkansas, western portions of Kentucky, now pushing towards central Kentucky. This rotation track was from a warning that was issued for Breckinridge County on into Meade County. Fortunately, earlier that storm did weaken rapidly. We didn't have any reports of tornadoes touching down, but that's not the case with this one. We know that there is a tornado on the ground with this particular cell. I'm going to step out of the screen for just a second, see if I can find some more information for you on this storm. Hey, Jackson, if you would, can you pop up the storm analyzer? The reason I want to show that is it's this right here. I'm going to get back into the screen and point it out for you. Right there. That right there is still the debris signature on the radar. That's telling me this thing is still on the ground. And as we go back in time just a little bit, watch what happens here. You can follow it. You can see, you can also see that tornado vortex signature is indicated by that triangle area. And you can go all the way back into Muhlenberg County, into Hopkins County. And then let's come the other way. You can see how it's been moving steadily off to the east-northeast and on the ground for miles and miles and miles. It is still on the ground. Tornado reported on the ground. Let me get a little bit of data here for you. Okay, this was as of 12:30 or 11:30 Central Standard Time or 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located about 9 miles northeast of Hartford. It was moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a very dangerous, a particularly dangerous situation as this storm has actually caused an incredible amount of damage as it came out of Arkansas through western portions of Kentucky. It has had a history of actually causing fatalities as well back off to the west and southwest. So this is one of those storms that you don't want to mess with. Get into your basement and stay there. Still some signs of a debris signature there on the radar scan. And as we take a look at the velocity field itself, just an incredible couplet right there. The red colors heading down, the other colors heading up. There's your rotation. Just a violent, violent storm right now in progress across portions of Ohio County, getting ready to cross over the county line. Now, this is going to be moving into our viewing area. This is Rough River Lake. We have Glendean. Folks, if you're in Glendean, you got to be in your basement. You have to be in your tornado warning shelter area. Same if you're in McDaniels, okay? Same if you are close to Short Creek, but especially just northwest of Short Creek. You have to be in that basement, all right? You can see how narrow the tornado warning is, the polygonal, so we're sure that it's going to go in that zone, in that path, if you will. But if you're in this polygonal area, for example, McQuady is, Glendean is, Hudson is, Custer is, McDaniels. You are in. You simply mean you need to be in your tornado warning shelter area. If you're out, but you're close, I still would be in my tornado warning shelter area. That would include places like Short Creek. That would include places like Horse Branch, even though the tornado is now moving away from portions of like Horse Branch. That would be eastern sections of Ohio County. But it is now heading over the county line and pushing into our viewing area. Very, very dangerous storm right now. It's had a history of producing widespread damage and even injuries and fatalities as well, as it has come out of portions of Arkansas on into northwestern Tennessee, southwestern Kentucky, and is now pushing into central and southern portions of Kentucky, and will continue to do so over the next half hour to an hour. Hopefully this storm will be weakening. Jackson, let's go back over to the links if we could. Let me put the reflectivity back on here for you. And there you go. You can see just this. Whoops. Let me take that back. And let's do this. There we go. Okay, you can see the heavy rain, the thunderstorm activity that has filled in across all of Breckinridge County. This is this large supercellular storm. Let's see if we have a little bit of hail also, another potential danger. Not really, don't see much in the way of hail. The atmosphere really hasn't been conducive to hail. It's been more of a wind event, whether it be straight line wind or tornadoes tonight. And I think that trend is going to continue for the next several hours. However, this thing, the rainfall rate has got to be astronomical. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Now, you're not going to get this much water, but look at this. You're talking 5.5 to 7.5 inches of rain an hour. It's moving through the area, so you're not going to get that much water. But what that tells me is that there could be some localized quick flash flooding. It will recede once the storm moves out, and certainly some ponding. And bottom line, you just don't want to be out and about on those roadways anywhere close to this storm as it's moving on through. This is a very, very dangerous situation late on this Friday night and early Saturday morning. There's your rotation now getting ready to push into southwestern portions of Breckinridge County and far, far northwestern Grayson County. If you're watching from Litchfield, this storm is going to miss you to the north. That tornado will. But it's a little bit later on. Don't put down your guard. There's more activity coming out of western Tennessee, okay, that's moving off to the northeast. That's tapping into some of this wind energy. So we have to watch all this thunderstorm activity. We have to watch how things unfold with the winds that continue to strengthen, the wind field that continues to strengthen around the Ohio Valley, and how everything is going to interact. All right, back to our reflectivity. Okay. The metro, let's pull in real quick. If you're watching from Louisville, a lot of people in the metro area, of course, on this Friday night. And some heavier downpours there on the Waterson, just off to the southeast of the downtown region near Bon Air Estates. This is tracking its way off towards the northeast, that little cluster of heavy rain. No warnings in effect for the metro, just some heavy rainfall, at least right now. As we go a little bit farther off to the northwest, let me take that off and let me pull back out here. Okay, now let me take you off to the northwest. There's some heavy rainfall. There's western Clark County, the Borden area, over towards Pekin and New Pekin, up towards Becks Mill, and then you get towards Salem here. Fredericksburg, for example, some heavy rainfall on occasion. Get into more extremely heavy rainfall here in Orange County, in north and northwestern Washington County. And by the way, this activity is not severe, just some heavy rain, some thunder and lightning going on, and maybe some gusty winds in a few spots, but really that's just about it. Heading a little farther north, there's Brownstown up to Rockford, Seymour, down to near Crothersville, 65 as it spans across eastern portions of Jackson County. Boy, we've got some heavy rain there. That too lifting off towards the northeast, heading towards Jennings County, already into the northwestern portion of that county. As we go a little bit farther off towards the west, here's Madison in the clear for now, Hanover, but you have more rain just off to your southwest, and that is moving in your direction. Really of major concern is what's happening right down here in our far southwestern communities, and that is the tornado warning, the tornado that's likely still on the ground as it's coming out of Ohio County on top of Shreve right now and pushing on into the Rough River Lake area, the Dempster area, just north of Short Creek, this area, Glendine, over towards McDaniels. This zone, folks, wow, get in that basement, get in that shelter area and stay there. I know I've been harping that, but it's very, very important to do, especially with weather like this, these violent tornadoes that have seemingly been developing over the past several hours, first now to the west of us, and now I should say coming into the viewing area. So the basement, that's where you want to go. No basement, lowest level of the house, interior room. Avoid those windows, get underneath something sturdy, protect your head, a pillow, you know, a big table, whatever the case is, anything that can help protect falling debris from hitting you. And those mobile homes, listen, they're no match for tornadoes of the magnitude we're getting tonight, at least in isolated locations. You're better off seeking shelter in the designated warning area for that mobile home park, if you will. And if you don't have that, you're better off heading to a gas station or a supermarket, more of a sturdy structure, and ride the storm out there. Simple as that. All right, back to the reflectivity field. Back to what's going on here. Let's get rid of this real quick here. Radar's acting up. There we go. All right, here we are zoomed in. This is Grayson County. This is Breckinridge County. This is Ohio County. That's Hancock County. And there is the rotation continuing to sweep its way off to the east-northeast. The storm will likely be the tornado warning. If it maintains its intensity, it will likely be extended even farther off to the east-northeast. Bottom line, you know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to start looking at, you know, west and northwestern Hardin County, south and southeastern Meade County, those areas. So, you know, if you're watching from this location, let me pull out here just a little bit and show you what I'm talking about. So there's the tornado. And what I'm talking about here is basically this area. As long as it maintains its intensity, okay, continues to be tornadic, we're going to have to watch as it comes out of Breckinridge County, pushing towards portions of Hardin County, especially northern Hardin County and Meade County. That's down the road, but don't put you on your guard. Heads up if you're in this area. Friends and family, give them a quick call, just saying, hey, you know, you're not under a tornado warning right now, you're not, but you might be. So, you know, keep up to date on the weather situation that's going on in your area, especially here in Hardin County and Meade County. Tornado warning certainly continues for Breckinridge County for the next several minutes. Put that warning on for you there. That warning, 1 a.m. far northwestern Grayson County as well, and there is the rotation, as you can see, plain as day, still spinning around. As I zoom in on this, man, that rotation just won't weaken. It seems a little bit weaker than what it was, you know, back in western Kentucky, but still capable of producing, you know, a tornado. Let me step out of the picture. I want to read the latest chat and see what's going on here. My news director is in tonight, Miss Andrea Stallman. Just trying to find out. I want to find out if this thing is still on the ground. It's been on the ground for ever since Arkansas, and it is incredibly strong. I think the rotation does seem weaker than what it was. Hey, Jackson, if you would, take that, hold on. Let me grab a different radar. Okay, take that storm analyzer for me. There you go. Let me zoom in, put the data on here for you. Yeah, it's still there. Look at that. Jeez. All right, folks, this thing is on top of a Rough River Lake, heading right towards McDaniels. If you are in McDaniels and you're in Hudson, Custer, even Glendine, it looks like it's a little south of Glendine, but it's close. need you in your basement right now. No basement, your tornado warning shelter area. This is a serious situation. This is a very intense storm. This has had a history of producing violent tornadoes. And, geez, we still have the debris. See that little blue area right there, folks, south of Glendine, right on Rough River Lake? It's tracking off to the northeast. This area of blue, this is called our correlation coefficient. Basically, it shows us different particles in the atmosphere. Those particles, if they're debris particles, will show up as green and blue co-located with the rotation. Well, guess what? There's your blue and green. Let me take you back to the rotation and notice how it's right on top of that rotation. That's telling me that this is a tornado debris signature, that this thing is still on the ground and still likely doing damage as it's moving off to the northeast at speeds of around 50, 55 miles an hour. It is flying. Jackson, take me back to the links here. I want to do some tracking here for you. I'm going to pull out here just a little bit. Take that off, and let's pull out. Again, this storm is going to sweep its way across southern and southeastern portions of Breckinridge County over the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And as long as I see that kind of rotation and I see that debris signature, there's probably a pretty good chance that we'll see another tornado warning issued farther downstream, to include Radcliffe, Vine Grove, portions of southern Meade County, might even catch sections of Bullitt County. So you're not underneath a warning right now. But again, if you're in this area, okay, or you have friends and family there, give them a call, text them, tell them what's going on off to the west and southwest of them. Tell them there's a tornado likely on the ground right around Rough River Lake. It's been on the ground for miles and miles and miles ever since western Kentucky and northeastern Arkansas. This has been a deadly tornado. It has caused considerable damage, at least 2 fatalities from this thing, and lots of injuries as well, and just a ton of damage along its path. And it's still very intense. It seems like the rotation has weakened maybe a little bit, but you can't put down your guard. This is still just an incredibly strong storm, an incredibly strong tornado that still appears to be on the ground at this time. I want to check that out real quick here.
There's several shelters in Breckinridge County. Rough River State Park.
Down in that area? Yeah.
Yep.
That's a great point. There are, you know, you've got that state park area, and that state park is beautiful as it is, and they've done it right. They have included shelters down there. So if you don't have a tornado warning shelter, go there. If you're in a mobile home park, you got to get out of that mobile home, folks. In this kind of a situation, mobile homes are no match for a tornado such as this. You're better off in, you know, one of those designated shelter areas, or as I've been talking about for much of the evening, head out to a gas station. Go away, you know, travel away from the tornado. Don't go towards it, but travel away from it and get into head towards a gas station, or, you know, a McDonald's, a Burger King, a Hardee's, whatever the case is, a, you know, fast food joint if they're still open, or a supermarket, and ride out the storm there. Yeah, okay, 11:30, 12:30, that was about 20 minutes ago. Still reporting an extremely large and dangerous tornado that was on the ground, and it was moving into Breckinridge County. Okay, you can see we have a new warning. There it is. That's what I thought would happen. There's the warning, extended now into southern Meade and north sections of Hardin County. Now, this is north of E-Town. If you're watching from E-Town, it appears this storm will pass north of you. But if you're watching from near Colesburg, but especially just north of there, Vine Grove, Radcliffe, close to West Point, over towards southern portions of Meade County, south of Brandenburg. Brandenburg, you are not in this warning. But if you are, let's say in Big Spring, if you're in Flaherty, Muldrow, you got to be in your basement, folks. You got to stay there until this thing has passed on through. It is flying off to the northeast at speeds of around 50 miles an hour or so. And what I want to do here is track this thing here real quick. Let's take that off for you. There we go. Okay, I'm going to track the tornado. It's about right there. Moving in a northeasterly direction. Whoops, at speeds of around 55 miles per hour. So here are the communities in the path of this tornado. And it appears it's still on the ground at this time. I'll check that debris signature here in just a second and verify that. But at this time, Constantine, a little after 1 o'clock Eastern time. Custer, the same. High Plains, 107 Eastern time. Big Spring, 111. Four Corners, 113. Perryville, 111. Flaherty, about 117, as it comes out of southern Breckinridge County and cruises across sections of southern Meade and also northern and northwestern Hardin County. As I mentioned, this tornado will be passing north of E-Town the way it looks right now. Don't put down your guard. You are close, but it looks by and large it'll be passing off to the north of you. So, you know, take this time if you have friends and family in these locations. Hopefully they're watching me at this time. They've gotten the message. If not, give them a quick call, give them a quick text message and tell them what's going on. Help me spread the word to our community of this violent weather that's ongoing across the region.
We are getting reports of power outages.
We are getting reports of power outages now. Down in that area?
Yes.
Okay. All right. In addition to, you know, the tornado, which is bad in itself, we've got extremely heavy rainfall occurring with this thing. This storm is likely rain-wrapped. You're not going to see it. You don't want to see it. It's late at night. That's the most dangerous time to pick up an event such as this. That's why we've been so concerned with this particular event. We knew it was going to happen after midnight. We knew it was going to happen in the wee hours of a Friday night, early Saturday morning. A lot of people would be sleeping, those are the most dangerous events that occur when it comes to severe weather and tornadic weather, and that's unfortunately what is happening across the region. Again, this storm, I want to go back to the analyzer here. If you would, Jackson, go ahead and pull up the analyzer there for me. I'm going to zoom in tight. I'm going to put that correlation coefficient back on and see if we still have a debris signature. Yeah, we do. We certainly do. Okay, I'm going back in time. You can see the blue, right? There it is right there, and that was co-located with the rotation. It looks like it's near McDaniels right now, close to there, just maybe north of there, and we still have a little bit of a TVS or a tornado vortex signature on the radar right there. So it definitely looks like the rotation is weakening somewhat. Great news. Want that to continue as we move over the next 15, 30 minutes. But we can't put on our guard. Obviously, this is a nasty cell. Typically, when you have supercellular thunderstorms, they like to cycle. In other words, they'll produce a tornado. That tornado will get choked off, and then a new tornado tends to form a little farther east-southeast, and the whole process starts over and over and over again. This is called a cyclical supercell thunderstorm with tornadoes. And this is exactly what this thing has been producing ever since Arkansas earlier this evening, and it's still producing some nasty weather as well. Let me take you back to our other computer here, our other radar, and let me get rid of the storm track here for you. And let's put the reflectivity field on. What I'm going to do, folks, is we're going to kind of pull out and take a look at the rest of the viewing area and kind of reset and give you an idea as to what's going on all across the region. First off, up near Seymour, up near Scottsburg, Salem, down into the Corydon area. Heavy rainfall, a little bit of thunder and lightning, nothing more than that. No severe weather across southern Indiana at this time. No severe weather ongoing across the metro at this time. Watching the storm, obviously, off to the southwest. Hopefully it will continue to weaken as we move into the next hour or so. But you know what? If you just kind of draw a straight line along that warning, chances are that's going to pass across Bullitt County, the Shepherdsville area. If you're watching from Bullitt County Heads up, gang. Be on the lookout. I know the storm seems to be weakening a little bit, but don't put down your guard. We could see another tornado warning issued a little farther east-northeast to include you and possibly Spencer County as well. And it could clip southeastern Jefferson County. I think this storm right here will stay south of downtown Louisville and south of much of the metro, but it's going to be a close call. For the most part, it looks like it will be passing across Bullitt County into Spencer County and then maybe on into Shelby County and Franklin County. That seems to be the path right there. Just draw it out. Follow my finger there, and that's where it would be going over the next 1 to 2 hours or so. The tornado warning, by the way, for northern portions of Hardin County and southern sections of Meade County, that goes until 1:30 Eastern time, about the next 32 minutes or so. We've got our storm spotters out. We're making phone calls to law enforcement. We do have reports of power outages down in southern Breckinridge County. We have reports of a lot of damage, just structural damage, the farther west you go, especially across Ohio County, Muhlenberg County, Hopkins County, and even farther west from there, as we had tornado emergencies from this particular storm as it moved out of those regions. So right now, the tornado warnings continue to the south and southwest of the metro for the next half hour. And it's possible they could be extended even farther off to the east and northeast, even deeper into this early Saturday morning. Okay, let's go ahead and take off the warning itself, and we'll go a little bit farther off to the southwest. You can see we have another tornado warning here in northwestern Tennessee. Talked about that one about a half hour ago. We'll have to watch the Bowling Green area. We'll have to watch if it maintains its integrity, if it maintains its strength, its rotation. We could be looking at possible tornadic weather across southern Kentucky from that particular storm as well. Hopefully that will not be the case. Would love to see this stuff weaken, but you know, we're just now getting into the big wind energy from this system itself, from this major low pressure area that's been coming out of the plains. Well, that's now pulling up into the Ohio Valley. And yeah.
Governor Beshear has just declared a state of emergency based on major tornado damage in multiple western Kentucky counties.
Say it again.
Governor Beshear has just declared a state of emergency based on major tornado damage in multiple western Kentucky counties. He has activated the Kentucky National Guard and the Kentucky State Police. Governor will be providing an update with emergency officials at 5 a.m. in Frankfort. So that's the latest. He just tweeted it.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. There you go, folks. This is a nasty, nasty situation. A long-track supercellular thunderstorm that came out of Arkansas, western portions of Kentucky, and is now moving up through our viewing area as well, and is right here in southern portions of Breckinridge County, and continues to track into southern portions of Meade County on into west and northwestern Hardin County. As I talked about, I think it's going to pass just off to the north of the E-Town area. But as we zoom in tight on this region, there's your rotation still showing up. There's your hook echo right there. A very well-defined supercellular thunderstorm that is rotating violently in the low layers and also in the mid-levels. This storm, its structure is just unbelievable. It's just a nasty, nasty cell. If I take you back to the analyzer, we are losing that debris structure, that debris area on the radar scan. So this is some good news. Perhaps the tornado has lifted. Perhaps, you know, hopefully it's not reorganizing. Hopefully it will not produce another tornado. Hopefully this is it for this particular supercell. That would certainly be nice. But as we go back in time, I want to show you. See that blue? There it is again. There's the debris signature that came out of Ohio County, cruised across portions of Rough River Lake where we've had some power outages. And watch what happens to it. Okay, there it is right there. You can see it. Let me get rid of that. And watch what happens. As you can see, we're starting to lose some of those colors. Still have them there. All right, right just off to the northeast of McDaniels. Still have maybe some hint of debris. Now, that could just be debris that's in the air from the tornado that was on the ground for so long, and it's coming down. It's coming out of the sky. That's a possibility as well. Maybe the actual tornado has lifted. But let's go back over to the links here, and let me put on the actual velocity field and see what's going on here. Yeah, we still have some decent rotation. It's nothing like it was, though, a half hour ago. It's nothing like it was an hour ago. So it's still rotating, this cell is. We still have the potential for wind damage and maybe a spin up, but as far as the violent structure, the violent tornado structure that this storm was producing, I don't see that right now. Hopefully this thing is just about done. Hopefully it will continue to weaken as it moves through portions of our viewing area. But until that happens, folks, you got to stay in that basement. You have to stay in that tornado warning shelter area and wait for this thing to either weaken altogether, the tornado warning to either be canceled or expired. And that's not happening at this time. You can see that rotation. Certainly, the low-level rotation is indicated by these red rings, these red and yellow rings. That's telling us that we still have quite a bit of rotation on the ground. And as a result, so we could be looking at still some tornadic weather. The shear rate or the rotation detector, I'm going to walk out here just a second, and I'm going to take those off for you. Okay, I'm going to get a clearer picture as to what's happening here. And then what I want to do is I actually want to pull out here. All right, we still have this area of shear, just these chaotic winds basically, but we don't have that tight rotation anymore. So again, the rotation is definitely weakening with this storm. I can say that. And looking at the debris indicator, that correlation coefficient from the last radar, it kind of appears to me that the tornado may have lifted, may not be on the ground right now, as this entire supercell is now moving across south and southeastern portions of Breckinridge County and getting ready to move into northern Hardin and southern Meade. Hopefully that is the case, folks. This has been a nasty cell. And I want to show you the path that this has taken. This is That's the tornado debris signature right there, and that's where it was back near McDaniels. That has since weakened as it's pulled off towards the east-northeast, so that's some good news. Here's the sheer swath. My goodness, look at that. That is a long-track supercellular thunderstorm. You can see how it really picked up. Now, this is when the radar out of Louisville picked it up. West of Princeton, moved right across the Princeton area, close to Madisonville, very close to Livermore, and then up through Ohio County, on into southern Breckinridge County, producing a tornado along much of that path, and even farther off towards the west and southwest as well into Arkansas, where we know we've had fatalities from this particular cell. Okay, we do have a tornado warning, as you can see, in Owensboro. Technically not our viewing area, but a lot of people, friends and family are there, holiday time. Give them a call, let them know what's going on, tell them they're underneath a tornado warning, and stay in their tornado warning shelter areas until the storm has passed. Check out this activity coming out of Tennessee. I've been talking about that for quite some time. That activity is heading towards the Bowling Green vicinity, the Scottsville area, and will continue to head towards the Cumberland Parkway and may be impacting our southern communities. If you reside in Hart County, Greene County, Taylor County, Adair County, don't put down your guard. Don't get too nervous just yet. The storms are still well off to the west-southwest, but just be on heightened alert, if you will, that you have some nasty weather off to your southwest. And if you kind of follow my finger and draw that line, it could be impacting your area a little bit deeper into the morning hours that we go. I'll put the reflectivity field back here. And as Andrea mentioned, unfortunately, we have the tornado damage. We have the state of emergency that the governor just declared for many areas of western and southwestern Kentucky. And this is all caused from this supercell, one of several supercells, but this in particular has been a nasty storm. And now seems to be weakening somewhat as it's moving out of Breckinridge County and pushing into Hardin County and southern Meade County. It looks like it will stay just off to the north of E-Town and may stay just south of the downtown region. But this storm is indeed weakening the way it looks right now. I'm going to go over to the weather office here. I want to look at some of the discussions going on in the chat room. Let's see what we have going on. Power outages at this time. That's according to the emergency manager in Breckinridge County, Mr. Bettner. He is saying he hasn't received any other reports of damage other than power outages. Oh, that is so good to hear. Yeah, NWS also agreeing with me, as we don't see the TDS or the tornado debris signatures with the storm anymore. The low-level rotation is not nearly as strong, so they're in agreement. They're going to drop the confirmed wording. They're going to continue with the tornado warning, but radar indicated. So that is great to see that, the storm seems to be weakening somewhat. We don't have that tornado debris signature anymore. The tornado has lifted. Hopefully we can say goodbye to this supercell. Hopefully it will continue to weaken as it pulls off towards the east and also the northeast. Nonetheless, if you are watching from Bullitt County, if you're watching from the Shepherdsville area or surrounding communities, don't put down your guard, folks. We have a lot of wind energy up there tonight. You go up a half mile. You go up a mile. I mean, what is that? 2,500 to 5,000 feet. Winds are upwards of 80 miles per hour. It won't take much to bring those winds down to the ground, whether it be a straight line wind gust or even a spin up. That's a possibility, and that has been happening on occasion, especially off to the west and southwest of our area, but now getting into some of our southwestern communities as well. The tornado warning for Meade County, for Hardin County, for eastern Breckinridge County goes for the next 20 minutes until 1:30 Eastern time. Again, in these areas, stay in that tornado warning shelter area. Don't leave until this thing has bypassed you. The warning has either been canceled or expired.
Damaged Graves County Courthouse in Mayfield.
Mayfield. Oh, my goodness.
Graves County Courthouse. So there is reports of video damage on social media.
Folks, we are collecting a lot of pictures now, a lot of reports of damage out of Mayfield. Graves County Courthouse. Damage. It's some very serious structural damage that has occurred from the tornado that moved on through. We'll continue to gather all this information for you. We have our newscast going on early on your Saturday morning. We'll have all the very latest, but until that time, we're going to stay with you and keep you safe and informed as these storms continue to roll on through. It seems that they are weakening somewhat, at least for now. We still have a lot of instability. We still have temperatures which are actually in the upper 60s here in the metro. Let's go ahead and take a look at that if I could. There we go. Yeah, we're almost 70 degrees. It is 69 degrees, and look at the dew point. 65, the lightning flashing outside. We have a thunderstorm right on top of us. It is not severe, but nonetheless, spring-like conditions on this almost winter night. And it's this energy in the low layers of the atmosphere that are producing the instability, the fuel, the gasoline, and then you have the wind energy aloft that's producing the rotation, that's producing the possibility of the straight line wind damage and also the tornadoes. Everything, unfortunately, has come together right here in the Ohio Valley and points off to the west, especially near the Ohio and Mississippi confluence. That's the area that has just been hit so very hard on this Friday night and early Saturday morning. A lot of friends and family likely being impacted by some of this heavy weather, no question about it. As we go back to the radar here, if it'll work for me, and why it's not, let's do it one more time. There we go. Okay, so there's the tornado warning. That's the only warning in the viewing area right now. Not much happening around the metro as far as severe weather is concerned. As we go ahead and go on a little radar tour for you and continue to track this weather. Heavy rainfall now here in West Louisville. We're talking the Portland neighborhood. We're talking down to near Rubbertown, PRP, Valley Station, Cane Run Road, Dixie Highway, that region. Getting hammered right now with some heavy rain. Not severe weather, but just some heavy rainfall. And that extends up into portions of downtown over to near New Albany as well. More heavy rain immediately north of Floyd's Knobs. And that's on in here, southeastern portions of Harrison County. All right? So as we go a little farther south, now we get into that supercell. Heavy rainfall here in southern Meade County, northern portions of Hardin County, back to near the confluence there of Meade, Hardin, and Breckenridge County, right around Big Spring. Raining like there's no tomorrow, but here's another good thing, if there is. We're losing the structure of this supercell. I no longer see that classic hook echo anymore. That is great to see. Let me put the velocity field here on. And this is getting very close to the radar too, so we should have a great representation as to what's going on as far as the wind field goes. And yeah, don't see a lot of rotation right now. If there is rotation, it's very broad. It looks more of like a shear axis or basically a gust front that's going to be coming on through. Still packing a punch. Notice these brighter colors right there. We have one little area here. We have another little area here down near Dyer and Howe Valley here in western portions of Hardin County. Those winds right there correspond to winds that could be upwards of 60 miles per hour. So definitely some strong wind associated with this storm. But as far as tornadic weather goes, I don't see a clear-cut tornado with this storm anymore. I think this thing has weakened quite a bit, and hopefully that trend will certainly continue. This is good news considering what this storm has done, what it has produced over its lifespan the past 3 hours or more coming out of Arkansas. Just an incredibly violent storm, no question about it. Okay, but nonetheless, that warning, I want you to stay in your basement. You are still underneath a tornado warning. You can see the polygonal area, Muldraugh, Gaffey Heights, Radcliffe, Longview, Rhineyville, over towards Big Spring, even close to Dyer and just east of Custer. Louisville, if you're in and close to these communities, just stay in that tornado warning shelter area just in case. The storm, typically when you have a supercell storm and it has already produced severe weather, it typically produces more severe weather until it completely dies out. I do think it is starting to do that, but it also appears on the radar that we still have at least the chance for some pretty strong straight line wind gusts, especially here in far south and southeastern Meade County and far northwestern portions of Hardin County, and this is all sweeping its way off towards the east. So hopefully this will be it for the tornado warnings coming out of this particular cell. Hopefully this cell is weakening enough that we can say goodbye to it for good. All right, back to our radar. I take the radar, the warning off for you. We're going to pull out here and take a look at the entire viewing area. All right, so we have heavy rainfall certainly in southern portions of Indiana, but nothing that's organized, nothing that's producing any severe weather right now. We go farther south. This is the supercell that seems to be weakening. Some good news there. We go a little bit farther south, and you can see southbound 65 across the E-Town area, down into close to Sonora, just west of Sonora and Upton. You get closer to Big Clifty on the Western Kentucky Parkway. Some locally heavy rainfall, but nothing severe at this time. And And I think right now we're actually going to get a break from the severe weather for a little bit here as the supercell seems to be weakening and nothing showing signs at this point in time anyway of becoming severe south of Louisville near E-Town. Some great news, and hopefully that trend will certainly continue over the next several hours. Hopefully this would be it. That would be nice to say that this is it for the night. Unfortunately, we still have other waves of storms off to the west. And put the warnings back on. Okay, the tornado warning continues for about the next 12 minutes or so until 1:30 Eastern time. Let's see what NWS is saying about it. Let me see. They are just saying that we have a thunderstorm that is still capable of producing a possible tornado, and it was located about 7 miles south of Vine Grove. This was at 1:11 about 7 minutes ago, and it's moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. But no doubt this storm has weakened considerably from what it was just 30 minutes ago, just 15 minutes ago, and certainly an hour ago when it was unbelievably intense and producing a violent tornado. Go a little farther west and I want to pull out. We got to watch that. We have to watch that area right there. A little concerned about that region just south of Hopkinsville down to near Clarksville. That storm right there. Now, obviously it's well away from our viewing area, but it's been holding its own. It's been maintaining its strength, the rotation, and it's passing off towards the northeast. And it looks like it could impact Bowling Green here within the hour. And if it continues to move in a northeasterly direction, it could impact our southern communities as well. Places like Hart County, Greene, Taylor, and Adair counties, maybe Marion, but it looks like especially areas south of Marion over the next 1 to 2 hours or so. Everything you see here moving rapidly east-northeast at speeds of around 50 to 55 miles per hour. And that's why those warnings have been issued so far in advance, just to give you the adequate time you need to seek shelter because they're moving so fast. You won't have much time once you start seeing the lightning to react. That's how fast these things are moving. So that's why the National Weather Service has done that. All right, folks, I'm just reading more about the storm that's immediately south of Louisville.
We're doing some video for you, Jay.
Okay, fantastic. We have some video coming in, so we'll let you know where that's coming in from. There is the warning. Let me put on the velocity field once again here. I want to look at this. All right, we do have a little bit of rotation, it seems there. This is more of a broad shear axis to me, more so than anything. Nothing tight, nothing like it was, certainly. But let me read what NWS is thinking here. Starting to see more of a convergent signature in the low to mid levels of the tornado-warned supercell versus rotational. Yes, okay. Seems to be turning into more of an outflow-dominated storm. They're not going to can the warning just yet. They're not going to given the storm's history, won't can the warning just yet, but do not have plans to issue a downstream tornado warning at this time. Okay. So let's take that video here, guys, in just a second. Real quick, I just want to highlight this. This is the storm. This is the supercell. This is the one that caused all that damage. I'm going to take you to Graves County here in just a second. But this storm right here, this supercell has weakened dramatically. This is a shear axis. I don't see any tight rotation anymore. I certainly don't see a tornadic signature on the radar scan right now. I see some strong wind, don't get me wrong, as indicated by that little bulge in red right there. So we have an outflow that's coming out of this thing. But NWS also agreeing that it looks to be outflow dominated. It has choked off the tornado, and hopefully this will be it for this particular cell. We'll watch it, though. There is some broad rotation in spots, but nothing like it was. Now, again, this storm came out of western portions of Kentucky. We have reports of structural damage, lots of structural damage along its path. The governor declaring a state of emergency for portions of western Kentucky from this particular storm and other storms that passed across portions of the Commonwealth. Let me show you some video now from Graves County. This is the first time I'm seeing this as well. That's the courthouse right there. Breaking news coming in from Mayfield, Kentucky. And you can see the storm damage to the courthouse as the powerful tornado worked on through a little earlier on this Friday night. This is the same storm that has been responsible for damage all along its path. And you can see the debris just laying around, splinters of what were likely full buildings and homes and what have you. We'll know more. There's going to be a lot of cleanup there in western portions of Kentucky going forward, starting tomorrow and the next several days and even weeks to come. We don't have reports as far as any injuries, potential injuries or fatalities in western Kentucky. I do know that we've had fatalities in northeastern Arkansas, and I believe it was this storm, this supercell, this long track tornado, at least 2 fatalities, 5 injuries as the tornado hit a nursing home. And there was also a report, we had this on our 11 o'clock newscast, of at least 20 people that were trapped because of debris that had fallen as a building was hit by that tornado. So it's been a nasty, nasty night for portions of the Ohio Valley, for portions of our region. As we've likely had some damage in portions of especially Breckinridge County. We know that the tornado was on the ground for a time with the power flashes. We'll have to wait until daybreak. We'll have to wait until National Weather Service personnel go out and do any planned surveys over the next several days and see what we can find. Hopefully, it's nothing all that extensive. Hopefully, this storm weakened enough as it moved up across our region that it didn't cause all that much of a problem. But we really won't know that until more reports come in, until we head on into tomorrow and daylight comes and we can actually see what has happened. All right. Here's what we have, folks. There's the tornado warning that's left. This thing goes for about the next 4 minutes until 1:30 in the morning. This is no longer a tornado, though. This thing is not producing a tornado at this time. This looks to be more of a shear axis, more of a gust front, outflow dominated. In other words, the tornadic part has been choked off. It looks like the supercell is weakening. We'll have to go a little forward more, though, in time to make sure it completely falls apart. Typically, supercells, they're finicky a lot of times. Once they start producing severe weather, they can continue to produce severe weather for a long period of time, especially in an environment such as the one we have tonight over us. All that wind energy and the fact that it's almost 70 degrees outside right now. All right, let me put the reflectivity back on, and let's pull out here, and let's take a look at the entire viewing area. Just a lot of heavy rainfall right now. The structure of the showers and storms, very discombobulated at this time. That is great news. Nothing showing signs of real good or tight organization that would prompt a tornado or a damaging wind gust at this time. That's some great news. And as more and more rain fills in, hopefully we can continue to kind of choke off the instability or the fuel that you need for these bigger storms. But this is just one wave of rain and storms moving on through. You go farther west, here's another wave, as you can see, out across sections of Illinois, up, up into central Indiana. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings on the map. We're losing the tornado warnings now the deeper we get into the morning. Hopefully that trend will continue, but nonetheless, we still have at least the potential for some high winds as this activity continues to roll in from the west. All right, this tornado warning right around the Radcliffe area for the next 2 minutes will be allowed to expire. It looks like we're losing the tornadic weather with that particular supercell. Yep. Yep, that's exactly what National Weather Service is going to do. They are going to expire the tornado warning, and it looks like it is going sub-severe. But we're going to watch it for any pulsing it may do, any strengthening that could come out of it over the next several minutes. But at this time, they're going to let that tornado warning expire. So, folks, if you were in the tornado warning zone, that is north and northwestern Hardin County, southern portions of Meade County, you can come out of your tornado warning shelter area. The danger is past. Still a strong storm, still capable of producing perhaps a little bit of small hail and certainly some strong gusty straight line wind. But as far as that real violent curvature, that real violent rotation, strong tornado, we don't see it right now. Let's verify that one last time here by putting on the wind velocity. And no, I do not see anything tornadic with this particular cell at this point in the game. So some real good news as this thing has weakened quite a bit. Back to our reflectivity. All right, we'll pull in. Let me pull back out there. Excuse me on that. I want to take that off. There we go. Okay, so that's some real heavy rainfall. Don't get me wrong. You don't want to be out on the roads with this passing on through. No doubt some ponding on the roadways occurring. There could even be some localized flash flooding as you have a large area of very heavy rain that's going to go over the same regions of Bullitt County back into northern portions of Hardin County, and this is heading off towards the northeast. Spencer County, south and southeastern Jefferson County, the metro near the Snyder, and then over towards Shelbyville and Simpsonville. That storm is definitely pushing in your direction. Another thing that we will have to watch, and I've been watching this for the better part of the last hour or so, is the storms coming out of northwestern Tennessee, and they're now right around the Hopkinsville area. We do have a tornado warning on that, and this is pushing towards Bowling Green. So hopefully it'll weaken, but if you're watching, you have friends and family in Bowling Green, we're getting close to the winter break. I don't know if it's finals time down there or not, but if you have students there, kids there, give them a quick shout, give them a quick text, tell them what's going on. As they have that intense storm off to the west pushing in their direction. And if it maintains, we'll have to watch for potential warnings being issued a little bit later on this morning for Hart, for Greene, for Taylor, and Adair counties as well. Heavy rainfall back off towards the west and southwest. This is Ohio County, and this is going to cruise its way across Breckenridge, Grayson, and Hardin County. These areas have already picked up quite a bit of rain, so we're going to be adding to that as the night wears on. So this is one cluster, as I mentioned, and we have the other cluster off to the west in Illinois, and that is likely the last one. That's just ahead of the cold front. Once that moves on through, a little later on this morning, 6, 7 a.m., that should be it for the storm threat, and then we're just going to really see a big-time temperature drop with gusty winds on your Saturday, really throughout the day. All right? So the tornado warning has definitely expired. No warnings in effect anywhere across the WLKY viewing area. We have some locally heavy rainfall around the metro right now. But folks, if you're watching from Jefferson County or surrounding regions, it's pouring out there, a little bit of lightning and thunder, but no severe weather at this time. Just some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds in spots. And that can be said all the way from the northeastern portion of the county near Prospect, near Norton Commons, up to Goshen, over towards Linden, J-Town, down to Newburgh. Go a little farther south, here's Bullitt County, Barrelton, over towards Mount Washington, the Pioneer Village area, the Brooks area, getting hit real hard with heavy rainfall and maybe some gusty winds, but nothing severe at this time. Shepherdsville as well. We go a little farther south, heavy rainfall, a little bit of lightning and thunder. Gaffey Heights, Radcliffe, Vine Grove here, northern portions of Hardin County. E-Town, you folks, some heavier showers, maybe a little bit of lightning and thunder, and also downstate, or I should say down in southern Hardin County, some heavier rain as well. But some great news, because as we pull back out, the warnings are on. No severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings anywhere in the WLKY viewing area at this point in time. Again, reports of an incredible amount of damage, though, in western Kentucky. I'm seeing just to my left here that Miss Vicki Dortch is back in house and will be giving us a report on what's happening and has happened in western Kentucky, because the damage has just been unbelievable. We've had reports of fatalities. In Arkansas, we know that for sure. And this same supercell that produced that violent tornado also moved across much of western Kentucky. It's the one that actually moved right through Breckinridge County and then is now here in Bullitt County, northern Hardin County. The good news, it is no longer severe. The supercell has indeed weakened, and it's not showing signs of re-intensifying at this time. As a matter of fact, the farther east you go, the atmosphere becomes a little more stable. Okay, and as that supercell moves into that more stable air, it's not going to have the juice to work with, the gasoline, to really fuel that rotation, grab that rotation or the strong winds and bring them down to the ground. We will have to watch this next little batch out here. This is the cold front, and as that moves in our direction, we could see more heavy thunderstorms along that. Typically, though, those are going to be more in a linear fashion because they're right on the cold front. The forcing is long in nature. You don't have little pockets of forcing or discrete cells that rotate, i.e. supercells, like the ones that have been moving across our region and western Kentucky for much of the evening and the early overnight. Farther west, this is more of a linear fashion on the cold front. You can still get severe weather from time to time. You can get weak and quick tornado spin-ups, especially with the wind energy you have, but typically it's more of a straight line wind event if it does produce severe weather at all. And hopefully as we move deeper and deeper into the night, we'll lose more and more instability, so these storms won't have that fuel to work with, and that is key, folks. Nonetheless, as you can see, it has been one stormy night across the area, no question about it. Looks like we do have a little bit of severe weather ongoing just off to the northeast of us. National Weather Service out of Cincinnati has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Switzerland County and areas just off to the northeast of Madison. But this is actually moving away from us, so not too worried about that. That will continue to push towards the Cincinnati area. Take the warnings off here. We'll close in real tight for you on the metro. All right, watching from Louisville, watching from Bullitt County, or let's say Spencer County, you can see extremely heavy rainfall right now, especially that area of 65 from Okolona down to Shepherdsville, just north of Belmont. That's raining super. We're talking ponding. Not a good time to be on the roadways. Also the Snyder there in southeastern Jefferson County, heavy rainfall, some lightning and thunder. Same can be said in J-Town. J-Town, no damage per se from severe weather from wind, but we did get a report of a lightning strike, and unfortunately a house did catch fire earlier tonight as one thunderstorm moved on through, and that's what we've been dealing with. We've been dealing with these multiple waves of showers and storms, some on the strong to severe side, most not. That's some good news, but where they have proven to be severe, they have been very intense, especially off to the west and southwest of our area, where the moderate risk for severe weather was located actually. We were in an enhanced risk, or if you want to say a severe weather threat scale, we had a 3 out of 5, but west where the tornado emergencies were, where the state of emergency is declared by the governor, has been located, that was a scale of 4 out of 5, and they were especially hard hit. on this Friday late night and early Saturday morning. All right, let's pull back out here and let's take a look at the entire viewing area. Scattered showers and storms certainly continue across the WLKY viewing area. Locally heavy rainfall at this point in time. No severe weather warnings, at least in our viewing area. We have a severe thunderstorm warning farther off to the northeast, and we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, as you can see, out here in Illinois. Let's go a little farther south. We do have to watch this, no question about it. Coming out of the Hopkinsville area, this particular cell has been warned for a tornado, a possible tornado. And you can see that tornado warning for Logan County. Well, that goes until 2:15 Eastern time, but that is immediately west of Bowling Green. So we got to watch Warren County, and we're going to have to watch areas downstream from there. The deeper we go into the morning, it could, if you just kind of follow my finger here, it could clip maybe southern Hart County. It could clip portions of Greene, Taylor, and Adair counties. So we'll be watching for that. Hopefully it'll weaken, but we'll be watching for that, the possibility of that, a little bit deeper into the morning we go. At this time, though, no warnings in effect across the WLKY viewing area, getting somewhat of a breather, if you will. Here in the metro, we haven't had much. Great news. We've had some heavy rainfall, some lightning and thunder, and even some gusty winds in spots. But no severe weather. The severe weather, by and large, has been confined to areas southwest of the metro and especially out across western portions of Kentucky throughout the course of your Friday evening and your overnight period so far as well.
Hi, Jay. Let me give you a break, a chance to catch your breath and to swallow a second.
Who's that?
Meteorologist Suzanne Horgan is in. I'm in here with you, and we'll make it through this way. We just both came down through I-71 south here in Louisville. It is really coming down. The rain's coming down out there. The roads are slick. I know it's 1:39 in the morning, so if anyone is out or needs to be out, be cautious. I saw 2 accidents coming in. The roads are covered with rain. They're wet and they're a little slick, so just be cautious. I was driving under the speed limit to get here to you. Melwood Avenue, of course, has got some deep puddles in it.
Yeah,
it is passable, but the roads in the area that are low-lying and that might be covered anyway will be, so people should just be cautious if they were out there. When I left you about an hour and a half ago, there was some damage in Mayfield in western Kentucky. The storm was moving through Princeton up to Central City. How far is it now?
The storm actually made it all the way into Breckinridge County and Hardin County, and then it completely dissipated. As a matter of fact, it is this storm, Vicki, here real quick. Let me show it to you. Let me take that off your screen. This is the storm right here. It's actually in eastern Jefferson County where it's raining so hard, but it is no longer supercellular. It's no longer producing tornadic weather. It is done as far as that goes. That's great news.
Have you any reports of damage? I'm waiting for the newsroom to get me that information.
You know, so far in the viewing area, from what I've heard, we've had some power outages in Breckinridge County, most notably southern Breckinridge County, south of Hardinsburg. No structural damage from the emergency manager, from what I've seen, Mr. Bettner down there, so that's some great news.
So what happens when this storm moves on through eastern Jefferson County? Are we going to be in the clear?
Well, no, not just yet. We still have the actual cold front that's well off to the west of us. As a matter of fact, if I pull out here, you can see we have this first cluster over us right now. No warnings for the viewing area. But this cluster out here in Illinois, that's the actual cold front. That's just ahead of the cold front. And we have still at least the threat, not a foregone conclusion, but the threat that there could be some strong to severe storms as that front moves through. And Vicki, that's going to happen more like 6 to 7 a.m. as the front moves through. So we could have some strong winds at that time. I think the tornado threat might be going down just a little bit. We're starting to stabilize things. That's some good news, but we can't put down our guard, at least for the next several hours.
You said the area that you're watching now is around Hopkinsville. Yeah.
Let's talk about that. And here's Bowling Green. I mean, this storm, This has been producing a tornado-warned storm now, this cluster for quite some time, and you can definitely see what looks like a backwards, or not a backward C, yeah, a backward C. Excuse, getting late here. A backward C. We call that a bow echo, and usually typically on the apex of that bow, right there, that's where some very strong wind is typically located, and just north of that, you get some rotation, some cyclonic curvature. Notice that's right where the tornado warning has been issued. And that tornado warning is now being extended towards Russellville, and it's immediately west of Bowling Green. So, Vicki, we really have to watch Bowling Green here in the next 15, 30 minutes or so. I know we've got Western Kentucky. A lot of folks up here have kids going to school there. I don't know if it's winter break just yet. I know they're close to finals, so there's still likely some kids down there. If they are down there, give them a call. Give them a text message and just say, hey, you got a strong storm to your west. Watch out. Seek shelter in case a warning is issued for Western Kentucky and Bowling Green.
The wind's gusty in that area. Here in Jefferson County, we hear the rain coming down, so you think it's going to be bad right now, but actually it's moving out of the area.
Yeah. The heaviest of the weather, let me pull back out here and we'll get to.
I think we've got a new warning, just heads up there.
Yeah, I see it.
See it right there?
I sure do. I sure do. It's not a tornado warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. But, yeah, as Vicki alluded to, the heaviest of the rain is now pulling away from much of Jefferson County. It's here in eastern Jefferson County from the Snyder over towards, let's say, Simpsonville, as well as Shelbyville, raining extremely hard there. Down to near Mount Washington, we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and this storm looks a little suspect to me right now, and the reason I'm saying that, it kind of looks like we have a little bit of a pendant trying to form immediately east of Shepherdsville. Maybe some rotation that is tightening, and keep in mind, this was the old supercell. Sometimes these things can regenerate, especially when you have all that wind energy, so no doubt National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning because of this for eastern Bullitt County, far northern portions of Nelson County, over into Spencer County. So if you're watching from Mount Washington, Shepherdsville, let's say Taylorsville Lake, in and around those communities, you have a severe thunderstorm
tornado warning now, Jay. Tornado warning now for Shelby, Bullitt County. So heads up there. So we've got a tornado warning now.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, and that's for that cell right there.
That you were just talking about, that you were saying that you were seeing that little appendage there that we were watching. That always looks a little troubling to us when we see that. So we're going to be watching for that. Also, some reports of some trees down and power lines down over in Breckenridge County. So heads up there, and a roof off a house in Falls of the Rough area with a back porch destroyed. So again, that's for that storm from Breckenridge County. So Jay's watching that storm right now with a little bit of rotation showing up. So that tornado warning's now been issued for Shelby County, also for Bullitt County. So that warning will continue with this storm that's racing off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour, Jay.
Yeah, here it is right here. You can see the actual couplet. I'm going to write on the radar here for you. That little area of green, those are winds blowing towards the left-hand portion of your TV set. Red, the opposite direction. And notice we have a little bit of a velocity couplet right there in between Smithville and High Grove. That's why the tornado warning has been issued. On the back side, notice this area of bright pink. Winds in excess of 60 miles an hour coming on the back side of that rotation may tend to further tighten this thing and actually enhance the rotation, and that's why the National Weather Service has indeed issued that tornado warning. The storm is moving rapidly, as Suzanne alluded to, off towards the northeast at speeds of around 55 miles an hour. We're going to track the most dangerous part of the cell, i.e. that potential tornado, and track it off towards the Taylorsville area, the Little Mount area. If you are in these communities or close to these communities, get in your shelter area right now, folks. Stay there until the danger is past. We're talking High Grove, 149, Waterford, 153, Taylorsville, and Taylorsville Lake, closer to 2 a.m. A little farther down, Olive Branch and Southville, 205 to 210. Now, in your tornado warning shelter areas, best spot to be is your basement. No question about it. You want to be below ground. If you don't have a basement, a lot of folks don't, lowest level of your house, an interior room. Remember, when you have tornadic weather, what hurts people, what potentially can cause fatalities is the flying debris around that tornado. So the more walls between you and the tornado, the better chances you are to keep yourself safe. All right, avoid those windows, get underneath something sturdy, and mobile homes, in a situation like we've had tonight, you just want to evacuate those things. If you're in the warning area, get out of them, seek shelter in a designated shelter area, maybe in the mobile home park area, or head towards a gas station, head towards a supermarket or something like that. Something that has a sturdy structure and you can ride the storm out there. What else do you guys have over there?
You know, we're had some reports of some pea-sized hail out of Shepherdsville, Jay, so we're watching for that. Some dime-sized hail also reported out of Shepherdsville. So we haven't had any damage reports from that storm that we're talking about. Again, we've got that tornado warning for Bullitt County and Shelby County that Jay's tracking for you right now in the Smithville area. So heads up also for Taylorsville if you're downstream of this storm. Jay, you were pointing out some of that rotation that we were seeing. We haven't had any reports or any photos from this particular storm. As we mentioned, there was some storm reports, obviously, from Breckenridge County of some damage done to that subdivision there. So if you're just joining us, waking up, hearing those storms, we're also, I think, getting some gusty winds perhaps in the metro, perhaps in some of the eastern sections of the metro as well. But we don't have any warnings for the greater Louisville area at this point. So Jay is continuing to monitor what's going on across areas of Bullitt County. It looks like we've got some reports of some power outages from Bullitt County. So we're going to be watching for that. About 1,600 customers without power in the Bullitt County area, Jay. So perhaps an indication of some of those more powerful winds. We were talking about seeing some of the rotation showing up with that tornado warning out of Bullitt County as you were tracking that storm. So if you can see just a little bit to the east of 65, that's what we're watching right there. So heads up certainly in Mount Washington. We want you to be careful in Smithville as well. You can see where Jay is circling those brighter shades of pink, that light pink. That's where we're currently watching for some of those more powerful winds. So certainly a big heads up right along 150 into Smithville, especially where Jay's showing you a little bit of that rotation showing up there. That's going to be heading into the Waterford area in the next couple of minutes. He's checking out to see if we're picking up any debris. It doesn't look like that's the case. If we're able to pull that up, you can see Jay is monitoring for that. We're not seeing any of that. That's good news for us at this point, but certainly a little bit of rotation showing up. Powerful storm system here, Jay, that we're still watching, and perhaps right in that Smithville area. Is that what you're looking at for that possible of some of that rotation right there?
Exactly, right there. You better believe it. Moving into Spencer County. So downstream, Taylorsville Lake. Get in your tornado warning shelter area. Stay there until the danger has passed or the tornado warning has either expired or been canceled. But Suzanne, check out this. This is the rainfall rate, an incredible amount of rain. We're talking 8 inches. Now, you're not going to get that much water, but it's coming down so hard that you will likely get some ponding. You will likely get some localized brief flash flooding from this supercell as it moves on through. Once it does move through, the water will recede, but it just goes to show you how heavy the rain is.
And you know, it's actually a good thing that the storms are moving so quickly. That'll minimize that flash flood threat. That being said, with these storms moving at 55 miles per hour, just the speed of the storm itself is going to be a concern for us. Jay's showing us a little bit of hail also in that storm in Bullitt County. And again, Smithville, that's the area that I'm most concerned with at this point, and right near Mount Washington, right, Jay?
Absolutely. That's where the rotation is the strongest. That's where the hook echo is actually formed, Suzanne. So this storm, this supercell, the same storm that came out of western Kentucky, the same storm that produced all the structural damage, even the fatalities back into Arkansas, this storm has been long-lived. It produced a violent tornado for an unbelievably long period of time, and it weakened finally, but now you can see it has intensified once again. You can see the characteristics, the little hook echo, if you will, of this storm that it has formed close to Mount Washington, right around the Smithville area, as Suzanne talked about.
And as Jay, you mentioned, as the storm moves through Jefferson County, it has left a little damage behind. Right now, there are 3,900 customers, LG&E, without power in Jefferson County. Okay, and I know earlier, too, we also had that report of a house fire in J-Town from a lightning strike, you know, about 10:30 tonight.
So it looks like on the tornado-warned storm south of the metro right now, the TDS showing up there. So we're going to be watching for that. Again, you were talking about that continuing to kind of spin up there. So that's south of the Louisville area. It's in Bullitt County, Mount Washington area, right near Smithville. That's what we're watching right now. So it's just south of the metro. That being said, have your guard up still in the Louisville area because we're still seeing some very heavy rainfall. And Jay is, of course, showing us the base velocity here, an indication of some of those winds, those powerful winds pushing into areas of Mount Washington right now. And also just a little bit farther off to the east into the Cloverport area, we did have some reports of some wind damage done of a large tree down on Cloverport on 105.
Yeah, Susanna, you know how we talked about that rotation that was in Smithville. Another area seems to have formed up around Mount Washington where we had those real strong winds. And is that where you're talking about the debris signature?
Yeah, that looks like what they're talking about here. So we're going to be watching for that. Again, it looks like just outside Mount Washington. That's what we're watching here.
Something is trying to form. So have to wait and see if there's actually something on the ground.
And maybe a little bit south of Smithville, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, heads up in Bullitt County, also into Spencer County. Those are the areas that we're watching most closely right now. You do have a tornado warning for those areas, and those are going to continue until 2:30 this morning. So obviously, it's a very scary situation at night, and it's difficult, Jay, as we were talking about, it's difficult to get storm reports because obviously it's dark out, so it's difficult to see a funnel cloud if there was one. It's difficult to see any debris as well, so it definitely makes things more challenging when we have these nocturnal events.
No question. A lot of these tornadoes, if they occur, are rain wrapped too. You just can't see them, and it makes it that much more dangerous when you're talking about this scale of an event happening after midnight through the wee hours of any morning, in particular this morning, this Friday night and early Saturday morning. Heavy thunderstorms right now immediately east of Louisville. Still watching that tornado-warned storm here in sections of Bullitt County, now into Spencer County, up into Shelby County as well. It looks like even Shelbyville is included in the warning.
They are. Shelby County is included in the warning, and it looks like the National Weather Service is going to continue that tornado warning. It's now saying a confirmed tornado near Taylorsville, again, tracking to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So, Jay, that's the storm that we're continuing to watch, and we're going to be trimming down that warning as it continues to pass through. So they are now saying it's a confirmed tornado located near Taylorsville, moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So at this point, that's what we're going to be watching for that storm. And you can see that highlighted and flashing in that red shade. That's what we're watching here. Again, that's going to be just outside Mount Washington, heading to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour, where we're watching for that storm continuing to race through. We have not had any reports of damage with this one yet, Jay, but obviously we're going to be monitoring this closely, moving through a relatively populated area.
Yeah, Jackson, take the analyzer for me if you would, sir. There you go. This is what we call that correlation coefficient. It shows like particles in the atmosphere. So when you have differing particles, i.e. raindrops versus, let's say, debris, you get two different samples. And this is what we're looking at right here. Notice this area of yellow and green. That is co-located with the rotation. That's why this is a debris signature, as it is moving off towards the east and also the northeast. That is one area of rotation. We're just going to have to watch this storm because it may be actually what we call cycling, putting down weak tornadoes. Hopefully it does not strengthen to the magnitude it was earlier this evening as it came out of western Kentucky. But from Mount Washington through Spencer County on up into Shelby County near Shelbyville, get in your warning shelter area right now and stay there until the danger is past.
And you were talking about the storm as it moved earlier through western Kentucky, Jay. They've opened a shelter there for people in Mayfield as that storm came through there. They're reporting that it was a tornado. Part of a factory building has been destroyed there. You were also mentioning Shelby County. No reports of any injuries out of there now, but we're getting into the newsroom. Reports of slow traffic along I-64 in Shelby County. No confirmed accidents. As I said, I saw 2 accidents coming into town on I-71 South, so the roads are slick out there and they're standing in water.
Heavy rainfall with these storms moving on through. Gusty winds, no question about it. Vicki, Suzanne, as you guys came on in, it feels like spring out there right now.
It does. It's very warm.
It's unbelievable the amount of moisture, the amount of warmth we have on this December night that's fueling these storms. Very typical for a big storm system when you're in the warm air part of the storm, especially when you're talking about the threat for severe weather. And that's what we've had across the Ohio Valley and the lower Mississippi Valley throughout the course of the night. Notice right here, notice this little notch. We call that an inflow notch. We have the warm, moist air that's moving into the storm, and then it rotates up into the storm itself, tightens that rotation, and if it comes down to the ground, bingo, you get a tornado. Well, it's right around Elk Creek right now, the Yoder area, back to near Mount Washington. This area of western portions of Spencer County, ground zero for what could be a tornado, as Suzanne mentioned. Confirmed tornado? Is that
they're saying it's a confirmed tornado, and actually we're getting some reports of people seeing a funnel cloud. So someone also reported to the National Weather Service chat that it sounded like their roof was coming off with a lot of hail. So again, that's over into the Bullitt County area. So we're going to continue to monitor and hopefully get your reports. If you're in that area and can tell us safely, go ahead and send us a quick email if possible, because it's really vitally important that we get some ground truth with these storms, especially with there being at night. We have fewer people that are awake, and so it's more difficult to get those confirmations, Jay. So obviously, and you were talking about the storms being rain wrapped. The rain is coming down on the order of an 8-inch-an-hour rainfall rate. So just incredible rainfall rates, making it even more difficult perhaps to see a tornado.
Yeah, just to boil it down for the people that are watching in our viewing area, which areas should be on alert right now?
Right now, Spencer County through Shelby County, that's where the tornado warning is in effect. So if you're watching, here's who's in the tornado warning. We have Mount Washington, Smithville, Highgrove, Taylorsville and Taylorsville Lake, Little Mount, Elk Creek up to Figs, Finchville, Shelbyville, over towards Waddy, and also Harrisonville. If you're in those communities or near those communities, you are in the tornado warning. You need to be in your shelter area right now and stay there until the danger has passed. Of course, you want to be in a basement. If you don't have a basement, lowest level of your house, interior room, avoid those windows. Get underneath something sturdy. If by chance you take a direct hit from a tornado or even a real strong straight line wind gust, you can get structural damage really easy. You can get falling debris as well. So that's why you want to be underneath something sturdy. And again, evacuate those mobile homes on a night like tonight with the winds as strong as they are and what they could be if a tornado was to spin up. Mobile homes are no match. You need to get out of those things and seek shelter, even whether it be in a designated shelter area, around a mobile home park, or perhaps a gas station, a supermarket, someplace with a sturdy structure. That's what you want to do in a case like this. But yeah, Vicki, those are the areas right now that are under the gun for severe weather. The metro at this time is actually in the clear. We're having heavy rainfall right now, but no signs of any tornadic weather around Jefferson County. But again, it's just off towards the southeast as you get into Taylorsville and also Spencer County. Go ahead.
And Jay, I'm just gonna briefly just update everyone on what's going on. We have had some additional reports, mainly out of Hardensburg in the Breckenridge area. Reports of some downed trees and thunderstorm wind damage reported. So downstream of this, we have not had any good reports from this particular storm with this tornado warning that we're watching right here. Also, some reports of some power outages from areas of Oldham County as well, where obviously we don't have any warnings, but certainly some very heavy rainfall and perhaps some more powerful winds also moving through. So certainly we're going to be watching for that. But right now, the only warning we have is the one that's Jay's pointing out to us right now. And then farther down to the south, we're going to be watching for that to potentially have some impacts, perhaps for our southernmost communities, if that storm was able to hold together. Right, Jay?
Yeah, absolutely. Ever since this thing came out of northwestern Tennessee, been talking about the fact it likely will impact Bowling Green. Well, now you are underneath a tornado warning. And just kind of follow my finger here. This thing will move off towards the northeast, will likely impact Hart County, Greene County, Taylor County, maybe Marion County, and Adair County over the next hour or so. So whether or not it's still warned for a tornado, that remains to be seen. We still have a lot of energy in the atmosphere. That certainly is a possibility. But more importantly, it does appear that there's still a threat and a pretty decent threat for severe weather downstate Kentucky, clipping our far south and southeastern communities with this particular supercell as it moves across portions of the Commonwealth. Let's go a little farther north, back into the metro area. As you can see, here's Jefferson County, Clark County, Oldham County, over towards Bullitt County. Rain right now. Locally heavy rainfall, maybe some gusty winds, but the problematic storm a little bit farther off to the southeast now of the metro area. As I zoom in tight, I'm going to take that warning off so you can get a good representation here. Elk Creek to Taylorsville to Little Mount. Just some incredible heavy rainfall going on right now. A lot of lightning and thunder, some gusty winds. As far as rotation is concerned, take a look at that. I don't see any tight rotation as far as producing a large tornado at this time. Suzanne, have you seen anything?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything like that. I do think we need to have our heads up also maybe into sections of southern Indiana, into areas of Crawford County, also perhaps into Orange County, where we have still some pretty strong winds that are showing up as well. Obviously no warnings for that area. The only warning that we have where we were seeing some of the rotation, now we're seeing less rotation at this point. And Jay, you were mentioning the cycling process of when sometimes those tornado warned storms or even tornadoes can spin up, they tighten up, and then they sort of weaken, but then they can tighten back up. So it is something when we do have any indication of rotation, despite the fact that sometimes it weakens, we still need to keep our eyes peeled for the possibility of that strengthening again.
Yeah, it seems that once a thunderstorm produces severe weather, it typically will produce severe weather until it dissipates altogether, because they do cycle, no question about it. They tap into that wind energy, they produce the severe weather, they weaken somewhat, and then they re-strengthen with more instability, more wind energy, and that's what has happened with this particular cell. It came out of Breckinridge County, it started to weaken. It moved up into Hardin County, really fell apart. Same thing into Bullitt County. You got east of I-65. It started to recycle. It started to strengthen. It started to get its characteristics back as far as rotation is concerned. And that's why the warning has been reissued now, the tornado warning, for portions of Spencer County on into Shelby County for the next several minutes. That warning goes until 2:30 Eastern time, about the next 27 minutes or so, that warning in effect. So if you're in this region, stay in that tornado warning shelter area until either A, the storm has bypassed you, or it has weakened altogether and the warning has been canceled or expired.
Jay, the heavy rains that are moving west there, west of Taylorsville now into Fordsville, Litchfield, that area, is that going to materialize into anything?
We got to watch it, no question about it. These are storms, and we have a ton of wind energy. We still have temperatures around 70 degrees. So, yeah, they could re-energize. They could actually, get their structure back and become cellular in nature. We just have to watch this entire zone as it comes out of Ohio County and the Hartfield area and now cruising into southern portions of Breckinridge County. I want to zoom in on that area real quick and just kind of look at this thing right now. Extremely heavy rainfall.
And I want to give you a heads up here, Jay. KSP is now reporting the tornado touchdown near Yoder in Spencer County at Tipton and Waterford. So that's the Kentucky State Police Post 12 reporting that a tornado touchdown near Yoder, Tipton and Waterford.
All right, let's go up there.
So there you can see Waterford right there. So again, that's heading into, and then you can also see Yoder. So an indication, basically this is a little bit to the south, the north and to the east of Taylorsville. So if you're familiar with this area, again, you can see just a little bit of rotation showing up just south of Waterford, Jay.
Exactly. There's two little areas, but I believe it's probably this one right here, Suzanne, that they're alluding to. There's a secondary area right up in here. So possible supercell that could be producing just occasional weak tornadoes, touchdowns, and funnel clouds as it continues to move rapidly off to the east. There's Yoder just north of Taylorsville. and there's the Waterford area in western Spencer County. This all cruising off towards the east. A pocket of high wind right now just north of Littlemont that will likely move on into portions of Shelby County here in relatively short order. So whether it be straight line wind damage or possible tornado spin-ups, wind damage is wind damage. You need to stay in your shelter area whenever you're underneath a tornado warning until the danger has bypassed you and moved on through.
And I don't know if Jackson is able to pull up perhaps Storm Analyzer, because we do have some video from just east of Shepherdsville of some of the power flashes and some of the lightning, just to give you some idea of what's going on. You can see all of that lightning, very electric storms, very powerful storms. And, you know, Vicki, we were talking as you were coming in, you were seeing the standing water on some of the local roadways. So we're going to be continuing to obviously monitor what's going on, but just an indication of a very electric storm moving through. This was when it was east of Shepherdsville. And now we're getting reports that AT&T cellular service is now down in several locations in Breckenridge County. That's an additional problem, obviously, with cell phones, because that's obviously
people are relying on that to get their information.
That's right. So, so again, we're going to be just to kind of clarify this a little bit. The KSP Post reported that they saw the tornado touchdown. That has not been an official confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. So just a heads up there. Those are reports that we're getting from officials, from law enforcement. So again, that's not confirmed from the National Weather Service. Those are just from reports that we're getting from law enforcement. So again, we're watching that closely with that tornado warning still out there.
Can you call that up once again, Suzanne, real quick? And where was that video?
So this was a little bit east of Shepherdsville, looking east of Shepherdsville. Let me go ahead and play this for you. So again, we appreciate everyone sending in some tweets to us as well. This was a tweet that was sent in to us, again, just east of Shepherdsville.
Does that look like something to you guys right there?
Yes.
Me too. It looks like a tornado on the ground. See it?
Yes.
Let me get into the camera here and point that out if I can see it here real quick.
Once again, Suzanne, where is that?
Right there.
This is just east of Shepherdsville.
And you can see the low-hanging clouds. That could be the wall cloud right there and the tornado right there. Kind of looks like there may be some power flashes from time to time low to the ground in that area. So definitely looks like something.
Yeah, and this was from Tyler Volker, who sent this in to us, so we appreciate your doing that. Some power flashes just east of Shepherdsville. So certainly something that's interesting, and it's so difficult for us to get sometimes some of those videos in, especially at night. It's very difficult to see, which makes it so much more dangerous.
Yeah, no question about it. Okay, gang, so we still have the tornado warning in effect for portions of Spencer County and Shelby County. Please stay in your basement or your tornado warning shelter area until the bottom of the hour. This goes into effect until 2:30. Reports of at least funnel clouds, maybe some tornado touchdowns on occasion with this particular supercell as this entire thing moves off towards the east and also the northeast. Let me take off the drawings there. We're going to put on the precipitation once again.
Jay, as I'm sitting at home now listening to you tell me this is moving through, when do I feel at ease? When do I think this is going? My house and my family are out of the woods.
If you're in the tornado warning zone, not until the next 20 minutes or so. We want to get this thing through at least 2:30 in the morning. If you're watching from Mount Washington, you're fine. The tornadic part is well east of you. Even though the warning has not been chiseled away for you, we do not see anything tornadic right now in Mount Washington. It's all off to the east. It's in central and eastern Spencer County up into south and southeastern Shelby County. Those are the areas. Stay in your basement for the next 20 minutes. Now the metro area, not much happening in the metro right now. Just some light rain. Don't see anything dangerous going on. We'll go a little farther south and southwest. We have to watch this batch of heavy rainfall here in Breckenridge County, southern Meade County, on into western portions of Grayson County. Not really showing signs of strong rotation, but certainly some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds. And finally, we go a little farther north. We have a little thunderstorm cluster right here, as Suzanne alluded to in English. That's in Crawford County. This is the first batch of activity that is moving through as we pull out and take a look at the entire area. There's the cold front, the Wabash right now lighting up again with more showers and storms. Those will be here a little bit later on this morning.
How quickly is that cold front moving through?
It's flying. This thing is going to come through the cold front between probably 6 and 7 a.m. That line of storms will get here just prior to the arrival of the front. Once it moves through, Vicki, that's it for the severe weather. Everything will be over with by, let's say, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning for the entire viewing area.
And Jay, and I don't know if you've had a chance to see some of the damage coming out of Mayfield, but I believe if we can pull up Storm Analyzer, we can show you the courthouse from there. So it's just so upsetting to see, obviously, a terrible, deadly storm out of areas of Arkansas where some fatalities were reported. So just an incredibly potent storm system. But again, you can see this is some of the damage from Mayfield of a courthouse there, and you can see some of those trees that were twisted and ripped apart. Just terrible to see.
They set up shelters there for people that have homes and mobile homes in areas that have been damaged. In Mayfield, Princeton, Dawson Springs, it's moved its way through.
And this storm was on the ground for an incredibly long period of time, continuously as well. We're talking maybe hundreds of miles, producing that kind of damage. Tornado emergencies along its path. And of course, we have the state of emergency that's been issued and declared by the governor, too. So,
and I believe he's going to be going out there today, Vicki, to maybe check out some of the damage from Mayfield. And we do have some reports of some power lines that are down in front of Hardensburg Elementary School, some power lines down. So Breckinridge County, that's where we seem to be getting the most reports out of.
That's exactly where that storm went through.
Seems like the less problems have been in Jefferson County.
Right. In the metro, we've been
only... we've got 3,900 people without power. That's nothing compared to what's been going on west of us.
Yeah,
and that's the thing about these supercells. They're scattered, you know. If you get in the path of one of these things, you can get incredible amounts of damage. And if you get the supercell in a population center like Louisville, you're in trouble.
Right.
Other areas, you know, have seen a lot of damage, the smaller towns, and but boy, it's just been devastating to see.
Where are we watching now? If we moved out of Shelby County into...
Okay, as far as the radar goes, this is the tornado warning for Spencer County, for Shelby County. We have a tornado warning down here in Warren County, including Bowling Green. Friends and family, let them know what's going on. They're already in their tornado warning shelter areas. But this storm is moving off to the northeast. Hart County, Greene, Taylor, Marion counties, maybe even southern LaRue County. We're going to have to be on our guard in case tornado warnings are issued for our southern communities a little bit later on this morning, and that is certainly a possibility. Right now, the metro in pretty good shape. Everything seems to be east or south. Certainly some heavy rain, but Vicki, Suzanne, we have to watch this batch of storm activity out near the Wabash. That's what's going to be cruising into the rest of the viewing area as the morning hours unfold.
And I suspect what we'll be looking with, perhaps with that situation, is maybe some powerful winds.
Yeah.
Maybe a spin up right along the line.
Yeah.
It's certainly a possibility. We sometimes see that with those cold fronts, Jay, where we get the batch ahead is where we can see some of those supercellular thunderstorms, which is always terribly scary. And then we see that potent line, like a squall line that moves through with the actual cold front. And right along that front, sometimes you can get usually a little weaker, little spin ups that can happen right along the line of the cold front. So certainly nothing to put your guard down for, but we're going to be watching certainly during the overnight hours with this batch that we're watching and you're tracking with that tornado warning right now. We're going to be watching for that with the supercellular thunderstorms potentially.
And I think once that line, that secondary line gets through, and it will 6, 7 a.m., that'll be it. We'll be out of the woods. But until that happens, there's so much wind energy in the atmosphere that it won't take much to bring it down to the ground.
Feels like that in the light of day, we will know what the damage is.
Yeah.
And that's going to be really interesting to see, unfortunately, especially across areas that are farther to the west. And we were talking about Beshear, Governor Beshear going out there when it is safe to survey some of the damage there. And they're going to keep that tornado warning up because they're concerned, Jay, as we were talking about, the potential for it to spin back up. And that's why they're going to continue that warning until 2:30 this morning.
It's probably a good call because, you know, going back in time, the storm looked like it completely dissipated once it came out of Breckinridge County, and then here we go, it really started to organize again in Bullitt County near Mount Washington, and there it is right there. It doesn't look all that good. The characteristic of this supercell has really kind of fallen apart somewhat, but yeah, for good order, with all that energy in the atmosphere, it wouldn't take much for it to reorganize and potentially produce another tornado or certainly some damaging straight line winds. But
and
hey,
Jay, we talked with officials in Shelby and Spencer County just a few seconds ago, and so far no reports of any damage there yet.
Excellent news. That is great to hear. As a matter of fact, I want to put on the velocity field here and see what's going on, see if we see anything. And certainly some strong winds, no question about it. And that looks kind of interesting to me right there, immediately west of Harrisonville there in southeastern Shelby County. Certainly some chaotic winds, a little bit of rotation going on, and potentially some damaging straight line wind. We'll just have to watch that scenario as this entire complex moves off to the east-northeast. But that warning still in effect just off to the north of Wakefield. Basically, let's call it from Taylorsville up to just east and southeast of Shelbyville, southeastern Shelby County, Waddy, Harrisonville, Elk Creek, areas in between. Stay in your tornado warning shelter area for about the next 15 minutes or so.
And you know, we've gotten some videos in that have been sent to us. I'm trying to get some of those up of just some hail from Shepherdsville, some very heavy rainfall. So far, at least sent to us, we have not had any video of any damage so far. Obviously very difficult to see. So many people are asleep, but we have had some video of some decent sized hail from Bullitt County. Incidentally, Bullitt County has now been trimmed from that warning. So just a heads up, in Bullitt County, you're no longer under that tornado warning. So you've been cleared from that. Still for our friends in Shelby County and still for our friends in Spencer County, you're currently under that warning still. And you can see with that little box there that continues until 2:30, although we're not picking up much rotation right now on the radar, we want to keep that warning up just in case we see that kind of cycle back up and re-strengthen, because that particular storm, Jay, has had the history of being a little sneaky where it has weakened and then it has spun back up.
Yeah, this is the storm. This is the same storm that came all the way from Arkansas and cruised across our viewing area. And it looks like you give it another 30, 40 minutes or so, it'll be out of our viewing area altogether. It's moving that quickly. But until that time, we can't put down our guard, especially if you're here, Shelby County, Spencer County, and perhaps even Anderson County on into near the capital city in Franklin County as well. Those are the areas next that will likely be in line to get this heavy weather as this storm moves on through.
And even if you're not in those areas, remember that it's raining in other parts of the area. Trimark is reporting a crash on I-71-75 as the rain comes down in Kenton County. So there are traffic accidents out there happening. The ones I saw were single car accidents coming in on 71 South.
And I'm impressed that you even saw a person, because I saw one other car on my whole way in, one other car. So
the rain was coming down.
People were saying, forget it, I don't want to do that. Jay, we actually have some video. This was tweeted out by Brandon Lane. Now, this is from Mayfield, but it just shows some of the debris, so I don't know if you want to check that out. But again, this is from Mayfield. We're still waiting to see any video from our local area, but you can see all of the debris. I just thought maybe you would like to check that out and see that, because I realize you've been working the entire night, but you can see all of the debris on the ground. Again, that's from Mayfield, and unfortunately, certainly during the light of day, I cannot even imagine how terrible this is going to see, certainly because it looks terrible despite the fact that it is still nighttime out there.
A television outlet in Western Kentucky, WPSD, the NBC station where I used to work many moons ago, is reporting at least 19 tornadoes passed through that area. Have we confirmed that from the National Weather Service?
Not yet, but a lot of those reports are probably from the same supercell that came on through, so that'll probably be diminished down somewhat, but nonetheless, a lot of damage. And at one point in time, as that storm was moving through that particular area, I on the radar anyway, saw winds up to 180 miles per hour. And that's EF4 strength right there. So that's a violent, violent tornado.
The wind itself can cause the...
Absolutely.
And it was a long track tornado. And that is when you have, I mean, that was Henryville when we saw the long track tornado, one that stayed on the ground for a long time, caused so much terrible damage. And you know, typically we don't normally think of December as a time when we see tornadoes, but unfortunately, that's when we can still have very potent storm systems moving through. And sometimes we don't have our guard up when it's the middle of what is supposed to be maybe snow season.
It certainly feels like March and April out there, doesn't it?
You step outside and it feels warm, it feels humid, it feels like springtime. It does. And certainly some of that heat and humidity fueled some of those storms that we were seeing, violent storms to our west, Vicki. And I know that's part of your hometown that you were seeing. Unfortunately, unfortunately devastated by these tornadoes.
Yeah, she said the Governor Beshear will head down there. There's a state of emergency in effect. We'll see what kind of damage is there. Hopefully, there are no fatalities and people are okay.
Yeah, because certainly we saw farther to the west into areas of Arkansas, fatalities were reported. And, you know, we had some reports out of Illinois of some people, perhaps we've not confirmed this, trapped in a warehouse. So, you know, when you have a situation like this, everyone still works. Everyone still, unfortunately, you know, has to do their job sometimes. And they're out and about. And
the blessing may be that tomorrow is Saturday.
That's right.
People will have a chance to assess their damage and
clean up. Yeah, even some debris, Jay, as I was driving in, I was seeing some branches, and I suspect people all across the viewing area will be cleaning up some holiday decorations that may have been blown off. So.
Yeah, the neighbor's lights are in my yard. How did that happen?
saves you having to put them up at your house. That's right.
Exactly.
So, yeah, we're going to be continuing to look at that. And, Jay, that temperature, unbelievable, 68 degrees and that dew point of 63 degrees. It does feel like March.
Exactly like springtime out there, and that's why these storms have bubbled up the way they have. On top of that, you add all that wind energy in the atmosphere, so you have all that wind energy aloft, you have the warm, moist air at the ground, thunderstorms pop, and bingo, you can get severe weather in a heartbeat and many times tornadoes. And that's exactly what has happened on this December night. It just goes to show you, if conditions are right, you can get severe weather, you can get severe weather outbreaks any time of the year, any time of the day as well. Unfortunately, it happened at night. Worst time you can get a severe weather outbreak, especially late night when people are sleeping and actually away from their television sets. Yeah, 68 degrees right now, humidity sky high, that dew point. We look for dew points into the 60s for severe weather outbreaks. It tells us that you have that moisture, you have that fuel to actually get these storms popping. No shortening there of the moisture. We've got plenty of it. A south breeze in here right now at around 11 miles per hour. And that will become very, very gusty, mind you, as we roll through tomorrow. Once we get rid of the storms late tonight, early tomorrow morning, and the cold front moves through, I still think we could have wind gusts, especially if we get a little bit of sunshine middle of the day. We could have wind gusts of 40, maybe even 50 miles per hour in a few spots as the colder air really starts to funnel in. So we're going to have to batten down the hatches and watch the decorations again through the day tomorrow, even outside the storms.
What about air traffic tomorrow? Is there going to be a problem with flights getting out of here?
No, probably not. I think once we move beyond 7, 8 o'clock, I actually had a question, a guy coming in from New Orleans wanting to know if he could get in town here tomorrow. It shouldn't be a problem. Those guys are typically really good at, you know, traveling through those strong winds. And more importantly, the storms will be gone by 8, 9 o'clock in the morning.
What about Bowling Green right now? Are they still in the target area?
Yeah, let's go over there right now. We still have the tornado warning in effect for sections of Warren County and then just west of Cave City. And a mean storm, it looks like it's still right around Bowling Green and then up into portions of Grayson County. Now, no warnings in Grayson County, but certainly some heavy rain, some thunder and lightning in a band that stretches just west of Litchfield on into Breckinridge County. Again, not severe, thank goodness. You guys have already had your fair share, but we have to watch this storm, no question about it, as it continues to move rapidly off towards the northeast at speeds of around 55 miles an hour. Notice around Anna, Barron River, Bowling Green itself, we have this storm. It kind of looks like there's a little bit of wrapping going on right in that general area. Turn on the rotation here for you, see what's going on. And sure enough, there it is. There's the rotation.
Hey, Jay.
Very close to Bowling Green, as a matter of fact.
In fact, Matt was just saying that a large confirmed tornado on the ground in Bowling Green. It has been confirmed.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Gang, this is also moving off towards the northeast. So this is going to head towards our southern communities here in relatively short order. So if you are watching from Hart County, if you're watching from a little bit farther off towards the east, let's say Greene County, Taylor County, even northern Adair County, that storm could be impacting you over the next 30 to 60 minutes. They're moving at speeds of 50, 55 miles an hour. As Matt alluded to, there it is. That is an extremely large and dangerous tornado that is confirmed on the ground heading through Bowling Green. Matt, damage? Don't have a mic on? Anything?
Well, I do, if my mic is on.
Yeah, it is on.
Okay. No damage confirmed right now. This is strictly from the warnings from the National Weather Service. Their wording in the warning was a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Bowling Green. This was issued at 1:17 Central Time, so this is about 7-8 minutes old, and they are calling it a particularly dangerous situation, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So we'll be monitoring the chats now over the next few minutes for the damage.
And the Warren County Fire Department is now confirming touchdown. This is, again, a fire department report of touchdown on Powell Street in the Browning community. That's down in Warren County, and some houses damaged down in Bowling Green. And obviously, we're watching this, you know, for our viewing area, certainly, because heads up, Hart County, we're going to be watching for that. And you can see that debris tracker, Jay, that you've got circled up, an indication where you're seeing that bright blue shade of debris that the radar is currently picking up.
Yeah. Hey, how fast is this storm moving, guys?
They said northeast at 55, Jay.
Let's just do a storm track here real quick. It's going to carry it into southern portions of Hart County, watching from Munfordville over towards Horse Cave. The southern 1/3, maybe even the southern 1/2 of Hart County. Folks, don't let down your guard. Stay up to date on this storm. This is a dangerous storm. That blue area, that is debris that's in the atmosphere that the radar is picking up from a tornado that is on the ground right now, pushing rapidly off towards the northeast. Just another example of all that energy in the atmosphere being realized in the form of tornadoes or damaging straight line winds. And this one now coming out of Bowling Green, and it will likely impact Hart County and potentially Greene and Taylor counties, Greensburg, Campbellsville. If you're down in those areas, or if you have friends and family down in that area, give them a quick call, give them a text message, let them know what's going on in Bowling Green and the fact that this could impact them over the next 1 to 2 hours or so. That is an incredible storm. That is a nasty looking cell right there. Just another example of these supercells, these powerful storms causing these issues.
And it's so rare that we can see live the debris signature, and that is a large debris signature that we're seeing there. And we're watching that bright blue shade that you can see there. That's what Jay was talking about when he's doing the correlation coefficient there. That's an indication that the radar is picking up differently sized objects. It's not rain, it's not hail, it's debris that's being picked up by the radar. And it's so unusual to see that actually happening live, and a large area of debris that we're currently seeing there down certainly across areas of Bowling Green. And for our own interest here, for our viewing area, we need to now be careful for our southernmost communities for the potential, if this were to be a long track tornado, if this were to hold together. Certainly something to watch for. And Matt's going to be adding some stuff too.
Hey guys, yeah, the National Weather Service just continued that tornado warning, now located 7 miles southwest of Brownsville, moving northeast at 55. The Bowling Green Airport confirmed and measured a gust to 62 miles per hour. So this is definitely, at the very least, a severe storm with very strong winds that are being confirmed now. But we also see through everything we can do with the Doppler radar that there is most definitely a tornado on the ground there in Warren County.
Yeah, and we're adding now to the list, Matt, as you can see now into Hart County. We're watching for that tornado warning. It's now been expanded, just like we were talking about. National Weather Service giving you kind of some extra lead time. So if you're in Hart County, this is the time where you need to go immediately to your place of safety, because now we have confirmation on the radar of some debris showing up here. So again, if you're in Hart County, it's time to go to your place of safety, interior room, basement, into a bathroom, someplace that does not have windows on the lowest level of your house. And also, we want to give you a heads up, Franklin County now is under a tornado warning as well. So we certainly don't want to let our guard down with the eastern flank of this storm either. So again, Franklin County now under a tornado warning.
Anywhere from basically Bonneville, 65, Interstate 65, all across Hart County down towards Bowling Green, not the stretch to be on. You are underneath a tornado warning for that entire zone. We'll go a little bit farther off to the northeast, as Suzanne talked about. There's the tornado warning right there for Frankfurt and Franklin County, including the capital city. That's an actual new tornado warning. Looks like just a lot of chaotic winds in that particular cell right now. Let me put on the reflectivity. So we're still seeing these spin-ups. There it is right there, moving off towards the east-northeast, right around the capital city, heading towards stamping ground, and then we'll be moving out of the viewing area altogether, likely within the next 15 minutes or so. They're moving so fast.
And if you can get in touch with friends and loved ones in the area, give them a call now, wake them up and tell them what's going on. It's a great time to have your cell phone charged.
Yes.
But we want to caution people that AT&T is having some interruption in service in parts of the area.
Yeah.
So there are some down power lines. So if you can't get your loved one, do not panic at this stage.
That's right.
Because there are reasons that you may not be able to get through and in touch with them right now.
And that was, Vicki, was in Breckenridge County where AT&T was having difficulty with the cellular service there. So we want to certainly give you a heads up there. We're obviously going to be on all night tracking the storm. So if you don't have access to your cell phone, I know that can be very, very scary, especially when you want to contact maybe some of those friends that you have down into Hart County, down into Bowling Green.
Right.
So yeah, it's a very, very scary situation. And when it happens at night, it just makes it all the scarier because you can't see what's happening.
Right. Nothing good happens after midnight.
That's right. Your mom said it. My mom said it.
Many
times. Now Jay's going to be saying it.
Well, yeah, and let's get back to this storm in Frankfurt because this is mean looking right now. This is a nasty couplet here on the radar scan. It's right there. Very tight rotation showing up. Now moving a little bit farther off to the northeast, moving away from the capital city, but moving across central and eastern portions of Franklin County. Let's go ahead and turn on that correlation coefficient and see if we can see any debris that's happening out there. Nothing just yet, but the rotation just tightened up just in the last 5 minutes or so. Hopefully it will not reach the ground, but still a nasty looking cell here holding on in the Frankfurt area in Franklin County as it continues to move off towards the east. See that little donut hole? That's the rotation. If there's a tornado, that's where it's occurring, immediately north of the capital city, moving quickly off towards the east-northeast, around 45 miles per hour.
So we're watching the storms down to the south. Obviously, we're going to be giving you a big heads up for that storm around Bowling Green, but we're also watching that storm, and Jay's watching the one that's in the capital city, Frankfurt, stamping ground. Hard hit last week, I believe. Wasn't that with another tornado in the stamping ground area? So now we're going to be watching for this additional storm farther down to the south. And it's the one down to the south that gives us great pause, doesn't it, Jay? Because we're watching, we can see the debris signature on that. We can see, again, the reports of from the fire department down there into Warren County. The fire department reported seeing a funnel cloud as well.
Yeah, let's go back to that debris signature, and there it is, plain as day, still holding immediately northeast of Bowling Green, close to Smith's Grove, Cedar Spring. This is cruising its way rapidly off towards the east-northeast. Looks like it's heading right on into southern portions of Hart County. So if you're in that area, anywhere from Munfordville to Horse Cave, and even up around Bonnieville, you too are in the polygonal. You are in the warning area. You need to go to that basement. You need to stay there until the danger has passed. And this storm is a dangerous one. This is on the ground. It's a large tornado, and it is causing damage at this point in time as it's pushing, running parallel and just north of I-65, and will soon likely cross over the interstate on into central or southern portions of Hart County in relatively short order.
And heed Jay's words. This storm system is dangerous, and it's caused a lot of problems to our friends in western Kentucky. We just have this report in from Chris Brody, the JCPS board member. This is, we know the storm went through Mayfield into Princeton. That's in Caldwell County. He says one of our friends' houses was destroyed in Caldwell County. They cannot find their son. A friend's car that was in the driveway got stuck in the, and it was up in the air and is now gone. They say many homes are just totally gone and cars are gone. So once again, that's a report from Caldwell County in western Kentucky near Princeton. Very, very dangerous.
So scary, Vicki. And, you know, I-69 has now been shut down both north and southbound due to major power lines and numerous trees down. So, again, that's I-69. So, certainly western Kentucky, terrible, devastating damage has been reported there. And it's so awful to hear these reports coming in.
And I-69 sounds foreign to those of us who grew up driving on I-24 coming to Louisville area. So, yes, that area there is suffering. It's been hit hard.
Yeah, and we're going to be, obviously, with the light of day, Governor Beshear is going to be heading out there later today when he says when it is safe to get there. But certainly will, I'm sure, have aerial coverage of that devastation
all along the Western Kentucky Parkway up through to Litchfield.
All right, guys, we're tracking 2 areas of severe weather right now. Let's kind of reset and kind of get an idea as to what's going on. In Louisville, not much happening. We have some rain. We have a little bit of thunder and lightning, especially as you get towards Bullitt County. Heavier downpours take over down to near Radcliffe and Vine Grove. But 2 areas of where there's tornadic weather going on. One near the capital city, now just northeast of you. This is going to be pushing out of your area shortly and heading on into regions north of Lexington, likely into Scott County here in relatively short order. Okay, we have the other one that's down in the Bowling Green area, now off to the northeast of Bowling Green, right around Cave City. This is a nasty, nasty cell right now. This has had a confirmed tornado with it for quite some time. It has a debris signature as well. It is moving off towards the northeast. No doubt, looks like it will be impacting portions of Hart County if it continues to maintain its intensity and it continues to move on its same path it is now. It'll likely impact you folks in Greene County, including Greensburg, of course, and Campbellsville and Taylor County. After that, we may have to watch portions of Marion County and perhaps even northern Adair County. So we are not out of the woods just yet when it comes to this severe weather. A lot of wind energy, the fact it feels like spring. We're still talking almost 70 degrees even right now across the metro and much of the viewing area. Well, that's the wind energy you need. Those are that's the fuel you need to get these storms popping, and they really have popped tonight, no question about it. That last line off to the west, closer to the Wabash, Suzanne, Vicki, Matt, we're going to watch for that a little bit later on.
Jay, we have this report in from Mount Washington from Martin Vickers. He said the wind was blowing so hard it was shaking the entire apartment building where he lives. He felt like the windows were going to blow out. It hailed for about 3 to 4 minutes, very hard, just pea-sized hail, less in size, but he has had some wind damage there off Old Bardstown Road in Mount Washington.
And I don't know if we're able to pull up the Lynx 3 product, but we actually had Sammy who sent us this picture in from Shepherdsville of some hail, some decent size hail there. It looks like, I don't know, what would you say, maybe ping pong size?
Yeah, close.
Hail there, and that's from Shepherdsville. So, Vicki, that same report from Martin. We always appreciate your sending in your photos. It is so helpful for our giving, you know, kind of that
photos and reports to let us know what's going on. You're our eyes out there. That's
right, especially at night when it is so difficult to just even see from some of our traffic cameras. And obviously, you know, Jay, radar has gotten so incredibly precise. And we were now seeing some of the debris signatures showing up for that storm in Bowling Green. But certainly radar has gotten better, but it's always so helpful to get that ground truth, that confirmation of actual people seeing either funnel clouds or tornadoes on the ground. So it's so very, very helpful.
Yeah, it gives us a great idea. It gives people a great idea as to what they can expect in their neighborhood as that storm approaches, the danger that is associated with it. And you see something like that, you're more apt to go to that basement.
Exactly. You hear that damage has happened, you know that this is serious. Take precautions.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, Jackson, I want to take that storm analyzer here real quick. This is the correlation coefficient, or that debris signature, and there it is. You can see it moving out of Warren County, and this is now here in Edmondson County. There's Brownsville, and this is going to be moving its way into southern portions of Hart County. So it looks like that tornado is still potentially on the ground. A little farther off to the southwest, south of Russellville. Got to watch that. That could also be some debris that's shaping up on the radar. Not sure about that. We'll analyze that there in just a second. But it's this storm. This is the tornado warning that we continue to monitor. Tornado on the ground just southeast of Brownsville, heading towards Horse Cave, heading towards potentially Munfordville, and that portion of I-65 in between those two communities, and then running parallel down towards the Bowling Green area. Just an intense thunderstorm with likely a tornado associated with it, and a violent tornado at that.
Yeah, and Jay, you know, we're watching a couple of those warnings that still remain, and what you're seeing back out to the west, what you're seeing that's moving through the Wabash Valley, kind of knocking on the door of Lawrence County, knocking on the door of Orange County. We're going to be watching that. That's associated with the cold front that's going to be doing a couple of things. First of all, it is going to be whipping up our winds like mad as that line moves through. And we're going to have just environmental winds once this line moves through later today that are going to be very, very powerful. So while we have those warnings right now, still that tornado warning for Franklin County, we're watching back out to the west for that line of storms. That line will be moving through a little bit later this morning. We don't want to let our guard down quite yet because that line could still produce some fairly strong winds. But again, the tornado warnings that we're watching for the WLKY viewing area do include Franklin County. They do include areas of Frankfort, and you're seeing here the near Stamping Ground, certainly a little bit closer over to the Elmville area, heading a little bit closer to 60, just a little bit north of 60. So we'll be watching for that. I'm not seeing rotation in there, Jay, at this point, but you know, this storm, this particular storm has been a little tricky because we've been seeing some cycling going on where the storm spins up, we see that rotation, and then it kind of fades away, and then it spins back up. So that's why I think the National Weather Service, I suspect, that's why they're going to continue that tornado warning, despite the fact that we're not seeing real clear rotation on this.
Yeah, you can see the reds really on top of one another. These brighter colors here, these almost yellows and pinks, indicating stronger winds blowing towards the right-hand portion of your TV set as compared to that right there. So that would imply a little bit of rotation or a little bit of shear going on. So no question, that's why the tornado warning is still in effect. But it looks like the heaviest of the rotation is moving now away from Franklin County and pushing out of the viewing area altogether. So that's one storm that we can say goodbye to as far as the WLKY viewing area is concerned. But folks over near Lexington and just north got to watch out for this storm. This is a mean-looking storm still.
Just have a report, Jay, of a man in Bowling Green said the wind is blowing so strong that it blew debris into his bedroom through the window.
Oh, my Lord.
Burst into there. We want to remind people in western Kentucky that Governor Beshear has declared a state of emergency. He says he will travel to western Kentucky tomorrow to help assess the damage and provide help to those who need it in western Kentucky.
All right, guys, here's that storm right now. It looks a little bit chaotic to me. It looks a little discombobulated right now. Let's take a look at the rotation and see what's going on. Still some rotation going on, no question about it, as we have winds that are blowing towards the top portion of your TV set here in the brighter green as opposed to the darker green. So again, that certainly does imply cyclonic rotation right around Elko, moving off towards the northeast. Not as strong, though, as what it was earlier. That's some good news. And on top of that, we'll take a look. We still have the signature, though, certainly. Now, this is a loft. Obviously, the radar scan is a little bit higher, but still, we have some debris in the atmosphere that could be from earlier, or it could still be on the ground. Matt, do you have any indications as to whether or not that's still on the ground?
I've been checking the adjacent radars out of Nashville, Hopkinsville to try to get a better, image of this storm, and it's still on the correlation coefficient. It does kind of show into south and eastern portions of Edmonson County that we may still have that tornado debris signature. Also some steady rotation. It does look a little better on the Nashville Doppler radar, so that's kind of looking on the southern and eastern side of that storm. It looks like the best rotation is going to be right on the Barron and Edmonson County line, so that's going to be a few miles south of Hart County, south of Horse Cave, as it moves off towards the north and east. But like you were saying, it is not as well put put together as it was a few minutes ago as it was moving through Warren County and the Bowling Green area.
Yeah, you can see right there on the radar scan, we're losing that darker blue area, which is some good news. The rotation seems to be a little bit weaker. Don't put down your guard, though, because we've seen these things cycle. You know, they're strong only to weaken, only to intensify once again. We're tracking this little area of debris that seems to be weakening. Nonetheless, we're tracking it as it heads towards Cave City and Horse Cave and the Munfordville area, at least just south of you, and that stretch of 65 in between. And that'll carry it towards Greene County if it maintains its intensity.
If it holds together, that's right. And, you know, Jay, I don't know if we're able to pull up links 3, but looks like obviously those trampolines are easy to pull up. This is from Mount Washington, but just an indication of some of the more violent winds that were showing up in Bullitt County. This is from Mount Washington, a trampoline that is overturned here on someone's back deck. I suspect that many people who haven't had those tied down are going to be dealing with those maybe in the neighbor's yard because those can be lifted relatively quickly, but just an indication of some of the stronger winds. And again, guys, we so appreciate your sending in those photos. It is so super helpful.
And as those winds move through Jefferson County, we now have reports about 20,000 people without power in Jefferson County. Shepherdsville off of Pitts Point Road, very heavy rain, extremely strong winds shaking mobile home, lots of lightning in that area in Shepherdsville.
Yeah, and certainly mobile homes not a safe place to be when we have storms like this. I know it's very difficult to try to find a place for shelter. I believe in Nelson County they've opened up a shelter for people, but we want everyone to be certainly super careful and on guard, especially if you're in a house that doesn't have a basement or doesn't have a good place to go, because these are violent storms. We've seen the history of these storms causing terrible damage across areas of western Kentucky. And these storms are still packing a punch, and we're still expecting to see, as that cold front moves through, the potential for some strong winds. In fact, I believe that tornado watch has been extended until 5 a.m., at least into sections of southern Indiana. So we're going to be dealing with, again, that tornado watch continuing, at least for parts of the WLKY viewing area. It has been extended until 5 a.m. Right now it is 2:46.
What happens as the cold front moves through with the temperature? Is there going to be any concern there?
Huge temperature drop. We're going to go from the mid-60s bright and early in the morning around sunrise, and probably within just a few hours we'll tumble into the 40s. That cold of air, that type of momentum is what's going to give us 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds. And keep in mind, there's so much wind just off the surface. If you get some sunshine, that air could mix right down to the ground, and the winds could easily be 50 miles an hour in gusts anyway.
Yeah, and that's going to be those just environmental winds. They're not associated with a thunderstorm or anything like that, Vicki. They're just the really strong winds, and those can cause some damage. You know, usually you expect to see strong winds when you've got thunderstorms moving through or something like that. But just despite the fact that we won't have any precipitation later today, we are going to be seeing those very powerful winds, potentially even damaging winds outside any thunderstorms. But certainly the main game this morning will be those powerful supercellular thunderstorms right now moving through the very southern parts downstate of Kentucky, as well as into areas it looks like moving closer over to the Lexington viewing area, Jay, right?
Absolutely. Matt, do you have some?
You know, guys, you were talking about the temperature drop coming later today. That's occurring right now out to our west. St. Louis is 64 degrees. You head a little bit towards the central portions of Missouri and Columbia. They're 42. Kansas City's 34. So there's about a 30-degree temperature drop on either side of this front. So that's what's heading in our direction for later today, as these warm and also very muggy temperatures will be feeling more December-like as we make our way through the day and once we get these storms out of here.
All right, guys, let's do a recap here. Let's kind of reset, take a look at what's going on across all of the viewing area. One tornado warning is now out of our viewing area. It's out of Franklin County. This is Scott County, just north of Lexington, and continuing to push off towards the east and northeast. We do have heavy rainfall across extreme southern Jefferson County on into Spencer County. Bullitt County is getting hit hard, especially hard with this heavy rainfall. No doubt there's likely some gusty winds associated with that. Not seeing any signs of any rotation, anything that's all that developed anyway. So we'll continue to monitor the situation. But right now, I don't see any severe weather in Bullitt County. Same can be said down across Hardin County, Radcliffe, and Vine Grove. Raining really hard, don't get me wrong, but as far as severe weather, don't see it just yet. The warning that we do have that's in the viewing area, a tornado warning. This is for central and southern Hart County, and this goes until 3:15 Eastern time, about the next 25 minutes or so. So if you are in central and southern Hart County, stay in your basement. Even though the rotation has weakened just a little bit from what it was in Bowling Green, and we're losing that debris signature, which is some great news, you can't put down your guard. I mean, look at this. This storm is actually moving into an environment here that is rain-free. So no doubt temperatures are likely 70 degrees, about that. Dew points are high, has a ton of wind to work with. So we really have to watch this little complex as it continues to move off to the northeast. If there is an area that could see re-intensification on a very short order, it would be with this cell near Cave City, because out ahead of it, there is not a lot of rain to impede any development, really.
Yeah, it's kind of to stabilize anything, right? Because it's not been tapped into. You know, you step outside, and we were saying it feels like springtime. We have a lot of energy in the atmosphere with a very potent storm system. And we also have the warmth and humidity that can help to fuel some of those storms. So it's a very strong storm system that's moving through. So we're going to be watching that very closely for our friends that are in Greene, Taylor, and Adair counties into Hart County. Again, that warning for Hart County does continue until it looks like 3:15. So still another 25 minutes where we really want you to be on alert. So we're going to continue to be monitoring that. So the bottom line is, guys, it's a bumpy night for us, especially for some of our southern communities. That's where I think we are seeing the most concerning area, basically, at this point for our friends into Hart County, Greene County, and into Adair County as well.
In Nelson County, they've opened a shelter for people in Bardstown that may be infected by the storm. If you've lost power or if you've had some damage, the Civic Center on South 3rd Street in Bardstown is now open for shelter for anyone who may need it. If you need help getting there, you should call the non-emergency dispatch number. It's area code 502-348-3211 so that emergency management can come and help you out.
Matt, you were looking at the analyzer there. That storm down in southern portions of Hart County still had some decent rotation, more broad than what it was, certainly. There you go right there. But nonetheless, it's just on the very southeastern flank of this complex, and it's wide open to all that energy.
It is, and while it does still have some rotation, I was just looking at some of the base velocities. Now, in this part of the state, all the radars are shooting at about 4,000 to 5,000 feet. So these winds are going to be aloft, but getting reports on the radar that some of these are in the 95 to 100 plus range. So as we start to talk straight line wind gusts too, perhaps on the rear flank downdraft with this storm, it may not be quite that high as the radar's indicating, but it would be significant and definitely severe. So even though this storm may have lost a little bit of its intensity, that correlation coefficient or debris signature has also come down a little bit recently as it's starting to cross over and along the Hart and Barron County line there between Glasgow and Munfordville and near the Horse Cave area. But still, I mean, I think this storm will produce the capability of some significant severe weather.
Kind of looks like it's trying to turn into more of a little bit of a Boeing segment, too, a straight line wind producer.
Jay, we can hear the thunder rumbling out here at the television station. Any concerns for people in Jefferson County right now?
There you go, right there. We're zoomed in tight, and right now we don't see a lot as far as severe weather is concerned. Maybe some gusty winds out there, but as far as tornadic weather or winds up over 60 miles an hour at this point in time, don't see it. This is a little bit higher up, and this goes to show you. Now, these colors, these brighter colors, signify winds over 60 miles an hour. Just off the surface, not down at the ground, but just off the surface. If we get big organized thunderstorms to come on through, we could actually see some stronger winds in the metro, but right now we don't see that. We do see a lot of heavy rainfall, and of course we're hearing the thunder and seeing the lightning, a good old-fashioned thunderstorm tracking across the metro right now at this point. And that real heavy rainfall down in Mount Washington and Bullitt County once again, guys.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people, I'm looking at our Facebook page, are concerned because they're hearing the winds howling in Bullitt County. They're hearing the winds howling, as Vicki was mentioning, in Louisville. The bottom line is we only have one tornado warning right now for the WLKY viewing area. That is in Hart County, and that's with that potent storm moving at about 55 miles per hour. So again, that tornado warning does continue for Hart County. So we're going to be monitoring that. That's the warning that you're looking at right here, and that continues until 3:15. And it's tracking to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So it'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service decides to extend that warning a little bit farther off to the north and to the east as it's continuing to track off at about 55 miles per hour. We have not had any reports of any damage with this storm, Jay, but certainly something that we're watching closely. That being said, I know a lot of you are waking up. You're hearing the rumbling of thunder in the metro. You're hearing the howling winds. Something to keep in mind. We're still going to be monitoring this, but we don't have any warnings for the metro right now in our most densely populated area. That being said, we're still monitoring, obviously, for some strong winds moving through the metro at this point. But what Jay is tracking right now is that storm for our friends in Hart County right now. It's a tornado warning. Again, no confirmation into Hart County or any reports of any damage into Hart County. But certainly Jay is watching that storm as it continues to move up to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour, heading into the Campbellsville area if it were to hold together, Jay, into the 3 o'clock hour.
Yeah, and that's a violent storm, no question about it. So tornado, wind damage, this has the potential to produce some wind damage as it tracks across our southern communities. So we'll definitely keep you posted on that storm. As Suzanne mentioned, as Matt mentioned, yeah, we're hearing the thunder, the lightning, the wind outside in the city. So what I'd like to do is just kind of reset and go back to the entire viewing area and take you for a little tour and take a look at what's going on in your community. First off, we have no warnings around the metro, Bullitt County, Spencer County, or Shelby County. Certainly, we do have some heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning and thunder, and with the heavier storms rolling on through, winds are kind of gusty, upwards of 30, even 40 miles an hour in a few spots. But as far as rotation goes around the metro, anything organized, not seeing it right now. It's not to say it couldn't happen, it couldn't rapidly form, because we have the environment, obviously, tonight across the region. But right now, I really don't see it at this point in the game. We'll go a little bit farther off towards the south. Notice here in Shepherdsville, down into the Radcliffe area, at least just east of you, Claremont, extremely heavy rainfall on that stretch of 65 across Bullitt County. Likely some heavy wind as well in spots as we go ahead and take a look at the wind itself. Yeah, some gusty winds certainly, but I don't see any tight rotation that would imply tornadic weather or a real high damaging wind gust at this time across Bullitt County. A heavy thunderstorm, you better believe it. And with what happened across Bullitt County, especially east of 65, close to Shepherdsville, up to Mount Washington, there's a lot of heightened awareness going on, obviously, with additional storms moving on through as they're doing so now. As we pull back out and we go a little bit farther off to the south, it's this storm that we have to watch. And a new tornado warning has just been issued farther off towards the east and northeast. We've been talking about this for the last couple of hours, that portions of our southern communities would likely see some dangerous weather. Well, here we go. New tornado warning for far eastern Hart County, Greene County, Taylor County, on into Marion County and the southeastern tip of LaRue County. Greensburg, Campbellsville, Hobson, just off to the west, close to Raywick, for example, we have tornado warnings in effect. You need to be in your warning shelter area right now and stay there until the danger is past.
Yeah, and Jay, we were talking about the potential certainly there for that warning to be extended. It looks like the National Weather Service has decided to expand that warning area, so it now includes a meteor section of the WLKY viewing area. So unfortunately for our friends that are now in Marion County and into LaRue County, this now does include you. So again, this is just new information. We have new warnings that have been issued for more of the WLKY viewing area. So certainly we want you to be on guard for for LaRue County and into Marion County, and also into some sections, it looks like, of Taylor County. We've also included them in the warning. So it's LaRue, Marion, Hart, and Taylor counties in the WLKY viewing area. You are all under the warning right now, and it's because of this storm that Jay is currently tracking. Good rotation showing up in two separate spots here, right near Munfordville and right near Hinesdale. This is north of Camner that we're seeing this. So again, Munfordville, big heads up for you. This is right a little bit to the east of 65 and also into Hinesdale, where we are picking up some fairly legitimate rotation in both of those storms there. Also south of Jonesville, this is tracking to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So Camner heads up for you. Powder Mill heads up for you. Heading into the Eve area, so into Greene County. This storm, we were talking about these storms cycling up, Jay, and unfortunately it looks like that is what has happened again. We saw this storm kind of weaken a little bit, and now it looks like we're seeing some additional rotation in at least two different spots.
Yeah.
One right into the Munfordville area and one into the Hinesdale area.
Yeah, if the potential for two tornadoes right now across Hart County, and certainly that southern rotation looks to be the more robust of the two at this time. That is just a nasty looking cell as it continues to pull off towards the east and northeast. As far as potential debris goes, perhaps, maybe something trying to form. This area of orange and yellow is kind of co-located with that strongest rotation that's very close to Munfordville. We will continue to monitor that. Bottom line, you're under a tornado warning. Doesn't matter if there's actually a tornado on the ground or not. There is the potential for a tornado, so please seek shelter immediately. Go to your basement. No basement, lowest level of your house, interior room, and stay safe. Stay there until the danger has passed. And these storms are flying off towards the northeast at speeds of 55 miles per hour. But yeah, it's this complex now from 65 and points east across much of Hart County. Dangerous weather, ongoing dangerous weather pulling off towards the northeast, rapidly pushing into Greene County, as well as Taylor County and also LaRue County.
And we haven't had any reports of any damage from any one of those locations for some of our southern communities as of yet. So obviously something that we're going to be watching very closely. We were just discussing how difficult it really is to get ground truth, ground confirmation when it is dark. You know, Jay was talking about the incredible rainfall rates with some of these storms. So even if there were to be a tornado, it is difficult to see because it is frequently rain wrapped. In fact, what you can see is he's kind of sampling some of the rainfall rates. That looks like it's probably well over 6 inches an hour. That's right, about 7.6 inches an hour. Now, keep in mind, this storm is not going to be on top of you for an hour, but certainly incredible rainfall totals.
And as the wind and the rain has moved through the areas, it is leaving some people without power. About 20,000 people in Jefferson County, 1,500 in Oldham County, around 1,100 in Bullitt County. So there are power outages throughout the area.
Okay, heavy thunderstorms also a little bit closer to the metro, but especially off to the east and southeast. Shelbyville to Finchville, down towards Waterford, and also the Shepherdsville area, and then arcing in between Radcliffe and E-Town right now. This is all extremely heavy rainfall, gusty winds. No warnings. No warnings in effect anywhere around the metro or points off to the east. All the severe weather warnings right now downstate Kentucky and closer to where the tornado warning is here in Hart County and points off to the east northeast from there. There's that warning, the brand new one, and that'll take us until 3:45 Eastern Standard Time for, again, eastern Hart County, Greene, Taylor, on into far west and southwestern Marion and southeastern LaRue. If you're in these areas, please seek shelter. Stay there until the danger is past. Give your friends and family a call, a text. If they're down in this area, let them know what's going on. It's been a dangerous night for many, many people, and some of that dangerous weather is coming into the viewing area, at least on a scattered to isolated basis, most notably about 60 miles south of the metro right now.
Yeah, so again, if you are in areas of Greene, Taylor County, Hart County, that's where we currently have those tornado warnings. At this point, we're going to continue to be monitoring those as those continue to race off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So certainly in those areas we were mentioning right near Munfordville, we were watching for that storm to continue to move through. We have not had any confirmation of any damage with this, and that's some good news for us. Obviously, when this storm moved through areas of Bowling Green, the fire department was reporting reporting seeing funnel clouds. But again, what we're watching right here, Jay, are you moving that? I'm sorry, here we go. So again, you can see that's into areas of Greene County, into Taylor County. So you're in your preparation stage if you're in Taylor County and also into southern LaRue County. You're in your preparation stage. Now keep in mind, we are seeing some strong rotation showing up into portions of Hart County at this point and into portions of Greene County. So we're going to be watching for that storm to continue to be racing off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. You can see as we move into areas of Greene County, that's what we're watching right here for that tornado warning that continues until 3:45 this morning. So this is going to be heading into the Gabe area. This is right near Eve, where we're seeing that storm continuing to move to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour, where we have picked up some rotation. You can see a little bit of rotation showing up a little bit farther down to the south of Horse Cave, right along 31E. So we'll be watching that storm as it continues to move into Greene County and then into Taylor County if it is able to hold together. So we have a fairly healthy warning area at this point. So if you are in the path of this storm, this is when you need to head to your place of safety. And again, so a little bit to the south of Munfordville, we're watching for some of that rotation showing up there into areas of Taylor County, Greene County, and also into LaRue County at this point, Jay. So we're seeing, looks like right near that Eve area, perhaps some strong winds as well.
As the storm moved through Bowling Green, we have reports, not confirmed reports, that there may be some damage to the Corvette plant there in Bowling Green, that it may have been hit by the storms. Some of the reports are even saying that maybe part of the roof is gone. So those reports are not confirmed at this point.
Yeah, and certainly that is an area where we were seeing, Vicki, where we were talking about seeing some of the debris signatures showing up into the Bowling Green area, and it's part of this same storm system that we're watching right now. And we were saying it was actually on, potentially that debris signature was up for quite a while, so it would not be surprising if we were getting some of those damage reports in. So certainly something when the light of day, when that sun comes up in just a couple of hours, we'll be seeing, unfortunately, what this storm was capable of.
And guys, look at what's happening just west and southwest of Bowling Green once again. Another complex producing severe weather and even tornado warnings down across western Tennessee. These are all moving off towards the northeast, so very possible Bowling Green could be impacted again. A tornado, perhaps, or just some straight line wind. We'll have to wait and see. But the threat for more severe weather is going to be pulling across Bowling Green within the hour, and maybe even our southern communities on top of this, the tornado warning that continues in effect for Hart County, Greene, Taylor, on into southeastern LaRue and southwestern Marion for the next several minutes. That rotation looking fairly large right now, if you will. It looks quite mean on the radar scope. Very intense storm that continues to rotate and pull its way off towards the east and northeast. As far as the potential for any debris, let's take a look at that real quick. That has really come down as far as the debris is concerned, not picking up that dark blue that we once had as it was out here in Warren County and passing its way off towards the east, northeast across Edmonson County. We still have maybe a little bit of a debris signature showing up as we're getting closer to the Hart-Greene County line, as Suzanne mentioned, right around Eve, and this continues to pull its way off to the east and also.
Hey, Jay, we need to give everyone a big heads up here in the metro, and I don't know if we're able to pull up Trimark 1. If you can't do it, I'll pull it up on the Lynx product, so just let me know if you're able to pull that up. 65 is going to be shut down in between Outer Loop and Fern Valley Road. You can see that right here. We've got emergency crews here. Matt was just saying that there was a wind of, what, 46 miles per hour reported?
Yeah, in fact, just a few minutes ago it was up to 49, so we're getting some pretty big wind gusts here in the metro, even as the back edge of the rain is starting to, or at least with this initial round, is starting to move through.
So right now what you're taking a look at is 65 at Outer Loop, and you can see emergency crews have shut down. This is in Jefferson County. We don't have any tornado warnings or any warnings at all in Jefferson County, but there is reports of obviously debris in the roadway here because perhaps some of those stronger winds. So again, you're taking a live look. This is 65 in the area of Outer Loop where the road is now shut down. 65 is shut down in the metro in the Outer Loop area because of some of the debris in the roadway. So obviously we want to get you back to the tornado warnings at hand, but just a heads up here in the metro, 65 north and southbound will be shut down in the area of Fern Valley Road and Outer Loop.
I think we're starting to see some of those stronger winds on the backside of this entire system. The environmental winds, 52 miles an hour?
Yeah, at Bowman Field just a few minutes ago.
Wow.
So kind of almost like a little bit of a wake low, if you will, or just the turbulent mixing behind this initial line of thunderstorms started to put down some pretty hefty wind gusts.
And we may continue to see these types of wind gusts as we move on into Saturday, too, behind the main cold front. So we've got a lot of strong wind to get through the next 12 hours or so before things settle down late Saturday afternoon on into Saturday night especially. All right, as far as the warnings are concerned, let's put the reflectivity back on and the warnings themselves. We still have the tornado warning, obviously, for sections of eastern Hart, Greene, Taylor, Marion, southeastern LaRue for the next several minutes. That goes until 3:45 Eastern time. We have about another 35 minutes on this particular storm. This heavy thunderstorm will continue to carry its way off to the northeast. So folks watching from this part of the viewing area or very close, maybe even on the outskirts, get to your tornado warning shelter area, please, and stay there until the danger has passed.
Jay, this tornado warning that's been issued in northwest Tennessee right now, is this going to is this another system that's going to move our way?
This is another system. It's going to stay south of the metro, but yeah, we have another system coming out of northwestern Tennessee that will likely impact around the Bowling Green area. It could come very close to Bowling Green because everything is tracking off in an east and northeasterly direction. As a matter of fact, as I take you there, let's go off to the west and southwest. There's that complex that Vicki alluded to right there near Hopkinsville and then down into western Tennessee. Hopefully the tornadic weather will stay south, but everything you see here is indeed moving in a northeasterly direction, and this part of the Ohio Valley, part of the Tennessee Valley, is untapped. It's warm, it's moist, it's unstable, and there's a lot of wind energy, so these storms will continue to move in a northeasterly direction. One other thing, notice Bowling Green right here, more heavy rainfall. Notice how it lines up the farther west you go. They're going to get some training, as we call it in Bowling Green. That means multiple waves of storm after storm after storm, probably for the next 1 to 2 hours, and that could cause some flooding issues as well.
And the National Weather Service is referring to this as a confirmed tornado east of Munfordville that we're watching here. So they at least have some indication and are referring to it as confirmed. So I've not seen any reports in, but obviously National Weather Service now reporting that as a confirmed tornado that was east of Munfordville at about 10 miles per hour. So Matt, what are you seeing on that?
Yeah, same thing that we've been watching with this supercell as it rolled through, Bowling Green. This is a pretty long track supercell that's going on here. And that was, let's see, that confirmation or kind of the reissuing or upping of the tornado warning from the Weather Service. That was just coming in about 4 or 5 minutes ago. So that is new information. Looking, on the radar, Jay, as you've been doing too over there, there's been a little uptick in the couplet that looks to be, to me, it's almost two-part, either near Greensburg or just off towards the north and northwest of the Greensburg area. Looks to have perhaps the best rotation right now in that storm.
Yeah, and as this storm continues to move across Greene County from Greensburg and points off to the north, be on your guard. I mean, that entire zone, that entire core is rotating, so you could get little spin-ups along that entire rotation zone, if you will. And there you can see, let me take that off real quick, and you can see there's some pretty decent rotation going on in this cell right there. Two areas right there and down around Grab as well. But I think the most intense rotation, as Matt alluded to, is holding just off to the northwest of Greensburg. Everything moving off in a northeasterly direction. As far as any debris is concerned and confirmation, perhaps you can see a little bit of yellow, brighter orange in that same zone where you have the rotation. So that would imply there's at least a threat for weak tornadoes touching down and going back up, and that cycle continuing.
Yeah, such a scary situation. And we were saying, obviously, they're going to continue that tornado warning for kind of a long stretch of time. So certainly for those areas in Taylor County, you still have some time to get to a place of shelter. We want you to head to an interior room. We want you to head down to your basement if you have a basement. So you're in your preparation phase at this point. So certainly you want to avoid windows. You want to get under something sturdy if at all possible. And this is not the time to be in an mobile home. And Jay, we were just talking about this long track tornado that was across areas of western Kentucky. This was a violent night farther back out to the west. And unfortunately for our area, certainly we're going to have to be alert all night long.
Yeah, these storms just continue to pop up, and they're coming through in groups. It's not one solid line as we typically see that gives any one location in the viewing area a threat for severe weather for 20 minutes or so. No, we've had multiple waves of storms rolling through, each one capable of producing severe weather on a scattered basis, an isolated basis, just because of all the wind energy and the instability that's still in the atmosphere. Well, right now, that threat downstate Kentucky, about 60 miles south or so of the metro, here in Greene County, Taylor County, here's Greensburg, there's Campbellsville, two very populous areas in our southern communities. Right now, underneath tornado warnings, so please stay in your tornado warning shelter area until the danger has passed. This warning goes until 3:45 Eastern time, so still got about a half hour of the warning to get through, and we have some decent rotation going on. You can kind of see a little bit of curvature going on in between Bloyd and Gabe right now, and that's where the strongest rotation was indeed seen on the radar scope as everything is moving off in a northeasterly direction at speeds of around 55 miles an hour. So let's do some tracking here for you real quick. We're going to track that rotation as it continues to move off in a northeasterly direction. And you can see Hobson, Jessetown, Phillipsburg, Greenbrier, Lebanon, Merrimack, as well as Bradfordsville, anywhere from 327 to about 345. If you're in these communities, around these communities, that's when the most dangerous part of this cell could be impacting your area. So folks, again, stay down in that tornado warning shelter area. Very important. Metro is getting out of it for now anyway. We still have a grouping of showers and storms off to the west, but let me take you back up to the metro area here, and you can see what's going on. Jefferson County, let me zoom in here for you, and you can see we still have some locally heavy rainfall on the east end from the Snyder over to near Long Run, Todd's Point, but especially on into Shelby County and Spencer County. The rest of the metro, a temporary lull. Hopefully that'll be it for the severe threat. I have a feeling we have one more threat to get through, and it is coming in from the cold front that is still off to the west of us, and you can see that's producing a little bit of severe weather up here in Indiana, so it's certainly possible additional warnings could be issued farther southwest.
Jay, while you're speaking of the metro, is a good time to remind our friends that I-65 is shut down in both directions at the outer loop at Fern Valley Road. Power lines are down across the road. There's some debris on the road there. So once again, I-65 shut down in both directions here in Jefferson County near the outer loop and Fern Valley Road.
And actually, Vicki, we can actually pull that up. If we want to pull up Links 3, we've got that either Links 3 or Trimark 1, whichever one you want to do. It's 65 northbound at outer loop that we're looking at right here. And you can see emergency crews have the traffic just at a standstill because of those power lines that are down. Looks like Trimark's moving that camera around to try to get a better perspective here. But power line 65 northbound right at outer loop has been shut down. So that's in the metro, and we did not have any warnings or anything. Matt was reporting that we got a wind gust of about 52 miles per hour, kind of near the airport. So you can see traffic is backed up here as they have traffic stopped 65 northbound at outer loop. Every once in a while, Trimark moves that camera around trying to get a better perspective. So this doesn't really show you much, but again, the bottom line is 65 northbound is shut down. So we're going to be watching for even just, you were talking about those environmental winds. Obviously, we don't have any warnings in the metro, but we're watching for some of the damage that's done just from those winds that are moving through.
Yeah, we could continue to see something like this the next 12 hours or so with more high wind expected as we move through your Saturday. Yeah, no question about it. All right, take a look at the radar. Here you go. The metro starting to dry out, at least for now. The heavier rain, the heavier storms off towards the east. We do have a new warning that has been issued. Let me pull out here just a little bit. And you can see it's a severe thunderstorm warning, and it is a huge warning right now that encompasses portions of Henry County, eastern Shelby County, down towards Spencer County, even on into Nelson County, just off to the north of Bardstown and Bloomfield, and then points to the east on into the capital city. This line right here capable of producing winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour and extremely heavy rainfall as it moves in an east-northeasterly direction quickly at speeds of 50 to 55 miles per hour. So that brand new severe thunderstorm warning in effect east of the metro. The tornado warning continues south.
All right, thanks, Jay. Right now we have Kentucky Governor Beshear on the phone. Governor, can you hear me?
I can.
There you are. Thanks for joining us.
Emergency Operations Center. I've been here for several hours, and we are experiencing a historic weather event in the worst of possible ways.
We understand that you've activated the National Guard and the state police to help our friends in Western Kentucky. What can you tell us is happening there? Are they on the ground there? And what kind of reports are you getting out of Western Kentucky at this hour?
The reports are really heartbreaking. We had one tornado continuously on the ground for more than 200 miles in Kentucky. It hit Mayfield as hard as just about any town, maybe other than West Liberty, has ever been hit. Dawson Springs and numerous other locations. We know that we are likely to have more than 50 deaths, if not significantly north of that, from this event. We are hurting for our Kentucky families out there, and we're asking everybody to stay safe, stay inside. Don't get out on the road and ultimately make it harder for emergency management to get to folks that need help. We have declared the state of emergency. The National Guard is deploying. The state police is in every community that has been hit. Transportation Cabinet is moving their heavy trucks to help with debris removal. Our biggest challenge is our weather event is continuing. It is still dangerous, and that's for all the emergency response folks and everybody else. So if everybody can stay safe, stay indoors, at least our information is this should hopefully be over by daybreak.
And the hour, it's not helping at all with the dark skies out there to get people to shelters. I'm sure shelters have been set up, and you said the National Guard is there already on site?
The National Guard is deploying. The challenge in moving National Guard is the weather event is continuing, but by daybreak they will be seeing the National Guard in multiple communities. We also have 2 tractor trailers filled with water heading specifically to Grace County. I've been talking to their mayor, the county judge there, and their fire chief and police chief. And while we have fatalities in multiple counties, it's Mayfield and Grace County that has been just devastated.
Governor, you're asking people to stay safe, to stay indoors, but you know us Kentuckians, we want to get out and help. So what can we do at the light of day tomorrow to help our friends in Western Kentucky?
Well, the most important thing that we can do if we are in Western Kentucky is open our homes to those who need help. If you're outside of the area, groups like the Red Cross, some of the other groups that provide assistance. And let's remember, with this devastation, it's not just tomorrow morning when we're all going to want to help. It's going to be a longer-term rebuilding where people are going to need our help. But again, the most important thing is stay off the roads so that our ambulances and our troopers and the rest can reach those in need. And you know, a lot of the cell towers are out at the moment, so you may not be able to reach family. I have family in Dawson Springs that I have not been able to get on the phone with. So understand that that's the position that we are currently in, and as soon as you can, check on those you care and love about, and please, everybody, pray for all those families that have been impacted. We have one factory in Mayfield with a roof collapse that's going to be a mass casualty event. Just really hard.
Was that factory operating at the hour that the storm came through?
It was, and had a significant number of people in it.
And so you're saying at this point you're hearing it around 50 deaths in that area?
We believe at least, and fatalities in multiple counties, but we'll know more closer to daybreak. It's a really hard night and early morning here in Kentucky. We will make it through this, but this is going to be the worst tornado event in our history, and it might be one of the worst in the country. Certainly, it may be one of the longest continuous tornadoes in terms of being on the ground that we've ever seen.
Governor, you said earlier you expected to be on the ground in Western Kentucky tomorrow. Are you still planning on going to that area?
I am. We got our pilots on standby, waiting until it's safe, and I will be there soon as we can. People, especially in Western Kentucky, are going to be hurting. But we do have storm systems hitting in a lot of other places in Kentucky. So there's going to be a whole lot of communities that tomorrow are going to be clearing the roads and taking care of one another.
Governor, we have video of that candle factory on our air right now. What can you tell me about that factory? What did they make there, and how many people are employed there?
I don't have that information directly in front of me. There were, I believe, at least 110 people in the facility at the time that it was hit. Some have been rescued and are safe, but many others are not.
All right. Governor Beshear, thank you so much for joining at this early hour. It's going to be a long day for everyone tomorrow, and we certainly appreciate you taking time to talk with us.
And we appreciate you making sure everybody's safe, getting the weather they need. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Jay?
All right, Vicki, thank you so very much. Hey, you're looking at a brand new tornado warning and a very intense what we call velocity couplet. This is in Taylor County, and this is moving off towards the northeast. There is Findlay, there's Saloma, and you can see this is the couplet that we're looking at. This is what we call a TVS, a tornado vortex signature. It's tight area of rotation, likely a developing tornado, perhaps one that could be on the ground as it's tracking off towards the northeast.
Confirmed, Jay. It's confirmed.
It is
confirmed tornado near Campbellsville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So again, that was when Governor Beshear was talking. That was actually the storm that we had up so that you could still see the warning that was there.
Exactly. Can you pull out a little bit here for me, Suzanne?
It's a little bit difficult with the hand tracker on, so give me just one quick second to be able to clear some of this. So again, this is what we're watching right here. A very strong couplet showing up here in the Hobson area. So again, this is the warning that we're watching. This is north of Campbellsville, near 68, that we're watching this particular warning here. Again, a confirmed tornado. We had at least winds of 65 miles per hour showing up in one direction and about 56 miles per hour in the other direction. That is when we're looking at an indication of some tight rotation here. Hobson, big heads up for you right here. Now we're going to keep you on alert in Jessetown. Certainly, this is going to be our next spot that we're going to be watching closely. So I'm going to let you take control of this, but we can talk a little bit more about what we're seeing. So again, we're seeing that continuing to spin up tight into the Hobson area right now. If you are in the Hobson area, you need to be in your place of safety. This is heading into the Jessetown area. In the next couple of minutes, again, we've got speeds of 55 miles per hour. This is what we're watching. It was a confirmed tornado tracking to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. We are now seeing, again, a very clear indication of rotation showing up here. So heads up in Jessetown at 329, Phillipsburg at 332, Greenbrier 335, Bradfordsville 339, Riley at 344, and Gravel Switch at 347. This has been some of the tightest rotation that I have seen, Jay, so far during this overnight hour in the WLKY viewing area.
Yeah, this is representative as to what happened back in Breckenridge County before the big supercell actually diminished somewhat. But there it is. There you can see some of the rotation showing up right on the Hobson area, northern portions of Taylor County. A very mean-looking storm, a confirmed tornado that we have that is on the ground passing off to the northeast. So there's your polygonal. This is Marion County right here, okay? If you're in Belltown, Lebanon, Jessetown, Bradfordsville, over towards Riley, Alliston, as well as Cranetown, you need to be in your tornado warning shelter area. You are underneath a tornado warning, and this is a violent-looking storm right now. This thing really wrapped up rapidly just over the past 10 to 15 minutes. Suzanne and I were watching this during the governor's conversation with Vicki, and it went from just a little couplet to an explosive, very strong velocity couplet in just a couple of minutes. That's what's been happening throughout the course of the evening, the overnight period, now this Saturday morning here in northern Taylor County, heading on into Marion County. This also includes you folks in Lebanon. So get to your place of safety.
We need to talk to Matt real quick.
Jay, if you go over to your correlation coefficient on that, you're also going to see a debris signature now just north and northeast of Hobson along the Taylor, very close to the Taylor-Marion County line. That just showed up with the latest scan of the Doppler radar, so we're starting to get that indication. I also had, doing the math on the storm relative velocity, gate-to-gate shear now up to 135 miles per hour at 3,000 feet up. So it's still a little elevated, but the indications off of that storm is some significant rotation.
Absolutely. It's amazing how rapidly this thing developed, too. So, folks, you got to be in your place of safety. Again, we've been talking about this pretty much all night, ever since the warning started coming out on your Friday evening. If you know friends and family and they're in Marion County, northern Taylor County, give them a call, give them a text, tell them what is going on. They may not be watching us on TV. It's so late, obviously. Terrible time to have severe weather. Any time is, but especially late at night. Tell them what is going on as a tornado is on the ground on the Taylor-Marion County line, moving off towards the northeast. At speeds of nearly 55 miles an hour, this is heading right towards Bradfordsville. This is heading right towards Riley. Looks like it might stay immediately south of Lebanon, but you are still underneath the tornado warning, as is Belltown, so please stay in your tornado warning shelter area.
Yeah, so we're watching that storm where you're seeing that yellow. It's just, that bright blue. That is an indication of some debris that is showing up here. And you can see that rotation, Jay, really holding together pretty nicely at this point. So, again, this is just a little bit to the south of Jessytown. I think we probably should get in a little bit tighter here and show you exactly what's happening. So, again, this is going to be heading into the Findlay area, Jessytown, Phillipsburg, Cavalry in the next couple of minutes, Bradfordsville as well. Again, that rotation now weakening a little bit, but we have seen that, haven't we, Jay, over the past cycles of this storm. It weakens and then it strengthens back up. So again, we were losing some of that really clear rotation that we were seeing, that tight rotation that we were seeing over Hobson, where we picked up that debris signature.
Right.
But what this means to you is this is a really strong storm that's moving into your area. So that's the bottom line. Whether we're seeing the rotation, whether it's a tornado, it's a strong storm moving into your area, and you need to be careful in Jessytown, Belltown, heading into the Bradfordsville area, because these storms are racing at about 55 miles per hour.
Unbelievable night, guys. It really has been, all the way from Arkansas through western portions of Kentucky into our viewing area, most notably just immediately south of the metro, east of the metro, and now of the biggest concern we have, about 60 miles or so south of town, we have this, a very strong velocity couplet, a debris signature showing up on the radar scan, an indication that we did have at least a touchdown, and there it is, immediately south of Jessytown, pretty much right on top of you, and this is moving off towards the northeast. So again, Jessytown, tornadoes on you, Bradfordsville, Riley, tornado is heading towards you. Hopefully it will weaken somewhat, but nonetheless, you have to be ready for this thing. You have to be in your tornado warning shelter area until the danger has passed on by.
Yeah, and that's the storm that we're seeing certainly in the WLKY viewing area that appears to be the strongest. Matt was sort of sampling on the storm analyzer, the debris signature holding together from Hobson to Jessytown. So really showing us heading into the Cavalry area in the next couple of minutes, just right near Phillipsburg. So if you are hearing your town's name, this is right along 68, just right near Lebanon, where we still have that tornado warning. I know in the metro we've had some reports of some downed power lines. We don't have any warnings in the metro, so I know many of you are waking up, you're hearing the thunder, you're hearing the wind. Just keep that in mind. These are the warnings that we're watching. They are farther down to the south. Jay's now tracking the storm for you, to letting you know where it's heading. Again, it's traveling at 55 miles per hour, so it's moving at a clip, and you can still see that debris signature holding together here, that correlation coefficient. Again, tracking to the north and to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So Jay's actually going to track it out of the viewing area. So as it moves through areas of Greenbrier, Bradfordsville, Riley, and Gravel Switch in the next, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes. Right, Jay?
Yeah. It does look like it's going to pass immediately south of Lebanon. But, yeah, east and southeastern Marion County, you guys got to be in your basement. And this includes Bradfordsville as well. There is the debris signature showing up right around Jessytown, a very intense-looking tornado, and we have confirmation that it was on the ground. The debris signature has weakened just a little bit. That doesn't mean anything. These things can come and go, strengthen, only to weaken and then re-strengthen again, especially with the wind field we have early on this Saturday morning. So nasty weather ongoing, especially to the south of the metro. We go a little bit farther north and check out the metro itself. Perhaps a lot of people watching. We've had some strong winds in and around Louisville as well, actually knocking out some power, closing down the interstate as well,
yeah,
I-65.
65 north in the outer loop area. 65 north, the outer loop is shut down because of some of those strong winds knocking down some power lines. So again, we have warnings still that continue for areas of Spencer County, Franklin County, into Shelby County as well. So you guys still need to be aware that we have some strong storms moving through parts of the WLKY viewing area. Further down to the south, that's getting kind of a lot of our attention because we do have tornado reports there. Obviously, National Weather Service reporting a confirmed tornado that showed up near Campbellsville. So that's the storm that we have obviously been watching most closely here this morning after a devastating overnight for us for the Commonwealth, Jay.
Yeah, no question about it. And as we go farther off to the west, now we still have scattered showers and storms, southwestern Indiana on through western portions of Kentucky, but not seeing any warnings with that last batch, if you will. Hopefully that trend will hold. Hopefully we're getting rid of the worst of the weather. But for the next hour or so, we have to be very concerned of what's going on from the capital city to Taylorsville, especially east of you now, down into Washington County even. Haven't talked about Washington County all that much. Right around Springfield, heavy rain, some thunder and lightning immediately off to your west. And just east of you, the southeastern tip of Washington County included in that tornado warning as that tight vortex, that tight signature that we've been looking at on the radar scan continues to lift up into eastern and southeastern Marion County. Another severe thunderstorm warning right now, guys, for Bowling Green as they get hit time and time again with more heavy rain and storms.
And you know, I got an email from someone talking to me about the Corvette plant. Again, that this is an email that was sent to me. So we're still going to be obviously working on confirming all of this. But someone spoke to a family member in Bowling Green, and they said that they did see some damage to the Corvette plant and that the roof was off and it was on fire. So again, we're still working to find out more information on all of these situations. Unfortunately, we had Governor Beshear on earlier, and Jay, he was telling us that at least 50 people were killed in these storms overnight. So
yeah, at the Mayfield Consumer Products plant, it's where they call it the Candle Factory in Mayfield. He said there were 110 people at the factory when the storm moved in, and they've confirmed more than 50 deaths.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if all of those are at the Candle Factory, but in western Kentucky at this time. He said, of course, this will be shaping up to be the worst tornado catastrophe to hit the state. And it was certainly, we were sounding the alarm several days ago. It's one of those situations where it is just so very, very difficult when it happens at night for people to see what's happening. It makes it all the more difficult. It's a very scary situation. And unfortunately, even with all the advanced warning, so many fatalities reported. Right. And a first warning came out of northeast Arkansas, right? When
right. Sure did.
The nursing home down there. Yep. 2 people reported dead and 5 injured in that area. So that's the first report we had that this was moving through. Right. And then before you know it, it hit western Kentucky.
And this storm just kept going. It kept intensifying, and along its path, just a lot of destruction and unfortunately fatalities going through. Matt, did you have something?
You know, I was looking at real quick the Bowling Green severe weather. They're warning that for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts too. So if you think about already there's been damage. Also have seen reports the PNC Bank in town, the Enterprise Rent-A-Car in town reporting significant damage there. Hopefully people were not in those buildings since it's the wee hours of the morning. But you take already damaged area and move those strong wind gusts back through it, or perhaps even people outside or trying to, you know, in some way, shape, or perform, secure their property. And then you've got another, big storm moving on through. Also looking at some of the rotation into Marion County. It's fluctuating a little bit, but it is still very much there, just off towards the west of Bradfordsville. And also, Jay, just to bring a point of mention with this, with the governor mentioning 50 fatalities, I believe it was 49 that perished with a Comair flight back in August of 2006. So in terms of one-day fatalities in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, it looks like we've unfortunately gone above that. And I think at sunrise, once we get to sunrise at 7:30, and later, we're just going to see worse.
Yeah. Who knows what the final count could actually be with more people missing.
Right. Please keep those reports and those pictures coming in. We just saw pictures coming in of what appears to be tornadoes from a parking garage at Western Kentucky University on their campus there. So keep sending your pictures in so we can see reports of what is going on in your area.
Yeah. And certainly we'll have full coverage throughout the day and online, WLKY.com, and on our newscast as well. So what we're watching right now is near Bradfordsville, picking up some rotation there. And Jay, this has been kind of the deal that we've been seeing all overnight. These storms weaken up. We're showing some rotation right now into the Bradfordsville area, a little bit north of Bradfordsville, where we are still picking up some rotation. It doesn't look quite as tight as what we saw with this storm earlier, but still some rotation showing up here.
Yeah, no question about it. It's just on the northwest side of Bradfordsville. It is right there, as Susanna's alluding to. That's why the tornado warning has been issued. It is rapidly moving its way off towards the northeast. It's going to come very close to Riley, could come very close to Gravel Switch. That's in the eastern portion of the county. And then it will be moving out of our viewing area and pushing on into places like Boyle County, maybe even Mercer County as well, as you get a little bit closer to the I-75 corridor. But yeah, still a very mean looking cell. Velocity couplet signifying that there is a possible tornado here, and it could be on the ground. Let me go over to the debris tracker or the correlation coefficient, and yes, no question about it. It does appear that we still have some debris flying around in the atmosphere from this particular storm that continues to rapidly push off to the northeast.
Yeah, and we're not getting any reports from Marion County just as of yet, Jay, of any damage or anything like that. And we've been saying that this is obviously a problem. It looks like just to the north of 68, right near Poplar Corner, also showing a debris signature there as well. Looks like that has tightened up a little bit with that wind velocity near the Bradfordsville area. Looks like we've strengthened that wind just a little bit.
Yeah.
So we're going to be watching right in that area, just to the north of Bradfordsville, for the potential of some rotation showing up there. What Jay is showing you is this is an indication of winds going in the different directions. So we have the winds that are green going towards the radar, the winds that are kind of that pinkish shade going away. And so what that means to us is that we have rotation, and rotation indicating the potential for a tornado, or at a minimum, a very powerful storm.
Yeah, and as we close in real tight, go down to street level mapping, so to speak, you can see where ground zero is for the tornado. You're talking River Road as you head northward out of Bradfordsville, up State Highway 337 as that travels over towards Riley and also Gravel Switch, and Bradfordville Road as well, just to the west of the city itself. So mean-looking storm, Suzanne.
Yeah, that's right. Right along Bradfordsville Road, that's where we're seeing that tightest signature. So basically in between that intersection of Bradfordsville Road and River Road, we've got you right down to the street here. Jay is showing you, again, that's in the Bradfordsville area, Bradfordsville Road, right along 337. We're seeing that. This is just outside Riley. Obviously, this is in Marion County. If you're just waking up and you're hearing all the thunder and lightning, we're down into Marion County right now, tracking some rotation. We did see two different areas where we were picking up a little bit of debris over near Poplar Corner as well.
Yeah, and I don't see much as far as the velocity couplet is concerned there, but we'll continue to monitor that. That could be strengthening. It looks like the main show is indeed happening right on top of you folks in Bradfordsville, and we talked about this about an hour ago, that this storm was indeed heading in your direction. Well, there it is. It has really intensified. That is no doubt likely a tornado on the ground as it is moving off towards the northeast and heading towards towards places like Boyle County and maybe even northern Casey County here in relatively short order. That'll take it out of the viewing area.
Yeah, and so if you're in Marion County and you're in the Lebanon area, this is outside of where you are. This is to the south and to the east of you. So we're going to get you in real tight, show you that right along the streets. Again, that's right along State Highway 337. This is heading a little bit closer to Siloam Road, a little bit closer over to Buffalo Road. So right along the street, this is past River Road where we're seeing that tightest rotation right here. So again, this is right near the Bradfordsville area. Let me just go ahead and just do a quick little sample here. Yeah, so showing up on the radar at 74 miles per hour, that is going away from the radar. And so if we can sample that green shade right there, obviously much weaker, but the bottom line is we are getting indication of at least some rotation here with some of those winds kind of spinning up in the Bradfordsville area. So Jay, certainly something to keep in mind with these storms that we have seen cycling up and cycling down. Let me give you the big picture here. Again, we still have those warnings that are for the eastern sections of the WLKY viewing area as well. So you're a little bit out of the woods here in Shelby County where that line has pushed out of your area, but we're still seeing some powerful storms moving through areas of Washington County and certainly for Marion County, where we do have that tornado warning continuing for Marion County. And actually, you can see that little backward C right there, can't you, Jay? Right there, just in the Bradfordsville area. And that's the area, you know, it catches the eye, right? So that's what you've immediately noticed when you just look at the radar. That backward C that Jay always talks about, that's an indication of some of the strong winds there going inside the storm and kind of wrapping around on the backside.
Okay, so everything moving rapidly off to the northeast, 55 miles an hour, capable of producing wind damage and isolated tornadoes. Right now, the tornado threat, far eastern sections of Marion County, immediately off towards the east-northeast of Bradfordsville and heading towards the Mercer-Casey County line. That'll take it out of the viewing area here in the next 10 minutes or so. And farther off to the west and southwest, this tornado warning right here. Suzanne, what's that one about?
So we have that tornado warning that does continue here.
Is that the old one?
I think that's the old one. They may just not have taken it off the line yet, because I think what we're watching obviously right here is that storm that's just outside Bradfordsville.
Okay, that was the extension. I got you. Okay. All right, so this one we don't have to worry about. We have some rain and thunder and lightning obviously in the box, but if you're in Findlay, Hobson, and Badger, pretty much out of the woods as far as tornadic weather is concerned for now. It's all off to the east. Yeah, there is no rotation, no tornadic weather at all going on in that particular box. All right, as we go a little bit farther off to the south, here's the Bowling Green area. More severe weather through that section of the state as we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. There could be some damaging winds right through Bowling Green on top of the tornadic weather that happened a little while ago, about an hour ago or so. Farther off to the north, I'm going to put the reflectivity back on. We'll take a look at the rainfall pattern, kind of pull out here, and you can see the metro rain on the east end, east of 65. No warnings in effect anywhere around the metro. If you're waking up or you're still with us, no rainfall around, no storms around the metro, I should say, no warnings around the metro. Even the weather that's off to the west that was quite a bit stronger about an hour ago seems to have weakened quite a bit. Some good news. Not seeing any warnings now in southwestern Indiana on into western Kentucky. Everything, the warnings now east and south of the metro, still impacting our southern communities, our eastern communities, from Frankfort down to near Springfield, now east of Lebanon, down to near Campbellsville, Greensburg. We go a little bit farther off towards the south, southern Hart County, finally to Bowling Green. That's the zone where there's still a threat for severe weather for the next hour, maybe 2 hours, depending on how this entire situation evolves. The other weather, the showers, the storms that were west of the metro, those have weakened. That's some good news, and hopefully that trend will certainly continue.
And some more good news. As the rain lessens in Jefferson County, power is being restored to many homes, less than 4,000 in Jefferson County now. Last report we had was still I-65 at Outer Loop and Fern Valley Road. That exit ramp was still closed because of down power lines, the north exit ramp there. So if you're in that area, there may still be some work going on there, but it was closed. All of the lanes were closed in that area because of down power lines. So I'm sure they're out getting those moved at this time as well.
Vicki, I'm looking at the Trimark camera there behind you, and notice that thing is just shaking like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
We have a lot of strong environmental winds behind the showers and the storms, and I think this trend is going to continue. I mean, there's so much energy in the atmosphere, and there's just a lot of warm, moist air. We're really getting into that spring-like mode that's been popping off these storms. So this wind is going to continue for the rest of the morning. It's really going to pick up from the west-northwest when that cold front moves through. So we could, you know, any areas that had severe weather tonight, maybe trees are weakened a little bit, you could still see down trees even as we move through Saturday, just because of the strong winds behind the cold front.
And obviously when you have really heavy rain, which we have seen during the overnight hours, when the ground is moist, that makes the trees more susceptible to falling as well. So when you have those environmental winds that are especially strong, that can cause additional problems out there. So again, we are continuing to monitor that tornado warning. It's now quickly pushing out of Marion County in the next several minutes, which will mean it will clear the WLKY viewing area. And obviously we are going to continue to be working on getting reports, but we always appreciate your sending in pictures, especially from the Marion County area, where it's very difficult to see stuff at night. So we certainly have seen indications that this was a storm that was rotating, and we were also seeing some debris in the Bradfordsville area. So we'll be watching that closely for you, and obviously throughout the day we'll be pulling in information with the resources of WLKY News.
And as she says, that cold front moves through, we're not out of the woods yet. There's going to be some strong winds, and the governor said when I spoke with him about 30 minutes ago, that's the biggest challenge facing rescue crews right now, State Police, National Guard, is that the weather is not calm yet. The biggest challenge is still the weather systems that are moving through.
And even though the storms are moving out, the wind will not, and it's going to plague them all Saturday long. It really is. So the recovery, everything going
they're
through.
They're still rescuing people at the candle factory. There were 110 people in the factory at the time that the storms moved through, and they have not rescued all of them yet.
And who knows what the structure is actually like right now, the integrity of it.
Right,
so.
It may not be safe to go inside, especially when you consider how strong the winds are still in the environment. Something else to consider, maybe very difficult to fly perhaps a helicopter, which is sometimes used for emergency crews. So we'll be watching this very closely to see, and obviously, you know, we were talking to the governor when you were talking to the governor, and he said at least 50 people were killed.
Tragic situation.
It just it's unfathomable.
He's declared a state of emergency. The state police are there. The National Guard has been mobilized, but they're not there yet. But they have set up shelters to help those people that have been injured or displaced from their homes. But there's a lot of work to be done in Mayfield, Princeton, Caldwell County, Dawson Springs. It's that storm was a long haul that moved through the area. He said, what, more than 2 hours?
Yeah, it was on the ground for basically 200 miles. Is the last count that they had. And looking at that storm, I mean, Vicki, the wind I saw in that storm that I calculated on radar, it was pushing almost 200 miles an hour. That's EF4, maybe even EF5 strength. That was a very violent tornado.
And just something to keep in mind, that for us locally would remind us of Henryville, right?
Yes. Sure, right.
So to just give you some perspective for our local area, you know, we don't frequently see storms like that, but it is just so upsetting.
But once again, that storm was in the spring, as you said. That's when we would anticipate this happening, not in December.
Yes, and we do get,
yeah,
that's right. We do get powerful storms. Sometimes that can really ramp up the energy when you also have that mixing of the cold air, powerful cold air, and powerful storm systems. You know, we were saying yesterday we didn't see any sunshine really, but it was warm, it was muggy, and that fueled the atmosphere. And you combine that with a very potent storm system, and unfortunately, this has been the result where we're continuing to see tornado warnings. It looks like that warning, as we're continuing obviously to keep you up to date on the radar, that storm looks like it is pushed out of the WLKY viewing area at this point for that tornado warning that was in Marion County. If you're looking at the radar right now, it is scooted just outside. That being said, that would, I think, for the most part, eliminate the warnings that we're seeing at this point in the WLKY viewing area.
Hey, Matt, as you look at the storms down around Hart County, Edmondson, as well as Warren County, what are you seeing down there? Are you seeing anything that...
You know, nothing that is of immediate concern in terms of rotation, but have been keeping an eye on that south of Brownsville. It doesn't look to be as fierce as it was, which prompted another severe thunderstorm warning back through Bowling Green. But it is one that we're going to have to keep an eye on, I would think, for at least for the WLKY region, far southern Hart County, southern Greene, perhaps southern Taylor, and Adair County. So kind of that Cumberland Parkway and immediately north of that vicinity and that parkway as that storm rolls on through, because I still believe that's going to be some of the untapped air we haven't quite gotten into yet that has that high humidity and still some warmth here early this Saturday morning.
Yeah, you're talking these little segments right here interacting with the warm, moist air down in this region pretty much.
Yeah, that's why I think so. Also some good news, though, that line that's back off towards the west of the metro, not seeing much in the way of strong wind gusts there. We're still getting some gusts in and around town that's in the 35 to about 40 mile per hour range with some of those. So we'll continue to monitor them. It's definitely going to be breezy, but it looks like at least right now it's staying below severe limits.
All right, gang, so as we look at the entire viewing area and just kind of see what's going on across the region, once again, you can see showers and storms, most notably from I-64 and points off to the south on a scattered basis. Heaviest of the weather, definitely east and south of the metro. Still running from Hart County, Greene, Taylor County, and then on into Mercer and Boyle, and then up the I-75 corridor. So a good chunk of our viewing area now getting out of the severe weather threat for now. We're going to hold on to the chance for some stronger cells, as Matt just talked about. Our southeastern communities still looking at warm weather out around Bowling Green, moving along the Cumberland Parkway. These storms could intensify and interact with all that wind energy. We could be looking at more wind damage in our far southeastern communities. You go farther west, northwest, these storms have really, really weakened quite a bit. Some great news here. There's really not much else happening the farther west you go. So hopefully we get this band out of here, we get it south of us, and that should be just about it. Now, technically, far eastern, southeastern Washington and Marion counties in the tornado warning. Folks, you're done. The heaviest of the weather is now east of you. It has moved out of our viewing area. If you are in Marion County, if you're in Washington County where the warning is in effect, you can come out of your tornado warning shelter area. That storm is now out and east of you. So again, no warnings in the viewing area at this time. Certainly some locally heavy rainfall, some thunder and lightning. And as Matt talked about, still gusty winds on the order of 40, 45 miles an hour. Something we are going to be seeing the rest of this early morning on into much of your Saturday as well. Even as we lose the rain, we're going to hold on to the strong winds as temperatures drop.
I think the best news of all at this point right now for the WLKY viewing areas, those warnings will be able to expire. Now, of course, as Matt was mentioning, Jay, we're going to be keeping our eyes perhaps on Adair County, I would think. That would be the spot that we're watching closely. And back out to the west, we're still waiting for that cold front to move through. Perhaps maybe we have settled the atmosphere just a little bit with having some of this rain. We are getting some reports of some standing water, about 2 inches of standing water on some local roadways, or perhaps that was 2 feet of standing water on some of the roadways out of Shelby County, where we're seeing some pockets of heavy rainfall there. Excuse me, that's 2 feet of water on Washington Street in Shelbyville. So, you know, it's still very warm. It's still very muggy. And our winds are still from the south-southwest at 21 miles per hour. That's an indication, obviously, that cold front has not moved through yet. So we are still waiting on that guy to move through. And once the cold front moves through, we're going to be dealing with, obviously, just the strong environmental winds. But as far as warnings for the WLKY viewing area, despite the fact that, technically speaking, we're still under a tornado warning, we're not concerned about that for you in Marion County. You're done. But obviously, we're going to be waiting to see if there's any damage, especially in that Bradfordsville area where we're seeing that really tight rotation in the debris signature.
Here's some more good news. Western Kentucky campus says they've been in contact with residential staff. No injuries reported at this time on campus. So that is some good news as the storm moved its way through Bowling Green.
And when it's moving through such a densely populated area, and obviously in buildings that are tall, where you have a lot of people, it is so scary. So I'm sure many parents are very happy to hear you report that.
We saw the windows smashed in that one apartment building with the debris inside the bedroom. So, yeah.
Certainly
what
a very
night, guys.
upsetting
It's
night.
been it really has been an upsetting night for many, many folks across the Commonwealth with the severe tornadoes moving on through, the wind damage, the fatalities. Just been an awful night, especially for our friends in Western Kentucky. All right, as Suzanne alluded to, yeah, it's still warm out there, 67. I've noticed the dew point, though, that has come down. It was 63, 64. It is now in the upper 50s. If we can get that to continue to come down, we will continue to lose that instability, even with temperatures in the middle and upper 60s. So hopefully that will be the trend going forward. As we go back to the radar scan now, okay, all the warnings now for the viewing area pretty much done with. There's a tornado warning, eastern Marion, but again, Suzanne talked about this storm is out of the viewing area, moving away. What else do we have?
Jay, just a few minutes ago, we were getting a report. This is a storm report from the National Weather Service from when that storm, the tornadic storm in Taylor County, was near Hobson.
Yeah.
And the emergency manager there in Taylor County reported a collapsed structure, they're calling it. It sounds like it may be a home, though, because people were reported as trapped on Feather Creek Road north of Campbellsville in northern Taylor County. So that was the last real major circulation here that we were tracking. And no doubt they have some damage and, you know, some big-time problems there in Taylor County. Also, you know what, guys? I mean, when the governor was reporting that there were 50 people, you know, who have died tonight, I was looking back through the National Weather Service. You know, 1974, the April tornadoes there are typically the storm of record, and total 63 were killed, 31 in Brandenburg with that EF5 tornado, and even in 1890 in Louisville, there were 76 that were that perished that day. So this may unfortunately go down as one of the worst weather events in terms of deaths in Kentucky history.
Yeah, it's sad to hear that 50 that we know of. You know, what will Saturday bring to light? You know, once.
Because that's just a preliminary report at this point, and obviously it's still dark out, and we have cell service that has been compromised in some areas, so perhaps that is limiting our ability to know some of the reports that are coming in as well.
Because the governor said that people are still being rescued there, and we had reports that people were trapped inside that building as well in Mayfield.
Very scary. And also, if we're able to pull up the Trimark camera, Trimark 1, we're still wanting to let you know in the metro that 65 North, that ramp to Outer Loop,
yes.
65 North is still shut down due to down power lines. Now, that is the report of an interstate, but certainly if you're headed out early this morning, late tonight, just be advised, this is most likely not the only place where we've got some down power lines, especially into Breckinridge County, into areas of Marion County. We want you to keep you posted about that. And you can see emergency crews have the road blocked because the power lines are down. And obviously, if you see power lines, you want to turn around and get away from them as soon as possible. Do not try to cross over.
What about
down
area
lines.
flooding? When we came in 2-3 hours ago, there was standing water, but that stopped raining for a while now.
I haven't heard any reports here locally in the metro about flooding. That I suspect that in those areas that typically flood under some of those viaducts, I would be especially careful heading out the door. We did get some reports of into Shelby County on Washington Street of about 2 feet of water there near Lime Kiln on 42. There was standing water right by the temple. I think that's an area that usually gets some standing water as well. So certainly those typical areas, you can better believe that they're going to have some water standing in them as well. So we're still watching. Flash flood warning has now actually, Vicki, now that you mentioned that, flash flood warning has now been issued for areas of Greene and Hart counties until 8:45 this morning. So we do have some flash flood warnings that have now been issued. I think that's the first one we've seen so far, hasn't it been, Jay?
This is so widespread.
Yeah. It is actually. It goes all the way from, as you mentioned, near Greensburg, all the way back through Bowling Green. It's that training zone that we talked about, the heavy rain moving through those particular areas. So, yeah, just a crazy night, a widespread event across the viewing area, and especially hit hard areas east, south, and southwest of the metro on this Friday night and early Saturday morning. That one area, guys, is what we got to watch for. If you look in Hart County, if we go down there a little bit, see that little thunderstorm complex? It looks like a little bit of a bowing segment trying to form. See that, Suzanne?
I do.
Right there. We really have to watch.
That's what we're watching. So that is just a little bit to the west of Interstate 65, guys. This is in Northtown. This is the area that Jay was saying that we'd like to watch here. So again, this is just a little bit to the east, to the west of 65, right into the Northtown area. Not a ton of rotation showing up in here, Jay, but certainly something to keep in mind. We're seeing that storm right there that we're watching for that reflectivity showing up here. So again, that is what we were talking about, and that's into the very southern sections of Hart County here. This is outside Horse Cave, but certainly if you are in Horse Cave, we want to give you a big heads up here. We're most likely seeing some torrential downpours. Not a ton of wind showing up here at this point. So let's go ahead and do the base velocity for you and the storm relative velocity. Maybe a little rotation that's maybe a bit on the broad side in the Northtown area, Jay.
Hey, Suzanne, do you have any hail in that thing near Northtown?
Okay, let's check it out. There was a little hail that showed up near the Elko area, a little bit farther to the west. We're not seeing any hail at this exact moment. That being said, you know, sometimes it takes a little second before they're able to pull it in, but certainly the reflectivity quite strong on that storm.
Yeah, it would support it, actually. You're right. You're right. All right, so if you're in Horse Cave, Cave City, and points off to the east and southeast from there, that little segment right there is pushing in your direction. State Highway 335 over towards State Highway 218 down to Horse Cave. Some heavy weather getting ready to move on in. Really parallel and just west of 65.
And it's interesting because that is the area that they just brought in the flash flood warning. So it's in that area that we're watching. We weren't seeing a ton of problems with flooding just due to the quick movement of some of these storms traveling at about 55 miles per hour. So the storms are racing through, but certainly right along 65, they're about to see some very heavy rainfall. Looks like that may have weakened just a touch, Jay, as it's continuing to basically travel over 65 right now. So reflectivity perhaps not quite as strong in the northern section of that. Still farther down to the south, heading into the Horse Cave area. That looks pretty healthy that we're seeing right there with very, very heavy rainfall. So we'll be watching for that very closely.
If you're waking up with us here at 4 o'clock in the morning, welcome to our continuous coverage of the storms that are moving through widespread through the state of Kentucky. Most importantly, more than 50 people have been killed in this storm. We spoke with Governor Beshear about an hour ago. He reported at least 50 deaths in western Kentucky. This happened at the Mayfield Consumer Products plant. People down there call it the candle factory. And we were told there were about 110 people working at the factory when the storms moved through earlier this hour. People are still being rescued. A state of emergency has been declared here in Kentucky by Governor Beshear. He is on his way to western Kentucky later today. State police are there. The Kentucky National Guard has been mobilized. Shelters are being set up to help people who have lost their homes or have been damaged or have been injured or are suffering the loss of loved ones in that area. It's an ongoing situation at this hour, and as Matt Milosevic pointed out, this could be one of the worst weather events to ever hit the state of Kentucky.
Yeah, most certainly. And, you know, we were talking about it, Vicki. They were saying that crews were having a difficult time reaching some of the people that potentially were still tracked. We are still seeing violent thunderstorms moving through parts of Kentucky, parts of the Commonwealth. That makes it very difficult for emergency crews to get to some of those people, to help some of those people. We're seeing torrential rain. It is not safe. We have 65 currently shut down in the area of Outer Loop because some of those down power lines. So most likely people who are trying to mobilize, some of the National Guard, you know, they have to get to those locations. And that's the issue.
That's what the governor said. The biggest challenge facing them right now is the weather.
Yeah.
And it has not stopped. Jay Cardosi's been here
all night long.
How many years? How many years have you been here, Jay?
Long
It feels
time.
like a lot of years in this last few hours, right?
Lost a lot of hair over the past 25 years, and a lot more tonight.
Are we getting anywhere near this situation calming down at all?
You know what? As far as the threat goes across the better part of the viewing area, yes. I think the biggest threat for severe weather has now moved farther south. Hart County, Greene, Taylor, Adair counties, still a possibility of severe weather. I want to pull out here and take a look at the entire region, because here's what I'm talking about. We still have some scattered downpours westbound 64, no severe weather ongoing. We go farther off to the west, no severe weather happening out in Illinois, up into western Indiana. You can see most of the severe weather, the strong thunderstorms are east of 75 or well south of the metro, getting closer to the Cumberland Parkway. Yes, still some showers, a few rumbles of thunder, kind of embedded around the metro. Heavier rainfall, Radcliffe, E-Town, Bardstown to Taylorsville, down to Springfield. But again, you can see as we kind of tilt this a little bit, the heavier activity is now all in southern Kentucky. Bowling Green having a lot of water issues. The tornado that moved through earlier, they're going to continue to get some heavy rainfall, no doubt, over the next several hours the way it looks right now. And you can see down around Campbellsville, Greensburg, Horse Cave, and Munfordville. You too will be dealing with some heavy showers and storms for the next couple of hours. But I believe here in the metro, things will be quieting down. Things will be quieting down for much of the viewing area, especially north of the parkways over the next couple of hours, as we're going to be losing that threat for severe weather. And now we're going to be looking towards the temperatures dropping like a rock throughout this Saturday, and the winds really starting to pick up, even more so in some cases than they are right now.
Right.
I mean, we could see 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts.
Especially if we're able to tap into any sunshine a little bit later today. And you know, Matt Milosevich is not only monitoring our local weather, but also monitoring this storm system farther down to the south, Jay. And Matt, unfortunately, you were bringing us some terrible news out of Tennessee.
Yeah, this has been a regional impacts from this storm system. Started back in, Arkansas and western Tennessee and Kentucky, and now even the western suburbs of Nashville under a tornado, a particularly dangerous situation with a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. That's the quote from the National Weather Service near Kingston Springs. That's in Cheatham County. That's just west of Nashville, which is in Davidson County. So if you have friends, family, or you're familiar with that area too, it looks like at least the western portions of the Nashville area will be getting into a tornado there. That's been confirmed on the ground. So this has been a very violent night with this storm systems moving through, not just in our local WLKY area, but across the region, especially to our south, Jay. So it continues to be very busy. I don't think we're going to be, I don't think we'll be the only communities here that are dealing with the cleanup and the news coming out of this wake of these storms tonight.
Has to be one of the bigger tornado outbreaks as far as, fatalities is concerned, damage goes.
Most
that
certainly,
we've seen in a long time.
And obviously we all study and we all have, it's so, I think, kind of etched in our brains, the super outbreak of 1974 as such a powerful, devastating storm. It seems crazy to imagine that this could even come close to it when you think about in the sense of the scope of the fatalities here. And, that was so many years ago, and you would hope that now we wouldn't have situations like that, because we were kind of sounding the alarm days ago about the potential to see tornadoes. And unfortunately, it can show you that it can still happen, despite the fact that really there was tremendous warning with this storm system.
Great warning. As a matter of fact, National Weather Service personnel were issuing the warnings 30 minutes ahead of time before they would arrive through a community. It just goes to show you the magnitude, the sheer strength that these storms had as they moved across any one location. And the storm that caused the most damage came from a single storm, came from this single supercellular tornado that developed in Arkansas, as Vicki talked about, hit that nursing home,
Right.
2 fatalities, 5 injuries that we know of, and then traveling up through western Kentucky, and we know what happened there.
And then we talk about the prior tornadoes of Henryville, Brandenburg.
Yeah.
Is this going to be known as the Mayfield tornado, or is this going to be one that has caused fatalities and widespread damage throughout the state?
Quite possibly. I mean, the Mayfield tornado, you could probably say that. With 50 people
At least
or
at this
more.
hour. Right.
Yeah. What a terrible event.
And it'll be interesting to see what comes up when the sun comes up, obviously, and we're able to see the damage. Matt was telling us earlier that there were reports out of Taylor County of some people that were trapped in a structure on Feather Creek Road. So, here locally, and we don't want to lose sight of that, here locally in the WLKY viewing area, we have some major concerns and the potential certainly there for some major damage. So we're going to be tracking this very closely for you and letting you know the very latest. The good news is at this point, we don't have any tornado warnings. At this time, we have that flash flood warning. But again, certainly when the sun comes up, we will see the damage.
And you may have woke up and your power's not on, right? In Jefferson County, about 7,000 people. Oldham County, 1,800. Hardin County, 2,000. Hart, 1,200. Bullitt County, 300. So a lot of people without power this morning as well.
Certainly. So that's another concern. We were saying there were some cell phone outages as well with AT&T out of Breckenridge County. Also some reports of some damage out of Breckenridge County as well. So obviously very scary time. We were saying the good news is from WKU, though, you were saying that they were in touch.
Yes, with staff so far, no reports of any injuries on campus at Western Kentucky University as the storm moved through Bowling Green. We did hear there were possible reports of damage at the Corvette plant in Bowling Green, possibly to the roof there, but we have not heard of any injuries at this time in those areas.
And we haven't confirmed that. It's very difficult to get confirmation in the middle of the night, obviously, when so few people are awake. Of course, many of you are up because you are hearing the howling storms and maybe seeing the flashes of lightning and maybe having your phone go off.
And those reports that we were getting from Western Kentucky were from Governor Beshear, who we spoke to about an hour ago, and they're just preliminary reports. He's saying at least 50 deaths at this time.
Yeah, I think the tornado count also, guys, is going to be going up. You know, when National Weather Service personnel go out and do their surveys over the next several days, we've seen so many of these little velocity, what we call couplets, these little spins. It seems like just about every one that was actually of fairly strong put down a tornado, and we saw quite a few of those not only in Western Kentucky but across our viewing area as well, as close as Mount Washington, down into even places like Spencer County, down into Breckenridge County, and points off to the east to near the capital city, and as Suzanne alluded to, down across Marion County and Greene and Taylor County. So it has been a very stormy night. It's been a deadly night for many folks in Kentucky, especially to the west and southwest.
Jason, power outages also in southern Indiana. Duke Energy reports in Clark County there are about 600 power outages, 645 in Jefferson, Harrison 323, and Crawford County 171. What happened with these storms? Did any of them move into southern Indiana? Any damage there?
The real heavy storms, no. But what we have seen is the strong wind, you know, the 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts. And we've seen that, you know, for several hours, so it's going to weaken the structures, obviously, and cause some down power lines, and that's probably what's going on. You know, on top of that, you have these heavier downpours. I'm zoomed in tight. Here's Louisville, here's Clark County, Floyd County. These heavier downpours, as they travel across the area, could also bring down a strong wind gust. So these isolated heavy downpours, we could be still looking at 40, 50, 55 mile an hour winds with some of these heavier downpours, because those strong winds are just a few thousand feet off the ground. It won't take much to get them down here. But again, the good news, if there is some to report, is that the severe weather threat for at least the viewing area is really starting to come down now. Still watching our southern communities, obviously. You can see that train of thunderstorm activity to the south, even down around western Kentucky. We'll watch this closely. I've been watching that little line segment south of Owensboro. That has intensified a little bit, so we'll continue to monitor that as it moves off to the east and maybe impacts Breckenridge County and perhaps even Grayson County. But as you move off to the north, this is just some shower activity. It is not severe. It'll move through the metro over the next 3 hours or so, and it looks like that should be just about it, as the main threat, guys, seems to be pulling away for many of us in the viewing area.
That's some really good news, considering what a terrible night it has been for so many people across the Commonwealth. So it's good news to hear that we don't have any tornado warnings at this point. We still have that flash flood warning that does include our southernmost communities. So certainly something to keep in mind. But certainly, I think the best news of all right now is that we don't have any warnings at this point, because there has been so much damage reported all across the Commonwealth.
Remember, Jefferson County school board member Chris Brady reported that his friend's house was destroyed. They cannot find their son. A friend's car that was in the driveway got sucked up in the air and is now gone. They say many homes are totally gone and cars are gone. And this was in Caldwell County near Princeton, Kentucky, in western Kentucky.
That same storm. It was just amazing how strong that storm was as it traveled across that part of the state.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you can see this storm is actually holding on to its strength because now they're starting to see just south of Lexington, you can see that's a new tornado warning that's just been issued. So when we go over some of the warnings right now for the WLKY viewing area, keep in mind we just have flash flood warnings. That does include, the flash flood warning does include areas of Hart County and into areas of Greene County. But we don't have any tornado warnings right now or any flash flood warnings for the metro or anything like that. We're still watching for that line of storms to move through. We did have some reports of some hail out of Bullitt County. And of course, I think the most concerning for the WLKY viewing area at this point, as Matt was telling us, the potential that there were some people trapped inside a collapsed structure, which is so upsetting to hear. That's along that same area in Marion County where we were tracking that storm as it was moving through. That was showing a pretty decent circulation there. And a reminder that 65 North, if we can show you that Trimark camera, 65 North in the area of Outer Loop is still shut down at this point because of some of those down power lines. So you can see emergency crews are still there and that traffic hasn't moved. So I suspect this is going to be a site that we're going to be seeing all across areas of the Commonwealth, especially farther down to the south with downed power lines and obviously debris in the roadways.
And we had reports of collapsed buildings in Taylor County as well, and also people trapped there.
Yeah.
All right, hey, let me show you Super Doppler radar. I just want to point this out. Go over to Super Doppler if you would, Jackson, if you can do that for me. There you go. The reason I want to show you this is check out the watches. Notice what's happening off to the west. The watches are being canceled in Illinois, even into southwestern Indiana. You go into western Kentucky, things are really quieting down. You go up to near Seymour, there they go. More watches are now being discontinued, chiseled away from northwest to southeast. So no doubt we are on the backside of this threat as a lot of the activity capable of producing strong to severe storms is now moving away from us, moving over towards I-75. Still got to hold on to watching places like Hart, Greene, Taylor, and Adair counties for probably the next hour or so. But it looks like the rest of the viewing area is kind of getting out of the heavier activity, is getting out of the severe threats. Some really good news. As we move through Saturday, we'll lose the rain bright and early, but we will get into very windy conditions and colder conditions as well. Temperatures will likely be in the low to middle 60s as the sun comes up. When the sun goes down later this afternoon, temperatures will likely be in the upper 30s with even colder wind chills. So just something to keep in mind, big temperature change on the way. But Vicki, things are looking better and better as far as the severe weather threat is concerned going forward. On this Saturday early morning, some great news as everything seems to be shifting farther east and southeast.
So people that are waking up that have missed what's been going on the last several hours, what can they expect for the next few hours?
Okay, showers and a few storms, still that threat for the next couple, 3 hours or so. Once we move past 6, 7, 8 o'clock, most of the rain, the storm activity will continue to move east and southeast and dissipate and start really weakening. The metro, the rest of the viewing area will be drying out. Certainly by mid-morning, we'll lose some of this cloud cover, get into some sunshine, but it is going to be windy. And then the cleanup, the pickup, if you will really get going, especially for our friends off to the west-southwest where the devastating tornado did go through earlier on this Friday evening. But yeah, conditions will be improving, certainly from this point on as we move through your Saturday morning. Some good news there. Tornado warnings do continue, however, off to the south of the Lexington area near Richmond. We continue to monitor that. We have a lot of people over there, eastern Kentucky, obviously. We have new warnings that are being issued in the Bluegrass region, well away from us. We're watching a little line segment that's running just off to the west and southwest of Brandenburg right now. Watching this little line segment, this is Breckinridge County, Hancock County, on into western Ohio County. Some pretty heavy rainfall, likely some lightning and thunder. Don't see anything as far as tornado weather is concerned, or even high winds up over 60 miles an hour. No severe weather, but we will continue to monitor it because there's a lot of wind energy out there, and some of these storms could still tap into some of that and try to bring it down towards the ground. The bigger activity is now up and down I-75 and moving in an easterly direction, really away from us.
And the activity has moved through in western Kentucky. We just have reports of I-69 in western Kentucky. They're using snow plows on the interstate down there to move the debris out of the way so they can get traffic moving once again.
Pretty amazing. Really is. Matt, you're looking at the Nashville area. You have that?
Yeah, I was just going back down, towards Nashville because, a lot of in the region. This has been a regional event, and the latest warning out of there does look like some of the rotation has weakened with that storm. So what was earlier reported back west of the Nashville area in Kingston Springs was a large and violent tornado. Now they're continuing the tornado warning from basically near and just west of Nashville, but they're using less significant wording. It does look like the rotation has come down a little bit with that storm. It's still a powerful one. It's still a tornado warning, but nonetheless, this has been from Arkansas and Tennessee up into western and southern Kentucky, including our friends just south of the metro.
Yeah, and as Suzanne talked about, we had areas of high water around the metro too from the heavier rain. A couple of feet in some of the viaduct areas or whatever.
Exactly.
I haven't heard of any flooding since that time. I think a lot of the water has receded. Heavier rains have moved out, so some good news there as well.
What you were fast enough that moved up.
Yeah, you were talking about that was in Washington Street near Shelbyville. That was reported about 2 feet of water there. The latest, there's some aerial flood advisories for Anderson, Bullitt, Franklin, Harrison, Jefferson, Nelson. So where we've had some of this heavier rainfall has definitely been heavy enough for some ponding on the roadways, and then down into southern portions of Hart and Greene County flash flood warnings there. So. Yeah, it has been heavy enough. Interesting note, too, with the damage in Bowling Green, Jay, one of our big weather data sources, the Kentucky Mesonet site, has been knocked out, too, with that. So we haven't been able to get that information over the last, hour or two since the Bowling Green tornado rolled on through. So we're kind of at a lack of some of the more specific, ground truth and data because that side is down, but obviously some heavy rain out there.
When can we expect these balmy temperatures to leave us and the cold air move in? Is that later tonight?
Yeah. As far as the cold front goes, the cold front will move through in the next several hours, and I think temperatures will start to drop off by mid to late morning. Latest data was showing, Vicki, we could wake up. People would wake up to 65, 66 degrees, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, but by noon be in the 40s. And by 5 o'clock later this afternoon, possibly as cold as 39, and wind chills colder than that.
Hey, Jay,
so it's going to be a drop.
Yeah, just looking at that, we're 68 degrees right now at Ali International. Keep in mind the average high is 49. The average low is close to freezing, so we're extremely warm. That front is now starting to clear the St. Louis area. About an hour ago, they were 64. They're now 47.
Wow.
So that's the type of
quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be about a 25 to 30 degree drop as this front moves through. Probably by the late morning, we're going to start feeling that.
Really am liking how the radar is looking, especially north and west of the metro. Things are very, very quiet right now. We have some rain. We have a little bit of thunder and lightning ongoing, but no warnings in effect. You can see where all the warnings are located, flashing on your screen. I-75 or up into the Bluegrass region. Still concerning, the tornado warning in the Richmond area. And you can see the flash flood warning for southern Hart County as well as southwestern portions of Greene County, so some areas of high water, and it's still raining pretty hard down that way as well. So be on the lookout for that if in fact you are down in that area. And you go farther off to the south, still dealing with a lot of severe weather, obviously, in central and also western Tennessee. A lot of that, of course, will stay off to the south of our area. Just got to watch that one little segment there, Breckinridge County, Hancock County, on into portions of Ohio County, because that will move on into our southwestern communities here in relatively short order. But it's not severe right now, so that's good.
That is the good news.
Yeah.
If we want to, I know I've been talking about Nashville a lot, but we've been able to get one of their live cameras from our sister station WSMV there, and you can see the stormy weather going on for our friends to the south. They were reporting earlier to the west of town a large and violent tornado was what some of the wording the National Weather Service was using, which was very similar to the wording that was used in Bowling Green and also Graves and Caldwell County earlier in the overnight. So they're continuing to deal with that just like we are. You know, some of the good news, Jay, is though that secondary line that's developing back to the west and southwest of the metro, not seeing anything severe with that. We know as we've been talking about, the environmental wind field is strong enough that we could definitely mix down some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that. But at least like what you were just saying, the trend to the north and west of the metro especially is one for the quieter. Looking at some of our cameras around town, I mean, we definitely have some raindrops on the radar, and our Yum Center camera at times has been bouncing around from time to time too. So we're still dealing with some breezy, wet weather here to start this Saturday morning. But it looks like maybe the metro has made it through this event with, some strong wind gusts, upwards of 50 miles per hour. Had 52 reported in at the Bowman Field a couple of hours ago, but nowhere near the damage reports that are coming out of South
Fortunate in this area compared to the others. That system that's in Nashville now, is that the one that's coming from Bowling Green or the one from Northwest Tennessee that was churning up out there? Yeah, that was the one a little bit farther south of the Bowling Green activity. That was down across west, even southwestern Tennessee, and that is now moving up into the Nashville area. So they have a long night ahead of them. They're just now getting into quite a bit of severe weather. The warnings are really starting to escalate down there as far as the numbers go, and it's going to be a long night for those folks in central Tennessee. Our area, we're just about done. We're getting out of it. We could still see a few warnings, downstate Kentucky, our far southern communities, over the next 1 to 2 hours. But it's good to see, Vicki, the tornado watches to the northwest of Louisville. They're discontinued. They've been canceled. Seymour, Bedford, over towards Vincennes, down to near Paducah, Evansville. Everybody now being cleared of the possibility of tornadoes and severe weather. And just looking at the radar, looking at the wind velocity, you could probably say that you could knock out a few more counties closer to Louisville, too. So we're getting out of the threat slowly but surely, especially here in town, especially north of the parkways. South of the parkways, still a little concerned about.
Absolutely. Then we'll be turning our attention to the falling temperatures, Jay, as we get back to kind of normal for the remainder of the weekend. So
of the weekend until we go back to 60s next week.
Next week, right.
Which is... Yeah. You like that, Vicki, don't you?
But maybe I don't now. Maybe this time of year I should just want it to be cold.
How about just not the humidity?
That's the problem?
That was also one of the kickers, too, with this storm system.
Get rid of the humidity altogether any time of the year would be nice.
I get it. Once we get past this, Jay, maybe we can start looking more so towards the Christmas Eve and Christmas forecast as opposed to the severe weather that we're dealing with early this Saturday morning. As we get more so into the morning, we're going to get the WLKY Chopper HD up, surveying damage across our southern communities and down into Bowling Green if need be, to provide you coverage there for our friends and family that are just off to the south and west of the viewing area. So we've got a big newscast here coming up in just about a half hour, which really is just a continuation of the coverage that we've had all night long.
Because we have more than 50 deaths reported, or at least 50 deaths reported in western Kentucky. We spoke with Governor Beshear around 3:15 this morning, and those were the numbers that he was giving us there. He said they were still rescuing people at the candle factory in Mayfield. There were about 110 people working there at the time the storms moved through. They're still in the process of rescuing them. We just talked about the snow plows on I-69 in that area, moving not snow, but moving debris off the roadways so that the rescue crews can get in.
Right. Corvette plant also reported damaged and even a fire potentially in there. And we've had people reported as some people trapped in Taylor County in our WLKY region near the Hobson area. So this has been an extremely violent and deadly weather night through the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Shelters set up in Bardstown and Nelson County to help people, Bullitt County, all over. It's been quite widespread.
Yeah, guys, you look at that video that's coming in from Mayfield. This was taken earlier, just after that violent tornado moved through Graves County. And you can just see the destruction. And this is at night. This is, when it's raining and when it's windy. Just imagine what it's going to look like here in the next couple of hours when the sun comes up, when we really see the power of Mother Nature and what it did to this this community here in Western Kentucky.
The governor's declared a state of emergency down in that area. He's got the state police working there. The National Guard has been mobilized. They are not on scene as of yet, but shelters have been set up. People are working to take care of people who have lost property and lives and have been injured in this storm system.
It's going to be a long cleanup, a long recovery, but no, we're going to be able to do it here in the state of Kentucky, no question about it. All right, let me give you a quick recap on the overall weather situation and what is happening around the viewing area. Again, we still have the tornado watch that's in effect. It's in effect for about the next 30 minutes or so. It was extended until 5 o'clock in the morning. We don't have any severe weather warnings, though, in the viewing area. We do have a flash flood warning that is in effect for portions of southern Hart County on into far west central Greene County. Watch out for high water if you're in and around Cave City and just south of Munfordville. And of course, that does cover portions of I-65, so no doubt some ponding going on there. We have some heavier rain and a little bit of thunder and lightning in Campbellsville, in Greensburg. Keep in mind, it's very, very windy just off the surface, so any of these heavier cores could bring down some stronger winds from aloft and cause a very strong wind gust at the surface. So there's a possibility of that still in our southeastern communities. Heavy rainfall immediately west of Brandenburg, over towards western portions of Breckinridge County, and then it sneaks on into Ohio County. This has been making steady progress off to the east. It is not severe. That's the good news. The severe weather right now is up and down the I-75 corridor, where we have a tornado warning still in effect for the Richmond area, and just off to the east of there, severe thunderstorm warnings for Lexington up to Paris on into the Cynthiana area, on into the bluegrass region of Kentucky. And as we go a little bit farther north through the metro, just some scattered showers. Otherwise, it's breezy, it's warm as we are in the upper 60s. Scattered showers continue across southern portions of Indiana. Nothing severe here. You go farther west, northwest, the atmosphere is drying out. The air is drying out. The dew points are coming down. So the threat for severe weather is starting to drop off, and that lower threat will continue to sweep its way east and southeast across the viewing area as these early morning hours wear on our Saturday. So some good news there. Of course, the damage has been done across much of the region with these violent long track tornadoes that have been moving across Arkansas, a good chunk of western, even into central portions of our state, Kentucky, and then quick hitting tornadoes even in our viewing area from time to time. There's been numerous times where we have seen tight velocity couplets on the radar screen, which would imply quick hitting tornadoes. And we also saw debris on the radar. So I'm sure we're going to have a number of confirmed tornadoes, even in our viewing area, and especially south of the metro, as this entire complex moved through late on this Friday night and early Saturday morning. But again, right now, just general light to moderate rain showers. Few heavier downpours holding off to the southwest of the metro. The warnings have pretty much been discontinued for the metro area, for a good chunk of the viewing area. And overall, I think that trend will certainly continue. The cold front will move through. Don't be fooled, folks. If you're out and about early on this Saturday, waking up to spring-like conditions, it won't last. By the middle of the day, we'll be dropping quickly through the 40s and likely reach the upper 30s by dark later this evening, and even wind chills colder than that. The good news, that cold air is not going to last, Matt. I mean, it's going to turn around. Tomorrow, Sunday, looks to be a beautiful day. Sunny and highs near 50. And then the 60s make a return next week.
And pretty tranquil weather with that, too.
Yeah.
Even as we eventually, by late next week, we'll start to work back in some rain shower chances. But those look to be just that, rain showers, not big-time thunderstorms. So we'll be thankful for that, because this, for any time of season, much less in early December, is a big-time severe weather outbreak.
Yep. It certainly is.
Yep. And we continue to get damage reports coming in from not only our viewing area, but More damage reports coming in out of Western Kentucky, out of Tennessee. So as Matt alluded to earlier, this isn't a local event. This has turned out to be a regional event, a regional severe weather outbreak that has been a costly one, and one that will no doubt go in the record books as far as long track tornadoes and possibly deadly tornadoes, especially for our state, the state of Kentucky, with that very deadly tornado as it moved across Western Kentucky earlier tonight. And the good news, if there is some to report, we're starting to lose that threat. So
guys, this goes to show you, no matter how many warnings and no matter how far out you all can forecast this, how damaging these tornadoes, these storms can be to lives and to property.
I mean, it can be tough, guys, because we know that, usually you can go throughout. It's rare to be affected by a tornado, in your location.
Exactly.
We've all gone to the basement for times, in bad storms, and usually it passes through with not much of a problem, but in this case, it was unlucky. The timing is terrible through the overnight when people want to be asleep, and that's why we were trying to drive home that, we can get on our phones now. The free WLKY app will send you notifications. There's even emergency alerts on your cell phone, but oftentimes some people just want to turn those off. But it's nights like tonight that they're important to be on, and to also have a severe weather plan. It's one thing to get the warning, but you also have to do something, when you get those warnings, because a lot of people who are aware of when the watches and warnings come are also those who are the safest and most prepared in those storms. So, you can't stop the severe weather. You can just be prepared for it. I think, though, that this is going to be, obviously, from the damage that we've been seeing, a violent tornado. So even people who might have been in sheltered place, could have been injured or killed, I think, with some of the pictures and reports we've been having out of the Bowling Green area.
So out of this, be prepared, have a plan, know what you should do with you and your family when a threatening weather moves through the area.
I think we've just been lucky, actually, that we've gone this long. Without this much severe weather in one night or one day. So, Jay, you know all about it, and you've been here long enough. We've tracked these before for hours on end. I know it's been a very long evening and overnight for you, and it's nice to see the radar, while still flashing, it's kind of winding down just a little bit across at least the WLKY region.
I'm thinking you give me another 20 minutes and I might be on my way home here. So
no.
But it has been one for the record books, no question about it. And Matt, I agree with you as far as this tornado is concerned. It was a violent tornado, and it was probably one of those tornadoes, if you took a direct strike, unless you were underground, who knows? You could still suffer a lot of damage. There could have still been injuries and fatalities, even with those folks, even hunkered down in the middle of their house. It's just that strong of a tornado. Sometimes you get tornadoes that are that strong, that are that violent, that you need to be underground for the most part to be safe from them. They're rare, but they happen. Henryville was an example. This one seems to be an example. Out through Oklahoma years ago, down south 2011, the big outbreak down there as well. Sometimes you get these things. Fortunately, they're rare, but they do happen.
Technology can be very amazing. Don't you like new gadgets? Like Ring doorbells, where you can see everything happening on your front or back porch?
Just yesterday in our morning broadcast, we were showing, it was a bus driver, school bus driver, who from the storms last Sunday night into Monday morning, that school bus was affected by a tornado. Luckily, there were no children on it, but the camera in that school bus showed what that driver had to go through.
We understand. We have some video now from Mount Washington of a Ring doorbell camera and what was happening that this camera captured. Perhaps?
Do we have that, guys, by any chance? No. We're going to get that for you. We will have
we have it. Just call for it, it says.
It'll be there.
It's a technology. It's one of those.
Right, but we have seen, though, Jay, through the cameras, both the traffic cameras, some of the weather cameras that our sister stations down in Bowling Green have had, which was showing the big tornado on the ground. I think we now, Vicki, have the Ring camera footage. This is out of, I believe, Mount Washington, correct?
That's right. Mount Washington, let's see. Wow.
I mean, it's not very clear because the wind's howling that.
But look at that rain
through.
coming down, yes.
You can hear it.
There's Mount Washington rain coming down there. Vine Grove storm is blowing through, we're told. Shepherdsville storm blowing through. This is what was captured as we could, this was happening all across Kentucky.
And you know what, guys? You know what, that storm, this storm was the same storm that went through western Kentucky, the exact same one.
Yeah.
It was the one that spawned the violent tornado. Moved up across Breckinridge County. It weakened as it moved into Bullitt County for a time, and then re-strengthened, recycled as it moved on into Mount Washington, as evidenced by that ring video right there, and then on towards the capital city. It just did that recycling sort of thing, that cyclical supercell thunderstorm, pretty much all evening and overnight period, all night long, really. So pretty wild stuff, no question about it. But things are definitely quieting down now. Showers, thunderstorms, non-severe across the better part of the viewing area. Northwestern sections of the viewing area drying out. Good to see. The line segment that was a little bit more intense about 20 minutes ago is weakening somewhat now, and that is from west of Brandenburg down to near Hardinsburg. Just some heavy rain there. Maybe some gusty winds. We still have a flash flood warning that's going to be ongoing right through the early morning hours on this Saturday. Southern Hart County on into western Greene County, but really that is it. The severe weather is east or south. We're talking the I-75 corridor, or we're talking down near Nashville and points south from there. And it looks like it's continuing to get that push off to the east and also the southeast. So a stormy night, no question about it. The storm's really picking up, as we talked about, during the overnight period on into the early morning hours on this Saturday. Forecast worked out tremendously. Unfortunately, we had the severe weather breaking out. Nobody ever wants to see it. But finally, things are starting to calm down and will be very calm going forward, with the exception of strong winds later today. Sunday looks beautiful, and the 50s and 60s make a return next week. So,
Jay, a lot of devastation, destruction, loss of lives to be reported. A lot of cleanup is going to need to be done tomorrow and this weekend. What will the weather be?
Yeah, I still think the wind is going to play havoc with some of these cleanup activities going on in western Kentucky. The reason I say that, if some of these structures, you know, which are compromised, you know, and you have strong winds, 50 miles an hour, gusty, yeah, that could cause some issues. I think the people are going to have to be very, very safe and very smart going through any of those, you know, buildings and structures that have been damaged. But as we move into later today, the wind will come down. And then, Vicki, heading through tomorrow and really much of next week. Matt and I were talking about this. Next week, we're back into the 50s and 60s, but it looks quiet. The weather looks beautiful. The wind not all that strong. So we'll get a long opportunity to, you know, clean up and start the rebuild process.
So the warm weather next week is not necessarily going to bring severe weather?
Not at this point in the game. Certainly a chance for showers and a few storms later next Thursday on into Friday, but we don't see in the magnitude as what we saw with this system. We saw this system days in advance. We knew that this was going to be a problem. Even coming through late at night, it just had everything going for it. Next week's system doesn't look nearly as strong, and a lot of the energy is going to stay off to the northwest of us, which is good news.
You know, Jay, building off what you were saying a moment ago about the higher wind gusts, too, and we've got a lot of data here that suggests we could see 35 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts throughout the afternoon before the wind relaxes. Any trees and large branches and limbs that may have been weakened could easily fall during the afternoon. So be on the lookout for those. They're very heavy. We're going to have cleanup in parts of the WLKY area in our region. And so, yeah, a 40 mile per hour wind dislodging something, you know, we don't want to be reporting on injuries or fatalities that occurred in the cleanup with this. So it's going to be pretty tough.
Good point, right.
To kind of get things, you know, in the right direction today just because of that wind. So if it's safe to do so, you know, you can do a little bit of cleanup and maybe hold off until Sunday when those breezes are lighter.
Yeah, great advice, no question about it. It's just a matter of a wait-and-see game as far as what transpired in Western Kentucky. We know it was a terrible event. We know that it was a very destructive event, a deadly event. As far as the magnitude of the event, I think that'll be uncovered as we head into daylight here over the next couple of hours, and we'll get a really good opportunity to see, the overall devastation and just how
widespread. What time is sunrise, Jay?
Right after 7 o'clock in the morning now. Sunrise.
I think we'll start to see daybreak about 7:20, 7:30.
Okay.
And the official sunrise today will be at 7:50, but we'll have some light before that too.
Yeah,
Jay, just a quick point. I know we're 15 minutes away from what is typically the start of WLKY morning news. We're going to have our whole team out there. Marvis is going to be down in Spencer County, where we had some damage reports near Cox's Creek. We're going to send crews to Mayfield and some of the worst damage across the Commonwealth and down towards Bowling Green as well. We'll have WLKY Chopper HD up once we get to sunrise. So we are going to have this covered throughout the course of this Saturday. Is obviously a major event. Also, just want to alert people too. We have had some power outages. LG and EKU reporting about 29,000, but across the state it's been up to 59,000 reported. So there is that. And always remember too, as the lights flicker, maybe go out at times. We're always streaming on WLKY.com and our free mobile app. So we'll have our broadcast, our weather interrupts today and every severe weather event on those devices.
And remember, if you're out and about and you come across a down power line, stay away from it. Report it to LG&E or your power company. They will take care of it. You never know if it's live or not. All right, the weather pattern, continues to quiet down, Matt. The weather radar is looking better and better as far as the threat for severe weather dropping off across our region. It is now east of I-75, or it is well off towards the south. We still have, as you can see, a flash flood warning downstate Kentucky, southern Hart and western Greene County. We go a little farther south. Boy, some nasty weather right now in and around the Nashville area. Tornado warnings in effect down there. These are moving off in a northeasterly direction and could catch some of far southern Kentucky's counties south of the Cumberland Parkway over the next 1 to 2 hours. Those will stay south of our viewing area the way it's looking right now. Looks like National Weather Service did indeed just issue a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that actually extends up into portions of our viewing area, okay? You can see this line segment right there. Let me take off the warnings there. See that line segment right there, kind of wiggly. As that's moving off to the east, obviously it's kicking up some wind, bringing some higher momentum from aloft down to the surface. So as a result, National Weather Service did indeed issue that severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes until 5:15 Eastern time, or for about the next, half hour or so. So if you're watching from Hart County, if you're watching from Sonora, if you're watching from, say, Hodgenville over towards Greensburg, you have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for winds that could be 50 to 60 miles an hour as this little line segment, that little wiggly segment, moves through your area. So we'll keep you we'll keep you up to date on that little line segment as it moves across our southern communities. Rest of the viewing area, though, is looking fantastic as far as the severe weather threat dropping off the table, and we think that trend will continue as we move through this Saturday morning. Certainly gusty winds will be with us for the better part of the day, though. As the cold front moves through, temperatures will be dropping. We'll dry things out. We'll calm things down, especially late today on into tonight when clear skies will take over, and we'll go light with those winds, and that's something we're definitely going to need after this big wind maker has been moving on through the past 12 hours or so. All right, most of the warnings now well east or well south. Nothing around the metro. We have basically just a few showers around, and you can see the back edge of the rain getting closer and closer as everything continues to pull off towards the east and also the southeast. So some good news there, really, and that's going to just continue to be the cleanup will be the major weather story for the next several days, really, across the Commonwealth.
Yeah, Jay, for sure. I mean, we're talking about major structures.
Yeah.
In the Bowling Green area, Caldwell County, Graves County, we've had just terrible stories, in fact, coming out of there. Oh, sorry about that. We're going to continue to see, per the cleanup that you were talking about, Jay, days and weeks, we've had major structural damage in portions of western Kentucky that have been affected by these storms, particularly around the Bowling Green area, Graves County, Caldwell County, just to name a few. So the governor has issued a state of, or we are in a state of emergency now, so that the resources of the Commonwealth can help our friends and our neighbors, especially to the south and west, but also in our southern communities. We've had some strong storms, even into portions of the metro and portions of, let's see, Ali International reported 49-mile-per-hour wind gusts, Bowman Field 52. So we've had some strong winds even in the metro. I know as I was getting up early and getting ready, the lights were flickering in my home too. So while the impacts weren't as major in the metro, it has been at least an unsettled night with the really rough weather still ongoing to the south. Jay, I mean, that severe thunderstorm warning that's down in our southern communities. I was just kind of looking at some of the velocity images in that. We know the winds are still howling just a few thousand feet up, and these storms are still towering into that wind. So it's very likely, but the radar indications on those storms is not showing immediate high impact wind threat with those. So it's definitely still a possibility, right, but it's something that does not look, the radar doesn't look as violent as those storms did a little while ago here through the overnight hours. So that's good, but still just know that we've got some strong wind gusts, perhaps over 60 miles per hour in our southern communities. That includes just near and south of Hodgenville, southern LaRue County, into Hart, Greene, and northwestern Taylor County, just off to the west of Campbellsville.
And really, that's just about it. You go north of the parkways, no warnings in effect. Certainly some heavier downpours, perhaps a few rumbles of thunder, but things are really quieting down. And then we dry things out altogether in southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky on into Illinois. And that drier air, no doubt, will continue to work in our direction. Actually, it'll pick up steam as far as the movement is concerned of that drier air. Sweep in, push all this rain and storm activity off to the east and southeast, and we will be done. Things will be quieting down. I'd say in the metro, we probably have about another 1 to 2 hours of some scattered showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, and then that should be just about it. And again, farther off to the south, some heavier weather is certainly possible where we have the severe thunderstorm warning, maybe some gusty winds in a few spots, and then south of the Cumberland Parkway, that seems to be an area that is a little bit more conducive to some stronger weather over the next couple of hours, where there could be more severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe even a couple of tornado warnings. We have already seen that happening and are seeing that happen, especially down here closer to Nashville, just northeast of Nashville, where there's a number of tornado warnings right now across northern Tennessee, and these are pulling off towards the northeast. So Tompkinsville over towards Monticello as well as Somerset. Yeah, you folks could actually get into some of that nasty weather before it dies out over the next couple 3 hours or so. But that should stay south of the WLKY viewing area altogether. And again, activity will be on the decrease. We'll see the drier air moving in. The winds pick up from the west-northwest. You'll know that when temperatures really start to tumble, really start to drop off, going from the 60s into the 40s quickly, making for a very gusty and chilly Saturday afternoon. No severe thunderstorm warnings in the metro, no severe thunderstorm warnings east or north, just one warning, and that is off to the south to include southern Hardin, southern LaRue, Hart County, on into portions of Greene and far northwestern Taylor counties for about the next several minutes there, the next 20 minutes or so, and then that will be allowed to expire, and really that should be just about it. Just some locally heavy downpours, a little bit of thunder and lightning, and then things will continue to improve as far as the rain getting out of here. The severe weather threat also leaving us and pushing off to the east-southeast. And we start drying out and we start the cleanup process for many areas of the Commonwealth, especially off to the west, where that deadly, very violent tornado passed through. First touching down in Arkansas, northeastern Arkansas, causing some fatalities, and continuously being on the ground and moving through western portions of Kentucky for nearly 200, if not more than that, 200 miles on the ground, and causing just unbelievable amounts of destruction and even fatalities along its way. But for the most part, we are getting out of the woods as far as severe weather is concerned.
That is good news.
That is good news. That is great news.
The sun comes up, you said, just after 7 o'clock this morning. People will see quite a difference than they did when they tuned us in earlier tonight at 12:30.
No question,
midnight.
Especially those areas hard hit. And, you know, Vicki, we were talking about this. You know, we had so many of those little, what we call velocity couplets on the radar, you know, those that indicate possible tornadoes. Well, it seemed like every time we had one of those couplets that actually was, you know, it was fairly strong, it formed a tornado. So, and we had a lot of those in the viewing area.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting to see how many tornadoes touch down even in the viewing area south of Louisville. You know, outside those deadly and very violent tornadoes out in western Kentucky.
Yeah, and Jay, I think that's always something that's very interesting when the National Weather Service goes out and does these damage surveys. They initially go off of, you know, storm reports that we get of damage or radar indications, and you can go out and you can tell straight line winds tend to blow damage out in a fan-like pattern, while tornadoes tend to blow it inward and in that circular pattern that you would expect with tornado damage. So they can tell a lot. There's been a lot of research done over the decades of how fast a moving object going into a building, a car, structural, you know, materials, and you can gauge just how fast the wind was from that. And so they'll go through step by step, mile by mile through these damage paths and give us really detailed information of what exactly was seen across the region. But we've already know, we can tell through the initial reports and some of the images that are coming out of especially the Bowling Green area. These were significant and violent tornadoes. EF3 or higher. For sure, I think, off of what we've been hearing. There is a new, what I do want to point out, Jay, looks like we've picked up a flash flood warning now. This includes the far southeastern portions of the metro, but it's mainly from, let's say, a Frankfort to Shelbyville line, and then kind of off to the south and west there towards Fort Knox and Breckinridge County around Hardinsburg there. That is a flash flood warning that's going to go until 8 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock Central. As they said, flooding is either ongoing, or is expected as the heavy rain there continues. So we're starting to add in a little bit more of a flooding threat across the WLKY region there with this heavy rainfall that's starting to, really, that's what we're starting to change into. I think we're going a little bit more away from the severe weather threat and a bit more into a little bit of a flood threat. So we'll be watching it closely.
Let's take a break. We appreciate everybody watching us. We're going to reset, and we'll be back in just a few minutes at 5 o'clock, and we'll talk about all that's been going on for the last several hours.
Been a long night.
Stay right there. We'll be right back.
Okay, so we're going to come back at 5.
Dad, we have to go back to Lowe's. Dad, the tire!
Is it?
Yeah.
The holidays begin at Lowe's, where you'll find all you want during Winterfest.
Carolers.
Let's go back to Lowe's.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex, to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term.
Osteo Biflex, plus vitamin D for immune support.
Louisville's home for hip-hop, and WLKY's accurate forecast is Real 93.1.
Need a reason to get up? Try a sausage McMuffin with egg or a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Buy one, get one free. Only on the app. Breakfast. It's on.
My Miracle Man, today at 2 on WLKY. WLKY WLKY Morning News begins with breaking news.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the storm system that has moved through the state of Kentucky. We have tragic news to report tonight. There is a state of emergency in the state. At least 50 deaths have been reported. We get that information from Governor Beshear, who we talked to just a couple of hours ago. This happened in western Kentucky at what is known as the Candle Factory in Mayfield. We're told about 110 people were working at the facility at that time. You're looking at video of the Candle Factory right now as we're talking about it. At least 50 people were killed there. Rescue crews are on the scene. They are still trying to remove people from that building. We're told now, the reports coming in, that it has been leveled. The National Guard has been mobilized. State police are on the scene. Shelters have been set up. Snow plows are moving debris on the roadway so that rescue crews can get in there and help people get out. It's been a very tragic situation, fatal situation, perhaps one of the worst weather events to ever hit the state of Kentucky.
This was a long track tornado that formed in northeast Arkansas late Friday night, and it moved off to the northeast. And it was on the ground for over 200 miles, causing destruction.
Incredible damage. And unfortunately, this was a deadly storm before it even got to Kentucky, Jay, and you were tracking that storm as it was even farther to the west.
And we still have a couple of warnings on the board, too. Now, we've gotten rid of the tornado warnings in the WLKY region. That's definitely good news. But some flash flood and severe thunderstorm warnings still crawling at the top of the screen.
Take a look at the radar here really quick. As you can see, flash flood warning in green flashing from Frankfort to just south of the metro over towards Breckinridge County. Severe thunderstorm warning for about the next 10 minutes or so. That is for southern portions of LaRue County, down into Hart County, including places like Munfordville, and then over towards Greene County, you folks in Greensburg. Possibility of 50 to 60 mile an hour winds here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. But we can safely say that the threat for severe weather is starting to drop off everywhere.
And, you know, earlier this morning, we were talking about some of the damage, and we had a number of tornado warnings across areas of Marion and Washington County, farther down to the south. And certainly when the sun comes up, we'll have to see in the WLKY viewing area in and of itself some of the damage that was done there.
And Governor Beshear has been set up in a command center, and he has been there all night getting information. He said one of the biggest challenges, and we talked about it, was getting people there, rescue crews there, is the weather. The weather is still causing some big challenges in the area. Let's listen to the governor. From what I understand, he is live now. No, okay.
I believe we were going to try to go to Marvis Herring, who's live, I believe, in Spencer County. Yeah.
Yes. Marvis, can you hear us?
Yeah.
What are you finding there in Spencer County?
Yeah, right now we're in Spencer County right now in the Coxas Creek area. I want to show you the damage that we're seeing. You can see how strong these winds were. Just look at this barn right now. You can see that it is just crushed and come completely down. There's still a trailer inside of here. We were speaking with the owners of the Jones family farm out here just moments ago, and they talked about all of the damage that they're seeing on this property, which includes some damaged silos. You can see this pole barn right here just really ripped to shreds out here. And we've even seen some toppled trees all the way on our drive down here to Spencer County. The rain was just pelting down really at a high speed and just whipping, you know, all sorts of directions with that wind as well. That wind has kind of died down, and so has the rain, but at moments it really picks up with some of those sudden gusts as well. But you can just look inside and see how strong the wind was to really knock all of this down and really destroy this barn out here. This is just one part of the damage. Obviously, with it being dark, we can only show you so much right now. But speaking with them, they said that they had a lot of damage out here, had to fix some of their fences that were keeping some of their cows inside as well. And like I mentioned, that silo, it really was just ripped right in half. And you can see the rain right now starting to pick back up a little bit. It's been on and off really all the way down here. Even we had to peel back our speeds. If you're driving this morning, definitely going to recommend that you should peel back your speed, because those sudden gusts of wind and hydroplaning really can be a big concern this morning. So really right now we're just kind of trying to get a grasp on how much damage we're seeing out here. This is really the worst of it we've seen in Spencer County. This whole pole barn really, coming down in a matter of moments. And speaking with that family, they say they're going to get back out here a little bit later today. So for now, I'm going to toss it back to the studio to you, Vicki.
All right. Thank you, Marvis. Now let's go to Governor Beshear, who is speaking live.
And we have damage in, I believe, over a dozen Kentucky counties. The primary tornado was on the ground continuously for over 200 miles in our state, something we have never seen before. We have deaths in multiple, possibly many counties. The hardest hit county appears to be Graves, where the city of Mayfield has been devastated. A roof collapse at a candle factory has resulted in mass casualties. As of 4:45 a.m., 56,854 Kentuckians are without power. I've been personally over at the Emergency Operations Center since about 1 a.m., overseeing our response and hearing and absorbing the difficult news in real time. I've been in personal contact with local leaders such as the mayor of Mayfield, county judges in Graves and Marshall counties, and talking to local emergency management in most of the hardest hit areas. Before midnight, I declared a state of emergency. I've activated the National Guard, and we are deploying 181 guardsmen, including search and extraction and debris clearance folks. They'll be arriving in communities this morning. The Transportation Cabinet has mobilized its heavy equipment to help clear debris. They'll be assisted by the Guard and the Division of Forestry. State police have been working all night to save lives, and an IMT team of EMS, fire, and other professionals are on the way. I've also requested an immediate federal emergency declaration, and we've got 2 tractor trailers filled with water headed towards Western Kentucky. I want to thank every local EMS employee, police officer, firefighter, and first responder. This has been one of the toughest nights in Kentucky history, and some areas have been hit in ways that are hard to put into words. To all of our Kentucky families that are impacted by this, we want you to know that we are here for you. We love you. We are praying for you. Counties with likely damage and debris as of 4 o'clock include Fulton, Hickman, Graves, Marshall, Lyon, Caldwell, Hopkins, Muhlenberg, Ohio, Breckenridge, Bullitt, Spencer, Shelby, Christian, Logan, Warren, Edmondson, Taylor, and Marion. And as we're sitting here today, and this is before daybreak, we believe our death toll from this event will exceed 50 Kentuckians, probably end up closer to 70 to 100 lost lives. Remember, each of these are children of God, irreplaceable to their families and to their communities. But we will make it through this. We will rebuild. We are strong, resilient people. And we're going to be there every step of the way. I'm going to be in Western Kentucky a little later today, as soon as it is safe to travel, to make sure people know that they are not alone, that this is one state standing strong with those that have been impacted. I'm going to turn it over to Michael Dossett from Emergency Management, and then we'll hear from our Adjutant General as well. At the moment, it looks like we're going to have to take questions via email. Those instructions have gone out because of a technical difficulty. Director Dossett.
Thank you, Governor. And I can only echo the governor's comments. This tornado event may surpass the 1974 super outbreak as one of the most deadly in Kentucky's history. Our hearts go out to all of the families that are in peril and all of our Kentuckians who have lost their lives. I will tell you from speaking with emergency management directors and judge executives that rescues and search efforts are ongoing. Even before the winds stop blowing, as thunderstorms are going through, we have teams out there, local teams. So thank you for your efforts in all the impacted counties. The track for this tornado event is over 200 miles just in Kentucky, and it may eclipse the 1925 record tri-state track for the longest tornado. It appears that this is going to be a quad-state event, all out of the same system, originating in Arkansas, through Missouri, Tennessee, and into Kentucky. It is a significant, massive disaster event. So as the governor indicated, all state resources are being brought to bear. We opened the EOC at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and began receiving reports very quickly. Some of the most serious hit are actually out of communications in some parts. We've had a lot of people step up to the plate. One in particular, Louisville Metro Emergency Management Services are currently on the highway en route to Mayfield, and they will be there by daybreak. They're going to assist us with an IMT, an incident management team, who will be our forward observation point. And as the governor indicated, he has requested from the president an emergency declaration, and that would include power assessment teams that will go out into the field in all the damaged counties, and also what is called an IMAC. That's an incident management control team. We'll use those in the state EOC for this protracted event. We'll be able to track issues, damages, and resource requests from all counties simultaneously. Again, we ask for your cooperation and your prayers for everyone that's impacted. We're doing damage assessments as they occur, reported through our EM directors. It'll be daybreak before we even realize the full magnitude of this event. Thank you, Governor.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted to give you a situational awareness of the status of your Kentucky National Guard. As the governor indicated a short while ago, we've already mobilized a number of our guardsmen. This mobilization began shortly after midnight, so soldiers have been assembling for a few hours at this junction. While the governor specified we have 181 soldiers and airmen who are already mobilizing in response to this incident, it does not stop with that number of service members. As everybody's tracking at this junction, this is an evolving situation. We still have the storm front passing through to the state. And so as the situation continues to develop, we will call upon further members of the National Guard, your National Guard, to respond as necessary. In the near term, Graves County is our immediate focus, as the governor indicated, because of the severity of the tornadoes that pass through there. But we are literally watching the entire state at this junction. And so as your neighbors and friends who are into the Guard, you may see some of them in uniform this morning. You may see some of our folks in the National Guard literally deploying down to the road in response to some of these affected areas. Know that this is what their focus is, and they are here to serve you and the rest of our members in the Commonwealth. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. And as we mentioned, a number of counties hit hard, and we will have casualties in multiple counties. Place that my dad is from, Dawson Springs, hit really hard too. And I know that there is loss there as well. And we will be there to help. We've been able to get a couple of the slides that show a little bit of what we have seen booted up. This is from Joe Sullivan, who is the meteorologist for emergency management. I'm going to try to walk through them. So this is the front itself. that we saw. This is, you can see how far and wide it went, right, as it comes up from the south. Let's go to the next one. This shows you that we believe that there were 4 likely tornadoes, not just one, but 4 that hit in multiple places across Kentucky. This is why there are so many counties that ultimately have had significant damage. Let's go to the next one. This shows you what we believe will be the longest tornado touchdown in terms of distance in our history. You go all the way down to the bottom of the screen, and that's where it first touched down, and then it stayed on the ground that entire line, causing significant devastation. This is incredibly rare to see, and it is one of the reasons that this was so devastating here in Kentucky. I think we have one more. Oh, we have a couple more. This shows you the different warnings as it came through, different areas that were hit and hit hard. Shows you just how severe this event was and how widespread, how many different communities that it hit. And then let's go. And this is the power outage map as of 2 a.m. Obviously, that's evolved, but 56,000, we gave the number before, plus Kentuckians without power. As you can see, Western Kentucky, Hopkins County, surrounding area hit very, very hard. And then as we move north, a lot of power outages, even throughout Lexington, Louisville, and certainly Western Kentucky. Let's see, do we have one more? Okay, why don't you, James, just show the one with the dots, the county map with the dots. This shows you just one other way of showing where we've had damage, though reports have come in for a tornado, 4 tornadoes to cause damage in this many counties. Again, I think shows that it will be the single most severe, certainly tornado event in our history, and I believe likely the most deadly. Did I miss anything, Michael?
No, sir.
Okay.
We just received an update on power outages. They are climbing.
Yes. Okay. So the last bit of information to come in is the power outages are climbing and climbing significantly, and daybreak is going to bring more tough news. We're going to learn about more loss of life in daybreak, more loss of structure, and we'll be getting more reports that will include more power outages. Now, we do believe that the system is going to break up in severity, at least by daybreak. We should be significantly out of the woods at about 10 a.m. The entire system will be out of Kentucky. So were we able to get questions sent in? I know this is imperfect, but it's the best that we can do in an emergency situation. Okay. So first, just trying to confirm this figure of more than 50 feared dead in Kentucky, according to the governor. Yes, I fear that there are more than 50 dead in Kentucky. Confirmation on each individual is coming in, but we're going to lose over 50 people, probably closer to somewhere between 70 and 100. It's devastating. Let's see. The next one, I had that one. Latasha, will you? Great. From the Herald Leader, can you describe how many separate tornadoes we have had and the general trajectories of each? So, James, can you put that slide back up? There are 4 tornadoes, one of which was the 200-mile tornado. Keep going. It's one of the 2 weather pictures, I think. There you go. So those show you the 4 tornadoes. Obviously, the longest one was the 227 mile tornado, meaning it touched down and stayed down for that period of time. And then you had 2 to the south of it, but very close together, and 1 to the north. So those are the 4. Now, we had other severe weather in many parts of Kentucky, and we will see damage from wind and other results of it. Okay. Next, what do you know about injuries and casualties in Mayfield at the manufacturing plant? It is tragic. This is a candle factory. There were about 110 people in it at the time that the tornado hit it. We believe we'll lose at least dozens of those individuals. It's very hard, really tough, and we're praying for each and every one of those families. Let's see. Kentucky's most recent COVID report showed hospital ICU capacity strained in far western Kentucky. How are hospitals handling injuries? The hospitals are in good shape. They are responding well. We were concerned about power and other issues, so they were transferring patients. But we are not concerned at the moment of hospital capacity. And certainly we have other professionals coming to help.
We're good on live questions now, Governor?
Okay, we're good on live questions now. You want me to go through the list? All right. First, I think we have, and if I've answered your question already, KFVS 12. Roger, say.
Governor, what can you tell us about the timeline of help getting to Mayfield and the area in western Kentucky?
Can you ask it again? My audio was bad on the first part.
Sure. What is your timeline for getting help and aid to the people in Mayfield and Fulton County and in western Kentucky?
Help is on the way right now. Now, this morning, they're going to see the National Guard, the Transportation Cabinet, the Division of Forestry. They're going to see those trucks filled with water pull in. Later today, they'll see teams of other first responders coming, especially from Louisville. They're going to see immediate action and help. Now, we always think about that next day. Let's remember that folks are going to need help for months to come. I'll be in western Kentucky later this morning as soon as it is safe to travel. But we're going to be right there with all of those officials that we have been talking to see the damage firsthand and to make sure people know that we care and that we're going to be there for them. Carla Ward, Herald Leader. Okay. Let's try Liam with WKMS Public Radio.
Governor, do you know where? Governor, can you hear me?
I can.
Do you know where specifically reports of injuries and fatalities are coming from across the state, specifically communities and counties by chance?
Well, certainly graves. I think we're going to see them in Hopkins, Warren, and then I think we will see several other counties. I will be surprised if we don't lose people in at least 5 or more counties. Marshall, also some fatalities reported to us. Again, this is a widespread weather event, and I think that we're, especially at daybreak, going to see that number of counties and the number of people grow. Alan Watts, WKDZ Radio. All right, we'll move on to WDRB. Okay, how about Ryan Reynolds? All right, Jack Bramer.
Yes, Governor, what's the situation on emergency shelters and flooding? And do you feel like that there was enough advanced warning with such a catastrophic storm?
I do believe that there was advanced warning, but this is a storm the likes of which we have never seen in terms of what this tornado did. There are emergency shelters set up in multiple counties. The high school is being used as a primary shelter, as well as an additional place where you can get medical help in Graves County. And I know that shelters are being set up in other counties. Of course, we are really good people here in Kentucky. Most judges the county judges that I've talked to say that kinfolk have already brought in most of those people. Fulton County hit really hard, and most everybody who has been displaced through the night is already staying with family. Okay, WDRB. All right, well, we'll make sure we get that question answered if they send it to us. A really tough night. I'm on about 2 hours of sleep. Admittedly, can't get through to family that I have in this area. I know there are a lot of other people that are going through the same thing. It's going to be all right. It's going to be hard, and there is a lot of loss. But just like everything else we've been up against, we'll make it through this too. Thank you all very much.
All right, you've been listening to Governor Beshear as he addresses the state about the state of emergency and the deaths, the multiple deaths in counties across Kentucky. Of course, the hardest hit area is Graves County in Mayfield, where he has reported about more than 50, or at least 50 deaths have been reported there that happened at the candle factory in Mayfield, and there were people inside the factory at the time that the storms moved through. The governor says there are at least 154,000 people without power in the state. The National Guard has been mobilized. 181 guardsmen will be in cities, towns, and communities this morning, and there are 2 tractor trailers of water headed to western Kentucky. Of course, as the sun rises, the day comes, we'll see more devastation, and he warns us possibly more deaths.
That's right, and certainly, you know, we're still monitoring the weather for you. We still have some very healthy storms that are currently moving through areas of Greene, Taylor, and Adair counties with some strong winds. Now, fortunately, everything should calm down a little bit as far as our severe weather threat. That being said, we're still going to have very windy conditions. And Vicki, as the governor has said, part of the issue is their ability to get to those locations, because I-69 is shut down. As you were mentioning, they have to bring snow plows out to clear some of the debris. So it is difficult for even the National Guard to be able to get to those locations where they need to help people.
Right. Graves County is the immediate focus. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
WLKY's weather is sponsored in part by Hosperus Health.
Now more than ever, your local Volunteers of America needs help giving hope for the holidays. Donating right now is simple, and your gift will provide essential needs to local families during desperate times. Donate today and give hope for the holidays.
This week on Matter of Fact, the hard truth about bias.
Until we can see that it is a black and a white thing, we can't undo any system.
How bias plays out in our lives.
Matter of Fact, tomorrow after the late news on WLKY.
I know you've heard there are only 3 jobs available to be an elf, but this year, we're adding a 4th, bringing Christmas magic to Gaylord Hotels. Because this year, the big event, it's all about, well, the movie Elf.
All right, so let's recap. How are they going to save Christmas?
Cook with the 4 main food groups. And a dance-off.
A snowball fight in Central Park.
So come see what so much Christmas is all about.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex, to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term.
Osteo Biflex, plus vitamin D for immune support.
This season at Olive Garden, we have for you chicken and shrimp carbonara, tasty tour of Italy's sizzling chicken parm, shrimp on shrimp on shrimp, unlimited soup or salad, chicken Alfredo, so ready Alfredo.
Don't forget the breadsticks.
All part of Olive Garden signature classics.
Dine in or to go. Olive Garden, we're all family here.
Real 93.1, your home for hip-hop and R&B on the iHeartRadio app. Get hour-by-hour weather alerts with Greater Louisville's chief meteorologist Jay Cardosi, ready when impact weather strikes. WLKY's accurate forecast is on Real 93.1. WLKY Morning News begins with breaking news.
To our continuing coverage as the storms move across Kentucky. We've had at least 50 deaths reported in western Kentucky. And Marvis Herring is out this morning. He's found some damage in Spencer County as the rain at one time was really coming down there, Marvis.
Yeah, the rain was coming down, and Vicki, really those damaging winds. I want to show you what it did to this silo over here. Just take a look at this damage. The silo just completely destroyed, no longer standing, and the one next to it is still somewhat standing, but you can see how the wind just ripped part of it off, just like a can opener almost out here. And I really want to circle around this way. This is where you can see some just devastating damage on this property over near the Cox's Creek area. This area just really clobbered. You can see all of that debris piled up on top of each other. And then this right here, look at this garage over here. It is just the front wall of it has just tumbled over. You can see right through it. I mean, this was once standing up, and really we're keeping our distance a little bit because there are some down power lines over here. Again, this is near the Cox's Creek area off of Old Louisville Road, and we spoke to the owners of this property who talked about the devastating damage that they were seeing from the roof being peeled off of one of the garages to the silos, and really all of this debris just piled all over here. I want to just stand next to it so you can see how tall this debris is compared to how tall I am. Over 6 foot all the way up here, and you can just see all of it just kind of towering down after those wicked winds just whipped by through here. Those strong winds, that heavy downpour, we've seen it all really over here in the Spencer County area, and this is some of the worst of the damage. Now, we don't know what sort of storms really moved through here overnight, but you can obviously see that how strong the winds really were. So I just really wanted to give you an idea of just how bad the damage truly was. But for now, we're going to toss things back to the studio so we can continue our coverage.
Listen, I know and appreciate your being out there in the rain. What was it like as you were traveling to Spencer County from Louisville? What were the roads like? Did you see any damage on your way out to Spencer County?
You know, on our way out here, as we got closer to Spencer County, there was a lot of debris, a lot of those little down branches, those small branches down, and really just the rain was coming down at a torrential amount, really, all up and down the highway. We saw a couple of cars on the side of the highway, but it's still unclear if those were due to the wind or what. But really, this was some of the worst of the damage. Really, some small debris in the road is what we saw on the way down.
Okay, thank you so much for being out in the rain, Marvis. We appreciate your being out there for us. We'll, of course, check back with you. Some damage reported out of Spencer County. I'm sure one of many locations in the WLKY viewing area that we're going to be watching closely. And we're continuing to monitor, Matt, even the threat of strong storms right now in the WLKY viewing area. So we certainly want to get you right to what's happening here. And you'll notice we don't have any tornado warnings for our local area at this point. However, we are seeing severe thunderstorms moving into areas of Greene County, as well as into areas of Adair County and into portions of Taylor County here this morning, Matt. So we're going to be watching for that. We also have those tornado warnings farther down to the south and over to the east. So certainly for the WLKY viewing area, we're not quite out of the woods yet. When we do a quick look, I want to point out, and Matt, I think you will probably get your eyes maybe focused in right here as well, where we are seeing some broad circulation here. This is south of Greensburg, where we're watching for that severe thunderstorm that, again, right south of Greensburg, where we're seeing this. This is out outside of Pierce, right along 68 and 61, heading into the Burdick area in the next couple of minutes, moving a little bit closer over into areas of Green River Lake. So if you are in the metro right now, we are doing just fine. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning farther down to the south, including areas of Adair, Taylor, and Greene counties at this point. And we are seeing some broad circulation showing up there. And also it looks like maybe a little bit of circulation showing up into areas of Marion County as well, Matt.
Yeah, Suzanne, we're going to watch that closely because as you were showing on that line segment there into Greene County, it is starting to take that backward C or that bow echo type of approach in the rainfall there with that line. And that can help amplify and intensify the winds within that storm. Remember, all overnight and early morning, we have been dealing with a high wind energy environment. You go just a couple of thousand feet up and the winds are upwards of 70 miles per hour. So as you develop a strong rotating thunderstorm into that wind, that can easily pull that down with the momentum transfer basically from the top of the cloud to the bottom of the cloud in these thunderstorms. And that's what we've been dealing with all evening and overnight here now early this Saturday morning. So we're going to keep close eyes on that storm system. No tornado warning on it yet, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning for winds that could easily gust over 60 miles per hour. And as this pushes on off towards the east, if you live between Campbellsville and Columbia, Kentucky, right along that Greene, Taylor, and Adair County line, that's where we're most likely to see some of the strong wind gust with this severe thunderstorm warning. So not quite out of the woods yet in terms of the severe weather threat across the southern portions of the WLKY region. We have recently lost or had canceled portions of the tornado watch, including for the metro and points on off towards the north and west. So in Louisville, we are beginning to get on the back edge of the rainfall, and we are also beginning to get out of the severe weather threat. Suzanne, I know you can't go a morning without tracking traffic.
No, I can't. I always got to.
But because we've got issues out there as well.
Because you were mentioning the metro, I did want to point this out. This is 65 north in the area of Outer Loop. They have, you can see both directions blocked. This is because of downed power lines. The metro was somewhat spared the brunt of the severe weather. That being said, we're still watching for this with those down power lines. Guys, a heads up. If you see power lines that are down, you got to turn around. You cannot drive through. In fact, you can see they're actually rerouting traffic, it looks like here. Again, 65 north in the area of Outer Loop and Fern Valley Road. That's where we're currently seeing some lanes blocked. And, you know, we were talking about seeing some of those strong storms continuing to move through at this point. So the metro relatively spared when we take a look here. But certainly you can see just all of those warnings farther down to the south, Matt. So again, we're watching for that one. Don't you think the one in Greene County is the location that we need to watch the most closely?
Yes, for the WLKY region, that is the one we'll keep closest eyes on. You see those red boxes off to the south and east. It is southeastern Kentucky and the eastern half of Tennessee that'll continue to be under a higher tornado risk over the course of the morning hours. Those storms down farther to the south and east are in untapped air. It's very warm, it's very muggy, and there's no rainstorms that are moving out ahead of that to interfere with the development of those thunderstorms. So that's where the highest severe weather threat will be. Now, having said that, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in our southern communities for that storm moving out of Greene into Taylor and Adair County. We also have a flash flood warning. It does include the far southeastern portions of the metro and in a kind of a thin, narrow line from portions of Breckenridge and Meade County into southeastern Jefferson, northern Bullitt County, also into Shelby and Franklin County. And this is an area where we've seen between 2 close to 5 inches of rainfall with the intense rain that we have had with some of these thunderstorms that at times, as they were forming in a line and training over the same areas, were really pouring in some heavy rain. So be on the lookout for that.
So flash flood warning certainly still up in effect. You can see that estimate of about 5 inches into areas of Breckenridge County, still a severe thunderstorm warning for Greene and Taylor counties. And we do need to take a little bit of a quick break here, and I believe we're going to do a bit of a reset, get you more information, get you more video and more live information for you.
Yes, and we'll be right back.
Weather is sponsored in part by the Louisville Mega Cavern Lights Under Louisville.
The Salvation Army Sound of Hope volunteers a bell ringer and help raise funds to provide a safe place for people in need. WLKY invites you to donate your time and money this holiday season. Visit SalvationArmyLouisville.org.
This This week on Matter of Fact, the hard truth about bias.
Until we can see that it is a black and a white thing, we can't undo any system.
How bias plays out in our lives. Matter of Fact, tomorrow after the late news on WLKY.
I like to get up to 30% off my auto insurance with Safe Pilot.
Mr. Gronkowski, USAA is for the military community and their families. That's what makes us special.
Oh, but I'm special.
USAA, only for the military community.
What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more yard work, teamwork, long walks.
Game on!
That's how you do more with Dupixent, which helps prevent asthma attacks. Dupixent's not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks. It can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection, and don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma?
Hey, come on!
Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
We do it every night. Every night.
I live alone, but I still do it every night.
Right after dinner.
Definitely after meatloaf.
Like clockwork.
Do it. Run your dishwasher with Cascade Platinum and save water. Did you know an Energy Star certified dishwasher uses less than 4 gallons per cycle, while a running sink uses that every 2 minutes? That means even small loads can save water. So why not do it? Run your dishwasher every night with Cascade Platinum, the surprising way to save water.
Celebrate the holidays with big savings. Find great deals on the Amazon Echo Show 8, get up to 40% off outerwear, and Cuddle Duds pillows and throws starting at 40% off. Plus, take an extra $15 off when you spend $75 or more, and an extra 15% off. Kohl's.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the storms that moved across Kentucky. How many hours did this take moving through here?
Well, it started, before it went to dark a little bit farther out to the west. So starting off in Arkansas, where they had, unfortunately, the fatalities reported there from the nursing home, and then it continued to track all through areas of Kentucky.
So several hours, but it felt like it was a fast-moving storm system that moved through there.
It really was, because it was such violent storms. I think we had, we were getting damage reports, and as one storm looked like it was weakening, another one was developing. I mean, it was a full-fledged tornado outbreak, and violent tornadoes at that, with the damage that we've been seeing.
They were saying 200 miles. That long track tornado was on the ground, but it was moving. The storms in our area were moving at about 55 miles per hour. So you're right, they were fast-moving storms.
Governor Beshear has been at the command center since 1 o'clock this morning. He spoke with us here on WLKY about 3:45 this morning, told us that there are at least 50 deaths reported in western Kentucky. This happened at the Candle Factory in Graves County in the city of Mayfield. And Graves County, of course, now is the focus. They're trying to get rescue crews there. The National Guard has been mobilized, going to be in that area earlier this morning. I guess this is
later this morning.
Later this morning. And so they're trying to get everyone on the scene there to help the devastation and the loss of lives in that area.
When we hear about, a factory, which is typically a well-built structure, we're hearing indications that building received significant, if not total, damage. That gives us the indication that this was, on the scale of 1 to 5 with the EF scale with these tornadoes, that if it is indeed leveled to the ground, that's in the 4 to 5 range. We have not seen anything like that in our region since the Henryville tornado.
The governor also spoke to the state a little less than an hour ago. Let's listen to part of what he said.
We are nearing the end of the most severe tornado event in Kentucky's history. Multiple tornadoes have touched down, and we have damage in, I believe, over a dozen Kentucky counties. The primary tornado was on the ground continuously for over 200 miles in our state, something we have never seen before. We have deaths in multiple, possibly many counties. The hardest hit county appears to be Graves, where the city of Mayfield has been devastated. A roof collapse at a candle factory has resulted in mass casualties.
We're addressing the state around a little after 5 o'clock this morning. So efforts are underway to rescue and recover and to clean up.
Yeah. In terms of weather, y'all, I mean, this could be, you know, depending on how many people were injured, how many people unfortunately lost their lives. I mean, we could be talking about as significant of a weather event that we have seen, maybe going all the way back to the 74 super outbreak of tornadoes, which for many is the kind of storm of record. You know, it's the first reference back to what kind of everyone who was alive then remembers. So.
And you know, this was a well-predicted storm. We knew that this was going to happen. We knew that this was a possibility. And as Matt, you were talking with Jay, when you have that advanced warning and it still happens, you still can have damage, even if you're really prepared when there are storms that are this strong. Despite the preparations that you might make, still deaths can occur. And I believe we still have Marvis Herring, who is out live for us this morning.
He's in Spencer County. Marvis, what's the situation there now?
Well, Vicki and Suzanne, we've been talking about those strong winds. You can see that those strong winds, they ripped this garage, the wheels right off of this garage here. And you can see the garage door has been really just looks like it's been massively kicked in on this other barn. We've been showing you all of the damage out here. And if you look inside of here even, the roof has actually been peeled off inside over here. This is in the Cox's Creek area. And you can see all this damage really from the inside and on the outside. This is what we're seeing all around this property over here. Specifically, speaking with one of the owners of the property out here at the Jones family farm, they talked about just how strong the winds got overnight and how they knew there was going to be damage out here, but they were still very shocked to find that the silo had been kicked out. I mean, had been destroyed out here, and it looks like really the garage door has almost been, like I said, kicked out, or almost like a can opener on many of the property over here. And really, there's been some toppled trees. A lot of it we can't show you without the daybreak right now, but it's been just quite a bit of a mess out here. Really, when you look at something like this, you can really get an idea of how strong those winds were whipping, even down here in Spencer County. I know that a lot of the damage was in West Kentucky, but really we were seeing some damage out here, both from the strong winds and from the rain. The rain has really slowed down over the last hour or so, but we can see debris really just strewn about all over here. We wanted to give you an idea of a little bit of this area. For now, though, I want to toss things back. We do want to move around this property so we can show you a little bit more a little bit later in the show. But for now, back to you.
Marvis, before you go, I was just interested to know if you have been able to observe the direction in which the debris is kind of strewn about up there. And what I mean by this is straight line winds, all the damage tends to go in one direction. For instance, like that garage door looked blown in. Some of the barn doors look to be blown in one direction. But do you see elsewhere around there that it might be some of that damage is more circular in nature, which would indicate a tornado?
Right now, really, it looks like most of it has gone in one or two directions. So it really doesn't look like it all went in one way. How this is kicked in right here, there's a lot of it going this way, but there is, when we move down this property, there is a lot of it that went more inside. If you can zoom all the way down there, Dave, for them, you can see that garage over here almost looked like it was kicked in that way, which, like you said, makes me think that there may have been a couple of directions that the wind was really blowing out here in Spencer County.
All right, thanks, Marvis. That's something that I'm pretty sure, and we'll hear about this as the morning goes on, the National Weather Service will pick several locations that they're going to have to go, and they'll survey that damage, and based off of the direction and the intensity of the damage, they'll know how strong the either straight line winds or tornadoes were. Suzanne, you were looking in the chat room. It was back around the 2 o'clock hour.
Right, about 1:52. They actually had a tornado warning with indications of circulation. Radar indicated at that point, but certainly what Marvis is telling us, with the kind of chaotic nature of some of the damage that he's reporting, potentially it was a tornado versus straight line winds.
All right. Mark Vanderhoff and Pete Longton are on their way to Mayfield for us, and they're driving there now. We wanted to talk with Mark. Mark, can you hear us?
I sure can.
Where are you guys, and have you seen any damage yet on your way to Western Kentucky?
We just crossed the Butler County line, so we've got maybe about 10 miles before we get to Beaver Dam. We're getting ready to come up on the Ohio County line. And we had a lot of rain and heavy winds from Louisville about to Litchfield. Luckily, I'm not driving, but even I could feel the wind buffeting the car around. It was that strong. And when you look out, if you see a flag or something like that, you can see that flag just whipping. The winds are still very strong, even though we're now out of the rain, at least. As for damage, haven't seen any damage, but of course it's very dark out, and this is a rural area, so there's not a lot along the Western Kentucky Parkway here, but you can see a lot of debris that's occasionally just sort of blown out onto the roads.
Hey, Mark, I think as you guys continue on the Western Kentucky Parkway there, once you get past Ohio County and into Muhlenberg County, we did have some damage reports and confirmations of that damage around the central city area. So we'll be interested to see what you guys observe as you make your trek out towards Graves County here this early Saturday morning.
And we do want to let you know that there is still active weather going on right now. We still have warnings out there, guys. So we still want you to be careful, especially in the southern part of the WLKY viewing area. We're still monitoring. If we want to switch over to Links 3, we can show you what's going on right now, because you'll notice that we have tornado warnings that are farther downstate. For our local area, for our friends in the WLKY viewing area, the areas that we are watching the most closely at this point are down across areas of southern Greene County into areas of southern Taylor County and into areas of northern Adair County. So these are the locations that we're watching the most closely. And you can see we are also seeing on the kind of the leading edge of this storm, there is some circulation, some broad rotation showing up with some of these storms. Again, that's into areas of northern Adair County and also into areas of southern Greene County and southern Taylor County. So we don't want you to think that we're quite out of the woods yet, because still, especially for some of our southern communities, that's what we're watching. And Vicki, we were talking about some of the strong winds that we were going to see later today that could hamper some of the efforts, unfortunately, for some of the rescue crews as well.
That's right. Mark, are you still with us, Mark? Okay. I wondered if he was ahead of the rescue crews that are headed there. 181 guardsmen are on their way there. Wow. And Western Kentucky Parkway or I-69 would be the way that a lot of them would get there.
And I-69 now still, of course, shut down because of all of the debris in the roadway, most likely from, obviously, the tornado that struck areas of Graves County. So they're not going to be able to take I-69. So it sounds like the Western Kentucky Parkway is clear for Mark to take that. So perhaps that's the way that most people will have to go then, since I-69 is not passable at this point.
That's correct.
I want to mention, too, there may be some people who are watching us right now with friends and family in these locations, in fact, most likely. And so you may be wanting to like head out there, and think, I'm going to go out, I'm going to help my friends, my family, my fellow Kentuckians. And it's probably better suited to hold off on that until the main officials can get out there, do the damage surveys, look things over, and maybe for these higher wind gusts that we're going to see later on today to die down. Hopefully they'll just be able to make some headway today, but it's still going to be dangerous because winds are going to gust over 40 miles per hour in the afternoon as we turn sharply colder.
And the governor reminded, I'm sorry, but the governor reminded people that there are a lot of power lines down, 54,000 people are without power. We've reported that some cell service is out. So not to panic. If you have family or friends in Western Kentucky and you've not been able to get with them yet, there may be a reason you cannot get in touch with them.
We were saying earlier that AT&T, the cell service in Breckinridge County, was down. And of course, something to keep in mind, you were mentioning the winds, we were mentioning some of the debris. Some of the debris, some of the damage, unfortunately, could be blown around.
Absolutely.
And that's another concern for those that are cleaning up, because you've got, unfortunately, buildings that have been blown apart in some locations, and now we're going to have wind that's going to be blowing some of that debris, with those winds gusting to 40 miles per hour later today, despite the fact that we'll be dry.
Well, you saw the damage, too, in Cox's Creek in Spencer County, where Marvis was. I mean, there's a significant amount of debris and weight that is suspended above the ground. So as those stronger wind gusts come in, you're just going to have to be very careful for that. Even in the metro, we had wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour. That you had some, to believe, down power lines in parts of the interstates, and also you're likely going to see some tree limbs down as well. So just a word of caution as we get out of the worst weather. Let's not have any more, news reports of people getting injured in the cleanup.
Incidentally, you were mentioning the power lines that were down on 65 northbound in the area of Outer Loop. It looks like they've now opened that back up. Traffic is now moving on 65. Great news. So some very good news for those drivers in the metro. We still have that flash flood warning that does include areas of Breckinridge County into Bullitt County and into sections of Spencer County as well. Those areas, Vicki, we were talking about some of the standing water in the metro. These are areas that saw like 5 inches of rainfall. So certainly if you're in Breckinridge County, not only did you potentially have some damage done from some of the winds, but also you have seen quite a bit of rain And we're going to be also watching over the next couple of days some of our creeks and rivers.
Because that rain came fast.
It did.
In part of that area. It was really coming down hard. What about now? Are the skies clear in most of our viewing area, or there's still a lot of rain coming down? We saw Marvis getting wet.
So Marvis is still getting wet in Spencer County. The rain is lighter. It's starting to taper off in the metro. The main cold front has not come through yet, so we could still see those showers to the north and west of town still impact the metro. I think those would be non-severe, but also could contain some gusty winds. You see the numbers that are in the 60s right now immediately to the north and west as you get into Illinois and Missouri. We've seen 20 to 30 degree temperature drops. In fact, you quite literally just saw St. Louis. Earlier in our severe weather coverage a few hours ago, St. Louis was 67 degrees. They're now 41. We're going to see a similar temperature drop through the course of the day. We're 64 currently in the metro. We will be falling into the middle and lower 40s. And with gusty breezes, the wind chill factors will be in the 30s through the course of the afternoon. When earlier, just after midnight, highs hit 70 degrees today. So it's going to be quite the difference as we do eventually trend drier as we move through the morning and into the afternoon. We'll be in much better shape across the region. I do want to point out, though, that even as we start to see some better weather move in our direction, there are still some significant storms immediately southeast of the WLKY region, including in Russell County, which is immediately south of Adair County, which is the southernmost county in our WLKY region. So if you are in Columbia, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, but your neighbors immediately to the south, we're still dealing with a tornado warning there. And earlier, when that tornado was in Cumberland County, it was reported as on the ground and confirmed. So even as we are recapping all of the devastating severe weather into portions of western Kentucky and even in our own WLKY counties and communities, we are still, this event is far from over for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and unfortunately we're still seeing some very violent storms out there.
Murray State University, not far from Mayfield,
right.
Graves County. Commencement ceremonies at Murray State have been canceled for today. They'll be postponed because of the situation down there. So if you're headed down there, I went to a lot of schools.
Yeah.
A lot of schools, a lot of people from Louisville went to Murray State.
Right.
So don't head that way.
And also our friends in Bowling Green and the kids and students at Western, you know, they took a pretty significant hit today. I believe that the initial reports were that everyone was in good shape there, so that's very good news because Bowling Green took a significant hit. The PNC Bank building, there was an Enterprise Rent-A-Car that was...
Corvette plant?
The Corvette plant, fire and roof removed are what the reports that we're seeing. So as we get the sun up, through the course of the next about hour and a half or so, I think it's going to reveal some of the worst significant damage that we have yet to see in the pre-dawn hours.
More damage and hopefully not more loss of life.
Yes.
We'll be right back. We'll take a break. We'll have more right after this.
Bold designs and state-of-the-art technology. Shop over 800 vehicles at Oxmoor Mazda and OxmoorMazda.com.
There comes a point when you realize the bathroom you used to love needs a makeover. Let a professional rebath design consultant help craft the look you want and save $750 off your complete bathroom remodel.
Windows Direct USA loves providing the highest quality products for our Kentuckiana friends.
Windows Direct USA is an amazing company with amazing quality and service.
You can't beat their price and professional installation.
Call now to find out how you can get a whole house of windows for only $99 per month and a $1,500 instant rebate. Windows Direct USA.
When celebrating a loved one's life, A.D. Porter & Sons will help you create a memory as unique as the life they lived. Guiding you step by step as you honor their memory, let us help you plan ahead so your loved ones won't face difficult times alone. A professional, dignified funeral home with a legacy of serving our community needs, your traditions can live on at A.D. Porter & Sons Funeral Home. Serving the community now for more than 100 years.
High school sports coverage on WLKY. Your inside look at the best athletes, teams, and schools across greater Louisville. Celebrate your favorite schools and don't miss any of the action on WLKY News. High school sports coverage brought to you by Connect. Together for a better Kentucky.
It's hard to believe it's the holidays. I'd like to take a moment to thank our team and most importantly, our customers for their continued loyalty.
At Kroger, our purpose is to feed the human spirit. As America's grocer, we are proud to have served the community for over 90 years.
We appreciate your patience. We are working hard
to provide a friendly, fresh,
and full experience
for every customer, every time. From our family to yours.
Happy holidays!
My Last Bath loves converting unsafe, worn-out old tubs into beautiful new walk-in showers.
We love our new shower. My Last Bath was the best quality for our money.
Very informative, professional. The product is outstanding.
Call My Last Bath now to get a $1,500 instant rebate and make no payments for a full year. If you mention this commercial, you'll get this luxury waterfall shower panel absolutely free. MyLastBath.com.
Got an awesome photo or video to share? Upload yours on WLKY's You Local Louisville Facebook group.
WLKY Morning News begins with breaking news.
Right now on WLKY News, at least 50 people have been killed in overnight storms, and Governor Beshear says most of the deaths at a factory in Mayfield in far western Kentucky.
It's a really hard night and early morning here in Kentucky. We will make it through this, but this is going to be the worst tornado event in our history.
Other areas of the state are also dealing with significant damage this morning. From Bowling Green to the Ohio River, people are now beginning to wake up and survey the damage. Good morning, I'm Vicki Dorch. Devastating news this morning as we've now learned just how damaging these overnight storms have been, particularly in western Kentucky. Take a look. A large portion of Mayfield in Graves County left in ruins, including the county courthouse. A candle factory called Mayfield Consumer Products destroyed. We're told more than 100 people were in the building when the storm hit. Dozens were killed. Rescue operations are underway right now as crews search for survivors. I'm joined now in the Weather Center with meteorologist Suzanne Horgan and meteorologist Matt Milosevic. We've been here with you several hours. What a storm system that rolled through the state.
Yeah, a significant, historic one, as the governor was saying, with unfortunately the amount of deaths that we are seeing with this. This will go down in Kentucky history as one of the more devastating weather events that we've had in our history.
We were talking about the long track tornado that moved through areas of western Kentucky on the ground for some 200 miles. You know, these storms were tracking very, very quickly, and unfortunately, you can see just the tremendous damage that was done into areas of Graves County. But that's not the only location where the National Weather Service is going to have to be doing storm surveys. In the WLKY viewing area, we had several areas where damage has been reported here, and down into Bowling Green, also reports of damage down there. So this storm really hammering all of the Commonwealth, but certainly the most devastating is in areas of Graves County.
Let's go to Marvis Herring now, who's standing by live in Spencer County, where one family is dealing with a lot of damage this morning. Marvis?
Vicki, that's right. And the wind and the rain, you can tell they have really peeled back over the last few hours. But I want to show you, you can see that the damaging winds really did leave behind quite a mess over here. Just take a look at this barn. You can see just really a pile of debris that it has created out of that barn, really with a lot of equipment still inside. This is what we're seeing all over this property in the Cox's Creek area, just off Old Louisville Road. And you can just see how the wind just kind of peeled back some of these parts and really blasted off the roof of the entire building over here. This is just one of many buildings we've seen on this property that has suffered a lot of damage from the winds that really moved in overnight. And there was really torrential downpour when we first got out here. There was lots of rain coming really from every direction is what it felt like when we first got out here a few hours ago. And one of the silos over here has been destroyed. Lots of damage on this property here. I mean, this door is taller than me. debris, it has just been toppled right over like it was no work for that wind that came through here a little bit earlier today. But it has made for a lot of work for the cleanup efforts that I'm sure will be taking place once the sun does start to come up. We have seen some down power lines over here, and even driving over here, lots of debris that had kicked up into the road, pieces of branches, even some large branches at some point. None of the roads really were blocked just yet, but lots of debris on the road. That's something that people who are waking up with us this morning and maybe have to travel even within the viewing area will want to be aware of. You want to peel back those speeds and keep an eye out for any debris that might be in the road. And again, those winds, those have died down, but even on the drive here, we could feel it. I wasn't driving, but I could feel, you know, the wind picking at our live truck as we really had to peel back the speeds on the highway. We're going to continue surveying the damage here in Spencer County. I mean, we've seen damage to the home itself over here as well. But for now, I want to toss things back to you in the studio, Vicki.
Thank you so much, Marvis. We want to go now to Mark Vanderhoff, who is on his way to Graves County, to Mayfield, to survey that damage there. He and Pete Longton are driving the several hours that it takes to get from Louisville to there. Mark, let's check in with you. Are you seeing any sort of damage on your way?
Hi, Vicki. No, we're in a very rural stretch of the Western Kentucky Parkway, and it's pretty dark, so we're not seeing any damage. However, we just passed a PRP fire truck and a PRP ambulance. As you may recall, Governor Beshear and Emergency Services Director Mike Dawson said that they had agencies from all over the state sending crews to Graves County and other areas. We actually we're crossing the Green River right now. We're crossing into Muhlenberg County. And we've left the rain behind us, but there is still quite a bit of wind, not nearly as much wind as we drove through, but every once in a while you can feel a gust that kind of rocks the car.
So where are you exactly, Mark? How Pete will know exactly how much more time he has to get to Mayfield?
Yeah, so what would you say, Pete? We're about an hour and a half away from Mayfield. We just crossed over the Green River, so we're now in Muhlenberg County on the Western Kentucky Parkway.
Mark, have you passed any National Guard trucks headed that way? We understand there's the governor said 181 National Guardsmen have been mobilized. Have you passed any of their trucks on the way?
No, just like I said, the PRP fire truck and the ambulance. And frankly, I was kind of surprised that I haven't passed more, but also there's just not a lot of people on the road right now. I guess people are listening to the advice and staying home, luckily.
Of course, it's 5 in the morning where you are as well.
Right, it's Central also time. Very early. That's right. That's right, Vicki.
All right, thanks a lot, Mark. We'll check in with you again later. We want to look at all the other storm damage that happened across parts of the country. All this began with us, it felt like, in Arkansas. At least 2 people were killed and 5 others injured when a tornado touched down last night in that state. Officials say it ripped through a nursing home. Rescue crews are still trying to free at least 20 people to believe trapped in the rubble there in Arkansas at that nursing home. In Illinois, an Amazon warehouse has collapsed after a tornado moved through that area. There are reports that people were inside the building when the collapse happened Friday night. And the storms have also hit St. Charles County, Missouri, leaving 2 people in the hospital. 1 person is facing life-threatening injuries. The seconds are non-life-threatening. Authorities are continuing to search to ensure other residents are safe there.
You know, looking at those damage photos and videos, anytime you start to see roofs ripped off and the interior of a home or a business exposed, that really starts to ramp up the intensity of the tornado, the violent tornadoes, the EF3. I didn't see really 4s and 5s there. I think that's something we may very well start to see with the reports that are coming out of Western Kentucky. So a very violent night across really from the southern plains to the Ohio and mid-Mississippi River Valley. We're not quite out of it yet, Vicki and Suzanne. We have still a severe thunderstorm warning for Adair County. Goes for about the next 23 minutes. We have a flash flood warning where anywhere from 2 to 5 inches of rain has fallen, and that does include the southeastern sections of the metro. The good news is, through the majority of this flash flood warning, we're now beginning to see the rain exit, and the heaviest rain is off to the south and east. So we'll give some time for some of that flooding to recede, but that That flash flood warning goes until 8 o'clock. So for the better part of the next 2 hours, be cautious traveling, especially the low water crossings. And if your Saturday travels take you in the same area that you typically go through, I bet you know where a lot of that flooding would be, those areas that typically get ponding on them. So use extra caution there. In the orange, the boxes off to the south, far southern, Cumberland Parkway. We're zooming on in right now. There you are in Campbellsville. And then off towards Adair County, there's Columbia, and here is the Cumberland Parkway. So it is for this area in red from around Columbia up towards Nifley. That's where we're still going to have some significant wind gust possibilities. The overall radar signature is not saying tornado with it, but there's a little bit of rotation into northern portions of Adair County. So we'll continue to keep close eyes on this, because immediately to the south in Jamestown, Kentucky, Russell County, there is a tornado warning for a storm that earlier had a confirmed tornado on it. So we're watching south and eastern portions of Kentucky near the Cumberland Lake, or I should say Lake Cumberland, and also notice east of Richmond, eastern Kentucky getting into some tornado warnings as well. So it's south and eastern Kentucky that are still going to be under the gun for the nasty weather over the next couple of hours. Here's a look at the rain totals. This is just the past 12 hours about, but really through the duration of this storm event. And you can see close to where Marvis is into Spencer County, 3.5 inches of rain. Same can be said through Bullitt County, Shepherdsville, Mount Washington had some very rough weather overnight too, with the heavy rainfall near Fort Knox and Radcliffe down towards Hardinsburg. 4 close to 5 inches of rainfall as these storms trained over the same location for quite some time. Temperatures right now are in the 60s, but they are going to tumble as we make our way through the day. We're going to finally move a front through, and you can easily see where that front is. 63 in Evansville. We're going to watch their temperature, as well as the 65 in Paducah drop quickly. Look up towards St. Louis at 41. Just a couple hours ago, they were 67. So we're seeing a 25 to 30 degree drop on either side of this front, and that's the colder air we're going to feel through the course of the day. 60s now, but we'll be dropping into the 40s as we make our way through the course of the day. So by midday, you'll still be in the 50s. By the end of the afternoon, we're going to be talking about those 40s moving on in and eventually falling down towards the freezing mark as we make our way into tomorrow. And as we head through the rest of the weekend, we'll start to get into some milder and milder air. As numbers get back into the 60s next week, we'll watch for some scattered showers as we get Thursday and on into Friday. So still a couple of spots we'll be watching with that severe thunderstorm warning towards Adair County. But overall, the threat for severe weather is going to be waning across the WLKY region over the course of the next, about hour or so. And we'll eventually get this rain all out of here once the cold front passes, and that'll be a little later on this morning. But by the time we get midday and into the afternoon, we're drying out and we're starting to see those temperatures begin to come down and fall.
Yeah, so we're really going to be watching for another line of some shower and thunderstorm activity that's going to be moving through later today. At this point, it looks like that should be sub-severe.
Yes.
Maybe just bring us some environmental winds that are going to be quite gusty. We're going to keep our eyes peeled for that, for the potential for some issues, perhaps blowing some debris around after some of the storm damage that was reported across our area.
Yeah, good point. 35 to maybe 45 mile per hour gusts as the sun starts to break out later today. So still an active day weather-wise.
Still more to come.
Yeah, and obviously with the cleanup and the search and rescue operations, there's a lot to be done. The weather is going to slowly but surely begin to cooperate once again.
We need that to happen.
Yes.
Certainly do. The governor has been at the command center set up to monitor the devastation and destruction across the state. He's been there since 1 this morning. He reported that there were about 155,000 people across the state without power. And of course, he was there as the storms were rolling through. Here's what he had to say.
This shows you what we believe will be the longest tornado touchdown in terms of distance in our history. You go all the way down to the bottom of the screen, and that's where it first touched down, and then it stayed on the ground that entire line, causing significant devastation. This is incredibly rare to see, and it is one of the reasons that this was so devastating here in Kentucky.
As Matt just pointed out, in December.
Yeah, I mean, we know we can get severe weather. This is not the first time we've had severe weather in December, but to have a long track supercell tornadic violent thunderstorm on the night of December 10th and the morning of December 11th is quite rare across our part of the country.
I think for most people, when we're thinking about these huge long track storms, I think everyone here locally, generally speaking, thinks of Henryville. But this was a storm system that would be in the springtime.
Absolutely.
This is December. We get obviously severe weather at any month and any season, but in December to have a long track tornado, it is very unusual.
As the sun comes up and you can see the devastation or the damage in your area, please send those pictures in to us. We're getting reports in all the time, and we certainly appreciate it. And people are asking us to point out that Western Kentucky University also had graduation ceremonies today as well, along with Murray State, and all of those have been canceled because of the storm system.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to get those back in order before too long. But boy, what a crazy night weather-wise it was, especially some of the images that were coming out of Bowling Green a couple of hours ago, and of course Western Kentucky were really just terrifying, and we wish them the best.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
WLKY's weather is sponsored in part by the Zoom Group.
Today, a WLKY special presentation.
I should appear.
A local man's journey, overcoming illness.
I just kept getting weaker and weaker.
And a horse he loves fighting its own battle.
It was pretty debilitating injury. They rarely come back from it.
Their stories of survival and an amazing bond forged by pain.
My miracle man.
My miracle man. My miracle man. Today at 2.
Make this holiday season special when you use the Kroger app to get personalized coupons, rewards like fuel points, and weekly deals. So you can get exactly what you want at prices that are lower than low. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
That's not bacon, it's sausage.
Whoa.
Behold, Johnsonville sausage strips. Sausage that looks and cooks like bacon. It's a meaty miracle. Find them in the bacon section, even though they're sausage.
Academy of Music Production, Education, and Development. AMP, mentoring through music and technology.
Thanks to AMP, I'm more confident in playing the piano.
AMP is a free program that empowers children 8 to 18 to be healthy and productive members of the Louisville area, teaching pride and self-esteem.
AMP has boosted my self-confidence,
kindness, and humanity.
AMP has given me the opportunity to grow.
Consider donating today. Go to amplouisville.org and help with the success of a child's life and our community's future.
Who can you trust? It's one of the most important decisions you'll have to make. Question is, are you ready? Well, we're here to help at Tony Walker Financial. You know, we care more about you than we do your money, and we have over 2,000 happy clients and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau to prove it. Rolling over a 401k, confused about Social Security, maybe you're afraid of running out of money. Learn how to use and enjoy and protect your hard-earned money. Log on now to TonyWalkerFinancial.com and let's get started.
The Bristol Bar and Grill is open for indoor dining, carry-out, or delivery. From the classic green chili wontons to Teresa's sweet chili linguine, the Bristol has great food and a large selection of wines. The Bristol Bar and Grill, always ready when you are.
With Kroger Delivery, it's easy to get your special holiday foods brought right to your door. And that's music to your ears. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of breaking news as the storms move across Kentucky. Guys, is the storm system gone? Are we in the clear as of... No, Suzanne's shaking her head.
Well, we still have warnings out there right now. Now, certainly the tornado warnings that we saw earlier have been expired for our local area. There are still warnings out downstate.
Yes, and it is our far southern and eastern communities in Kentucky that are still dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning for about the next 13 minutes. But things are starting to improve. We have some residual flooding concerns that we're going to watch out for, and still some some rain chances through the first half of the morning before we start to get into the drier air. So we're going to show you a look at the Doppler radar here, and it's mainly, as you can see, our far southern communities. Here you are in Campbellsville, Greensburg. You just have steady rain, perhaps an occasional brisk breeze out there. Through southern Hart County and also western Greene County, there's still a flash flood warning. So be on the lookout if you have travel plans, especially along the I-65 corridor in Hart County. You may still find some ponding, even flooding on the roadways. Severe thunderstorm warning in far eastern Adair County, east of you now in Columbia. That will be likely allowed to expire at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 local time. So we're going to start winding down this severe weather. It mainly is just going to be heavy rain down along southern Kentucky. Could still get into severe weather, maybe even some isolated tornadoes into farther eastern Kentucky, which is not done yet with this storm system. Closer to the metro, drying out, but still a flash flood warning immediately to the south through Bullitt, portions of northern Hart and Breckinridge County, also into Shelby and Franklin County. But off to the north and west, another line of showers, but I think these will be non-severe. Having said that, they could still put down some 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts as a main cold front finally starts to make its way on through. Once that front passes, our morning starts in the 60s. We'll be falling into the 40s, so it's going to turn sharply colder. It's going to be breezy out of the north and west, and temperatures are going to fall from where we are now in the 60s to high temperatures in the afternoon in the 40s. Now, the colder air doesn't hang around for very long after lows near freezing the next couple of nights. We'll get back into the 50s Sunday and Monday, and keep in mind average highs are in the 40s this time of year, so that goes above normal. As we move into Tuesday, Wednesday, also into later in the week, we're going to keep it quite mild. But unlike this go around where the warm temperatures were fueling strong to severe thunderstorms across our region last night and early this morning, it looks like mainly just some scattered showers as we get towards late day Thursday into Friday. Another cold front and warm front kind of bounce around the area, but that looks to be mainly with some light to moderate rain showers. So far cry from tonight.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find it for you. 65, where we had that unfortunately shut down for a long stretch of time. It looks like emergency crews are still out there right now. This is a live look at 65 north and southbound in the area of Outer Loop. So we're going to be watching for that. So certainly something to keep in mind as you're heading out the door. Down power lines, if you see a down power line, you got to turn around. It is not a situation where you want to be certainly caught with that. That can be deadly. And you can see it looks like emergency crews are still out there again on 65. But I believe we have Marvis Herring, who is out live. He's been in Spencer County. We were talking earlier. He was showing us all the damage, and he was saying it did look like there was almost a circular pattern to some of the damage. So we want to go out live. And Marvis, it looks like it has maybe let up a little bit as far as the rain.
The rain has let up, the wind has let up a little bit, and just in the last 15 or so minutes, we saw a snowplow that was actually coming through to get the debris off the ground. But I want to show you this silo over here. This is one of those silos that was completely destroyed, and you can see how strong the wind is. I mean, this is really brick, stone that has just been toppled down in here and completely destroyed this silo, this one that's right here next to it. You can see parts of it were really just ripped off by the wind, but it's still standing somewhat. But that just gives you an idea. And David, we can show you one of those pieces of debris just stuck into here, giving you an idea of how that wind was moving through here. But let's just make our way through the property. I want to show you this barn right here. There's only one standing wall right now. You can see right through there. The roof is gone off of it. And we talked to the owner. They are aware that they have a lot of cleanup to do. But you can see how this garage door here actually buckled in, and it started to just really just crumble up like that. That's where I'm wondering just how the wind was moving through here exactly overnight. Because you can just, one thing that is for sure is that it was a powerful storm that came through Spencer County here in the Cox's Creek area. And then if you turn around this way, this is where that whole pile of rubble, there's a wall that's on the ground over here as well. This gives you a better idea. All of it stacked on top of some bales of hay out here. And you can see, again, this is that same type of texture, that brick type of texture that was just stone. I mean, now it's just really brought all the way down to nothing, just a pile of rubble over here. And so that's where I'm wondering how exactly exactly that wind was moving through here, but there's no doubt in my mind that it was clearly some powerful winds. Glad to hear, speaking with the owner of here, that everyone was safe. They were not on the property at the time, or not here in this area at the time that the storms were moving through. Back to you.
Thank you, Marvis. Let's leave Spencer County and head down the Western Kentucky Parkway, where Mark Vanderhoff is on his way to Mayfield. Hi, Mark.
A very rural stretch of road, and it's been very dark out here. But we just passed Central City, and we really expected to see it lit up. I got to tell you, though, I guess they are one of the places that has a power outage, because we passed by a large Walmart, and every light was off. It was so dark. None of the lights on in the parking lot. The Walmart sign was not lit. It was a little surprising to see. But I think that's the situation out here.
And Mark, we're taking a look at some of the damage from Mayfield, and it just looks so terrible. And I imagine it's almost a little scary for your driving down there to not see any lights on. So Vicki was saying we've got about 150,000 people or customers without power. So it looks like you are driving through an area that doesn't have power. Is that correct?
That is correct. And every once in a while, you'll see where it comes back on, and it's kind of surprising to see all these lights on all of a sudden. And I don't mean all of them, but just little pockets of where the lights are on, and then it's dark again. We're getting ready to pass through Madison right now, or Madisonville, I apologize. And I don't see any lights on in this area. But I do see a flag that is whipping around pretty good. We made it through the worst of the storm, but there's still quite a bit of wind sort of buffeting us around.
Is it still raining on you, Mark?
No, fortunately not. That we got a break on that regard. That makes the driving a lot tougher, as you can imagine.
And so far, no devastation on the interstate that you can see?
Nothing that we've been able to see. We did pass a PRP fire truck and a PRP ambulance, which I assume are headed to the scene as well to help out.
I should say debris, not devastation. Debris on the interstate. Nothing there so far. Yep. Safe travels. We'll catch up with you again in a few minutes.
And we were talking about the interstate on 65, right in the area of Outer Loop. You can see it looks like we might have LG&E crews out there right now. That was an area that had those down power lines. So in the metro, that looks like it's been the major pocket where we've seen those power outages. Again, that's 65 in the area of Outer Loop. And if you look very closely, it looks like there might be some LG&E crews still out there on the ramp to Outer Loop. So again, that's what we're watching here with a live look from some of our Trimark traffic cameras. We did have some people send us in video, and I cannot tell you how valuable that is. I don't know if we're able to show any of those videos from Facebook. Maybe after the break we can pull some of those up, but I know we had some from Mount Washington. We also had some photos of some hail also from the Mount Washington area and into Spencer County. We also had some reports of some damage that was done from a trampoline into areas of Bullitt County as well. This looks like it's from a Ring camera from Mount Washington. Very difficult to see, but obviously you can see just that rain coming down in sheets here from Mount Washington and Bullitt County. Thank you so much for sending that in.
That was the picture on a lot of porches this morning and earlier today, when the rain coming down is in Jefferson County and other areas. This is in Vine Grove, Kentucky. You can see the devastation there. Looks like a mobile home has been damaged by high winds.
Yeah, Hardin County there. This was also under that same storm that went from where Marvis is in Cox's Creek back through Mount Washington, Shepherdsville, all where we're showing you. This was a tornado-warned thunderstorm that rolled on through that was producing the damage that we've been bringing to you here so far this morning. So we'll continue as the sun comes up about an hour away from that. I think it's going to shed light on more of the damage across our state this morning.
More coverage right after this break. Stay right there.
Don't let impact weather catch you by surprise. Get meteorologist Suzanne Horgan's accurate forecast with custom weather alerts on the free WLKY app. Download it today.
Coit deep cleans and disinfects your surfaces, air ducts, and more. We're here for emergency restoration, too. Call 800-4COIT to save 35% on select services.
The people you trust Coit.
It's my 310, no accident site, migraine medicine. It's Ubrelvy.
for anytime, anywhere migraine strikes without worrying if it's too late or where I am. One dose can quickly stop my migraine in its tracks within 2 hours.
Unlike older medicines, Ubrelvy is a pill that directly blocks CGRP protein, believed to be a cause of migraine. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Ask about Ubrelvy, the anytime, anywhere migraine medicine.
I am a real customer of Bryant Heating and Cooling, and I have been now for 11 years. Why do I do this? Because Bryant has always been here for me. I've had units go down, but when I called them, they were here, and they never left my home until I was comfortable. My system gets regular maintenance, so I know that my furnace is going to perform its best, even in the worst conditions. But if it doesn't, Bryant will be here. That's why I do this.
Find the latest workwear at National Workwear. More work and safety styles for men and women than ever before. Timberland Pro, Keen Utility, Ariat, Reebok, Wolverine, and more. Also, find the rugged durability of Carhartt with new styling features, such as the lightweight full-swing Crider jacket. Great value with warm burn workwear with jackets and bibs for everyone in the family. Get it all today at National Workwear.
Hi, I'm Mark Krish of Coit Cleaning and Restoration. Over 70 years ago, we pioneered the cleaning business. Today, we continue to deliver exceptional services guaranteed in writing. Right now, save 35%. Go online or call us today.
WLKY's weather is sponsored in part by Oxmoor Ford Lincoln.
There's only one cookie lady. My life story is the main ingredient in Kisto cookies. I was born under the banana tree in Uganda. My African dreams are mixed into every batch of cookies next to the butter, eggs, and sugar. Look for me at local festivals. My cookies are sold at the store all over Louisville. Order online at kisto.com. Eat a cookie, be happy.
WLKY Morning News begins with breaking news.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the storms as they move across Kentucky. What's it looking like now in this area?
A little bit of better news, that's for sure, especially in terms of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. There are no longer any in the WLKY region. We do have a couple of flash flood warnings that we'll continue to watch over the next hour and a half or so, where the heaviest of the rain has fallen. Then we're still going to be on guard, especially in areas where your low water crossings, the areas that get ponding on them first and foremost, from about Frankfort down towards Breckenridge County. That line, that includes Shepherdsville, Mount Washington, the far southeastern metro. We saw 2 to as much as 5 inches of rainfall there. There's another flash flood watch. That includes Hart County, where we also have had some hefty rainfall, close to 3 inches at times, while others in between these more significant lines receive much less. So rainfall varies quite significantly, but the main concern right now in the WLKY region is where the heaviest of this rain has fallen to the north and is still falling off to the south and east. But we're going to bring the vast majority of the rain to an end as we get closer and into the 7 o'clock hour. There's still some steady soaking rain from Munfordville over to Campbellsville, including Greensburg, and down along the Cumberland Parkway. Farther to the north and west, we still have the main frontal system that's going to knock our temperatures in the 60s, and the mugginess that we have out there this morning that fueled those thunderstorms overnight. Well, the front that's off to the north and west will still kick up another line of showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder. I think for the most part, though, those will be non-severe, although we could get some wind gusts in the 30, 40, maybe even 45 mile per hour range. So some gusty showers through the late morning hours. Then once that passes, we're going to turn chillier. Yesterday's rainfall, so before midnight, was about 1/4 of an inch. I think we doubled that with the rain through the overnight, but you saw that some got into those higher amounts and prompting those flash flood warnings. Look at this dynamic system, almost very spring-like, where you have severe weather out ahead of it in the warmer, more humid air. Up into the Great Lakes, it's winter storm warnings and several inches of snow with the wind and the wintry weather up there. For us, we are still very warm and muggy for the time of year. We should have lows closer to the freezing mark. We are sitting in the low to mid 60s this morning. But immediately to our north and west, Evansville and Paducah in the 60s, those numbers will start dropping very quickly here in the next few minutes to the 40s that they're dealing with in St. Louis and Champaign, Illinois. Our numbers too will drop from the 60s in the morning to the 40s in the afternoon. I think we'll settle down to about the mid 40s, but it's going to be windy. Winds will gust upwards of 35 miles per hour today, so even maybe close to 40 at times. So that's going to add an additional chill to the air. Wind chills at times will be in the 30s, so it's a far cry from the milder temperatures of the past couple of days and even this morning. As we move in through the rest of the weekend, Sunday is a more typical mid-December day. Highs near 51. The average is 49. Well, it'll be 57 Monday. Lows near freezing, so we're grabbing the coats and jackets. You would expect that in the mornings. But as we get into next week, right back into the warmer 60s. Tuesday and Wednesday looking dry, but with more cloud cover. Thursday and Friday will bring in some scattered showers. But just showers.
Okay, I started to say the warmer temperatures, we should not be concerned that they're going to bring any severe weather with them.
At this time, that next storm system just looks like passing fronts, not the big strong areas of low pressure that create all the wind that fueled these thunderstorms overnight. So some better news there.
And the storm system tonight also moved through Bowling Green, and Bowling Green Public Works is asking people to stay off the roads there unless you just have to be on them. They're trying to get the roads cleared there so first responders can get to the people in need. So stay off the roadways if you can so they can assess the damage and help those who need help.
Yeah, travel on, let's see, Interstate 65 out in Western Kentucky, the Western Kentucky Parkway 69.
69 was shut down.
It's going to be really troublesome as they try to, clear paths and get emergency vehicles where they need to be. So it's going to be very busy in those storm-affected areas.
Marvis Herring didn't have any problems on the roadways getting to Spencer County, though. Marvis?
Yeah, and I want to show you, though, the problems weren't on the road, but you can see they are on this property. This silo has just been clobbered. It just really has collapsed completely after the wind blew through here. And I showed you guys just a little bit ago, this is not like, made out of something small. This is really brick. I can barely even move it. So really it had to be that it was moving pretty fast. Even this ladder up here, you can see really it's been tilted from the wind that came through here. But it's when you step around here and you see this pile of debris that's taller, probably 3 times the size as me, all toppled on top of this hay that was over here. You can see how strong those winds were that moved through here in Spencer County in the Cox's Creek area. And this garage that has just been, the front of it just has fallen right over. I mean, it looks like it's ripped the roof right off of here. It's really amazing to see just how strong those winds were that moved through here. And you can see out here in Spencer County now, we've been checking in for a couple of hours now. The rain has stopped out here, but we can still get, some of that wind that's coming through a little bit this morning still. And I know Matt said that it's going to be a windy day. We still are having that wind out here. It's not quite as strong and whipping like it was earlier this morning. There's a lot of damage, though, down power lines and a lot more damage that we can show you over here that we've been seeing all throughout the morning. And this is that debris, like we said, is kind of just strewn about. This is one of those down power lines, and it's strewn about the yard out here. It's not clear which way the wind was, or which direction the wind was blowing when it really moved through here. So I know Matt said that could be a sign of a certain type of severe weather that they're going to take that into consideration when they come out here to survey the damage. But that's really what we're seeing out here right now. Like I said, the wind has died down a little bit, but the rain has finally stopped. I really wanted to show you that the rain has stopped out here. But for now, reporting live from Spencer County, Marvis Herring, WLKY News.
Thank you, Marvis. Good news that rain has stopped.
Yeah, certainly. And Marvis was talking about the damage. We were talking about that earlier. Usually when you see the damage all going in one direction, it's a better indication of some of the straight line wind damage. Yep. Marvis was telling us it did look like the damage was done in several different areas and several different directions. The debris was strewn, and there was a tornado warning at about 1:53 in Spencer County.
He showed one shot from, I believe it was the barn, where it looked like the door of the garage was pushed in, and then they zoomed over to the opposite side where those bricks and the silo was, and it looked like that was pushed out in the opposite direction. So if that is what indeed is going on, that does indicate that was likely tornado damage. And again, it was a tornado warned storm for that same storm that was on the, some of these long-lived supercell thunderstorms. So
how long does it take them to assess that, to tell us exactly what that?
It's a lot of times they can get it done the next day. They're very quick, and sometimes it's very, very obvious as soon as you go in and you can see in different directions the pattern of the storm damage. But the National Weather Service obviously is going to certainly have their hands full. We had so many reports of confirmed tornado debris signatures in our WLKY viewing area, and certainly outside into Mayfield, into areas of Warren County, down near Bowling Green. So it may take a while for their ability to really just cover so much real estate.
I think we'll start to hear some of the reports on the smaller areas of damage. The more isolated storms, those should come pretty quick. Occasionally, they'll even use drone footage. At times, they've used the WLKY Chopper HD to get an aerial view of things. But I think farther into western Kentucky, as we're talking Bowling Green, Caldwell, Graves County, those will take longer because you are talking, they quite literally have 200 miles, the National Weather Service will, of surveying this storm over the next few days. So that's going to take multiple Weather Service offices, multiple people in multiple days. But I think by the end of today and into tomorrow, we'll likely get a better idea of just how strong this tornado was.
All right. Although this damage stretches through several states, not just Kentucky, at least 2 people were killed, 5 others injured when a tornado touched down last night in Arkansas. Officials say it ripped through a nursing home. Rescue crews are still trying to free at least 20 people believed to be trapped in the rubble. In Illinois, an Amazon warehouse has collapsed after a tornado moved through the area. There are reports that people were inside the building when the collapse happened Friday night. The storms have also hit St. Charles County, Missouri, leaving 2 people in the hospital. 1 person is facing life-threatening injuries. The second person's injuries are non-life-threatening. Authorities are continuing to search to ensure other residents are safe. Like to say that it's over, but you say there's some strong winds in the area.
Yeah, we're going to still see the possibility of wind gusts upwards of 40 miles per hour through a good chunk of the afternoon. So take that into consideration as you're doing any cleanup. You saw around where Marvis is, you had 40-mile-per-hour winds into that. That could still knock some things down. So we want to be very, very careful and stay safe even as the storm ends.
Most definitely, and that's something to keep in mind. I think our severe weather threat is certainly diminishing at this point. The bulk of the warnings have been cleared of the WLKY viewing area. That being said, in the environmental winds could be gusting anywhere from 35 to 40 miles per hour, and that's when it's not raining. So just keep that in mind.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
WLKY's weather is sponsored in part by Scheller's Fitness and Cycling.
Car problems? Bessler U-Pull and Save can help save you money on quality used auto parts and get you back on the road. Bessler's, located at Strawberry Lane near the airport. Call us at 502-912-8399 or visit us at BesslerAutoParts.com.
Attention parents of pre-K 5th and 8th grade students. Now's the time to apply for JCPS full-day kindergarten, magnet schools, and magnet programs for next school year. Visit our website to use School Finder and identify your elementary, middle, and high school choices by December 15th.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zifans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam Zinc That Cold.
Get ready. The Christmas Gift and Decor Show is back this weekend at the Kentucky Expo Center. Don't miss the largest and finest free admission Christmas show in the nation, featuring over 600 booths filled with holiday decor, crafts, jewelry, clothing, toys, and so much more. Find unique gifts and bargains for everyone on your list. Be sure to bring the kids to meet Santa all 3 days. The Christmas Gift and Decor Show is open this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And best of all, admission is free. For more information, visit LouisvilleChristmasShow.com, a Stewart promotion.
Smooth dark chocolate, refreshing peppermint. Enter York mode.
Rich chocolate candy and creamy caramel. That's how you Rolo.
For the first time ever, A+ Stir announces no interest, no payment for 18 months. That means no payment till June 2023. Plus free Wi-Fi thermostat, deluxe filter, 10 years labor. All this only from A+ Stir. Winter's coming. Get a furnace safety check for only $55 from A+ Stir. A complete safety inspection of your home's heating system, and it's just $55. Keep your family safe and warm. A+ Stir, heating and cooling.
MaxCare Professional Cleaning Systems are your certified cleaning experts. Breathe easy again. MaxCare will eliminate odors, molds, and irritating dust throughout the home with our patented air duct cleaning system. Call MaxCare today. It's not just our name.
It's our promise.
Car problems? Bessler You Pull and Save can help save you money on quality used auto parts and get you back on the road. Bessler's, located at Strawberry Lane near the airport. Call us at 502-912-8399 or visit us at BesslerAutoparts.com.
Oxmoor Toyota is proud to be the #1 Toyota dealer for new and pre-owned sales in Kentucky. Come see why at Oxmoor Toyota on Shelbyville Road and oxmoortoyota.com.
Good morning. The death toll continues to rise across the state of Kentucky as the governor declares a state of emergency. The hardest hit area was Graves County in western Kentucky, where at least 50 people have died at the candle making factory there in Mayfield. There were several hundred or 110 people in the factory working at the time that the storms moved through earlier this morning. The governor says the National Guard has been mobilized. 181 guardsmen are on their way to help that area. They're still trying to rescue people in that rubble. They're trying to clear the roadways so that the first responders can get in to help people. It is quite the situation in western Kentucky at this hour.
Yeah, we were saying that I-69 was impassable because of all of the debris in the roadway. So you were saying they were going to need to take snowplows out to clear the roads. And obviously, if you can't get to those people who need your help, that's a huge problem.
After tornadoes, dealing with the debris, dealing with down utility lines in the places of the worst damage. Sometimes you can have ruptured natural gas lines as well. It can be very hazardous to move through those areas. So the crews and the folks who were affected by those storms overnight, it's going to be a tough next several hours and next several days as we kind of assess the damage and start to rebuild.
That's right. The governor has been at the command center set up to monitor these storms as they move through. He's been there since 1 o'clock, and we've spoken with him several times this morning. Let's listen to part of what he said.
We are nearing the end of the most severe tornado event in Kentucky's history. Multiple tornadoes have touched down, and we have damage in, I believe, over a dozen Kentucky counties. The primary tornado was on the ground continuously for over 200 miles in our state, something we have never seen before. We have deaths in multiple, possibly many counties. The hardest hit county appears to be Graves, where the city of Mayfield has been devastated. A roof collapse at a candle factory has resulted in mass casualties.
We've heard from the governor, and we like to hear from you as well. We've heard from many of our viewers throughout the morning, and you're sending in pictures. Please continue to do so. As the sun comes up, we'll see more devastation and a better look at what's going on out there.
And on our U Local page, you can find that. We've got a Facebook page with U Local onto WLKY.com or a free mobile app. You can use that U Local, then that really helps us. We can tweet out the pictures. The National Weather Service can then see the photos. So I believe we have some video that was shot from earlier from Mount Washington. We have a ring video that was shown to us, and also just video from, it looks like someone's perhaps back porch with those Christmas lights, as someone was trying to get pictures of all of that lightning and that heavy rainfall that was coming. Again, this was from Bullitt County during the overnight. Look at that American flag just absolutely whipping in the wind. So certainly a very violent night in much of the Commonwealth. So we appreciate your sending in those photos. This is from Vine Grove, and you can see some flashes of lightning from this. And Matt, we were talking about some of the storms down across areas of Hardin County and Breckinridge County. AT&T was reporting cellular service out of Breckinridge County was down because of the storms.
Yeah, not only is it bright and loud with the rumbles of thunder, but we'll be watching for the utility troubles where we've had tens of thousands without power, and like you said, some cell service as well. This is the storms in Shepherdsville, Kentucky. A lot of folks checking on the lightning, and hey, don't mind you going out on the front porch and getting a little video as long as it's safe, but hopefully everyone was moving indoors as the worst of the storms were coming on through. But it's definitely was a busy night for many across the WLKY region. Even in the metro, we didn't get the brunt of the storms, but still upwards of 50 miles per hour in wind gusts. We've had some branches and some power lines reported down at times, so still use a little extra caution even in the Louisville area too. Busy night, and of course there'll be a busy day for cleanup crews and rescue crews. Reporter Mark Vanderhoff and photographer Pete Longton are on their way to Mayfield to assess the damage there and to see what's going on with that situation. Mark, last we talked with you, you were about an hour away from Mayfield. Where are you now?
Yeah, Vicki, we just passed by Princeton, and we could see the lights in downtown Princeton were on, but the lights at a gas station just off the interstate exit were off. And then a short while before that, we passed by the exit for Dawson Springs. There actually appeared to be a police roadblock on the road going into town that was visible from the interstate, and a few cars backed up on the interstate ramp that lead to that road going into town. You might recall that Governor Beshear mentioned that Dawson Springs, which is his family's hometown, was one of the towns that had been hit by the tornado. We also hit a fairly large patch of debris. It looked like a lot of wood and a lot of metal that was just kind of strung out all over the road and in the median. It was hard to really tell what it was from, but there were a couple of trucks actually pulled over just past that debris field. I hope that they didn't get a flat tire, but we were a little worried about that ourselves. Right now we're on mile marker 76 on Interstate 69, probably less than an hour from Mayfield.
Pictures while you're talking about of the candle factory there. We had been told that it had been leveled, and from this picture that we're looking at here, it certainly looks like that is the case. It'll be interesting to see what the situation is when you get there. You're kind of beginning to get into the heart of this. Earlier we had a report from Caldwell County that said one of our friends' houses was destroyed. They cannot find their son. A friend's car that was in the driveway got sucked up in the air. It's now gone. They say many homes are totally gone in that area, and cars are gone. And that's in the Princeton area there that you're driving through.
That is so tragic, Vicki. My heart go out to the family of that young man. I hope that it turns out that he's all right. Maybe we'll see a miracle. We'll keep our eyes open while we're driving. We're hoping that we can get past Benton. Apparently, Interstate 69 is blocked in Benton. So, to be honest with you, I'm not even sure, how far we're going to get. It's probably going to be a game of getting on some back roads and kind of weaving our way toward Mayfield.
Stay safe, Mark. And of course, we'll check in with you again in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Vicki.
Real quick, Mark is mentioning debris in the roadway. That could very well have been thrown miles away from where the tornado was. So just keep that in mind as we do, as our reporters and first responders and just people in general make their way out. But go easy over there, and those images coming out of Mayfield are just terrible.
In fact, we have a picture that was sent to us from our You Local page, and this is from Mayfield. And you can see, we were talking about debris. You can see the debris that has just been strewn everywhere. Seeing those pictures, just very upsetting. It looks like there's just nothing left of that building, and you can see all of the debris from this picture here, again sent to us from our You Local page here. We have other photos that were sent to us. This is from Shepherdsville. It looks like an outbuilding in the middle of a roadway here. Also reports that you can see of it looks like another building here over a fence. So certainly we saw some damage here locally. Nothing on the order, obviously, of what they were seeing in Mayfield. But again, if you have damage pictures, please continue to send them into our You Local page. We always appreciate your photos. But again, the newest pictures that we just saw, those live pictures, just devastating from Western Kentucky.
And as the sun comes up, go check on your neighbor.
Right.
Sure. The power lines are down. The cell service has been down in parts of the area, but this might be a time to see if the guy next door is doing okay.
Absolutely.
We'll take a break. We'll have more right after this, right here on WLKY.
WLKY's live weather camera is sponsored in part by Furniture Fair.
Want to go someplace new?
See something new.
Something new is happening here. Now
at 9 a.m. and all morning long.
We are following some breaking traffic news.
We're excited to wake up with you.
Tracking your day in real time.
Helping you get there on time. Traffic continues to build.
I'll take you somewhere new.
Meet someone new. Like me.
We are following several developing stories.
We're inviting you.
Come see what's new on WLKY Morning News and CBS Mornings.
There's never a better time to save than during Toyotathon at Oxmoor Toyota.
New 2021 RAV4. Get 1.9 APR for up to 72 months.
Get huge end-of-year savings during Toyotathon at Oxmoor Toyota on Shelbyville Road and OxmoorToyota.com.
Get to Gordon Food Service Store. Deals like this come but once a year. Get USDA Choice Cooked Prime Rib, just $11.99 a pound, and beef meatballs, $14.99 for a 5-pound bag. Cooked shrimp are only $7.99 for 1 pound, or a cocktail shrimp ring with sauce is $14.99. Plus your choice of holiday cookie dough, only $9.99 while supplies last. Order online for free same-day pickup. Gordon Food Service Store, GFSstore.com.
Start a new career. Kentucky Trailer is hiring welders and assemblers with top pay, benefits, and 3 weeks paid time off. Join a team that rewards experience, hard work, and initiative. Kentucky Trailer is a worldwide manufacturing leader, building custom trailers and truck bodies for a variety of industries. Founded in Louisville, still here and growing more than 140 years later. Build your next career with Kentucky Trailer. Apply today at kytrailer.com. What we make matters.
There's only one cookie lady. My life story is the main ingredient in Kisto cookies. I was born under the banana tree in Uganda. My African dreams are mixed into every batch of cookies next to the butter, eggs, and sugar. Look for me at local festivals. My cookies are sold at the store all over Louisville. Order online at Kisto.com. Eat it, cookie, be happy.
There's never a better time to save than during Toyotathon at Oxmoor Toyota.
New 2021 RAV4. Get 1.9 APR for up to 72 months.
Get huge end-of-year savings during Toyotathon at Oxmoor Toyota on Shelbyville Road and OxmoorToyota.com.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the storms that moved across the state. This warm, balmy weather was just the right recipe for this.
It really did. I mean, we had our temperature in the metro go to 70 degrees shortly after the midnight hour, and with that 70 degrees was fairly humid as well. And that was some of that heat and humidity that was fueling these storms. Ton of wind energy too, guys. You go just a couple thousand feet up in our atmosphere. I'm talking 2,000–3,000 feet, and the winds still are howling up there. So when we move lines of thunderstorms into that strong wind field, that's what can get them developing and rotating too. That happened quite a bit overnight and early this morning with long track tornadoes that we had in western Kentucky, southern portions of Kentucky. Even our friends to the south in Nashville were under tornado warnings that were confirmed tornadoes on the ground, especially in the western suburbs of Nashville. Now, the biggest severe weather threat is going to be generally into eastern Kentucky, where they still have some severe thunderstorm warnings towards Richmond, Berea, over towards Stanton and the Red River Gorge area, up towards Moorhead. Farther to the south and east, there's even still a tornado warning south of London, Kentucky. We'll be watching a little farther to the north and west. Notice dry in the metro, dry in Salem and Paoli, but head up towards Bedford, Lawrence County. A line of showers starting to move on in. I don't see much of a severe weather threat with this, but some gusty showers, 30 to 40 miles per hour, as that back edge of the main front moves on through. And behind that front, the numbers are going to drop significantly. But right now, we have 64 degrees on a December 11th morning when our average low should be closer to freezing. Also, we don't talk about it much this time of year, but the dew point into the 60s makes it feel humid at 90%. South breeze is still at 9 miles per hour. But that south wind is going to turn out of the north and west later today, and these numbers are going to take a tumble. Lower and middle 60s right now across the metro. We're going to end up falling into the 40s during the afternoon, and it's going to be breezy as well. But that front's not quite into the region just yet. The colder air is poised just off to the north and west, but that will start to move in as we get late morning and into the afternoon. We'll notice those temperatures that will be falling to about the mid-40s. By the time we get 2–3 o'clock, I think we're well into the 40s. We'll stay there through the rest of the day with the gusty breezes. It'll feel like the 30s. We get calmer, though. The winds relax. We clear the skies. It'll be chill chilly at 33 in town, some 20s outside of the metro, but that's pretty typical of this time of year for our morning lows. And our afternoon highs in the low 50s tomorrow, some upper 40s outside of the metro. That's a degree or two above average, but overall it's going to be a pretty nice December day tomorrow. Looking even better Monday at 57. We'll go into the 60s towards the middle of next week. And unlike this go-around where the warmth provided showers and thunderstorms went severe last night, this will just be a few scattered non-severe showers, but we'll grab the umbrellas by Thursday afternoon and into Friday.
We need calmer weather after seeing those storms last night.
Yeah, we sure do. It'd be nice to keep it that way until, I would say at least springtime when we would expect this type of weather.
And those cleanup crews need some calm weather tomorrow as well, right? We'll be right back with more coverage. Stay with us.
11 years I have trusted Bryant for my home comfort. That's why this time of year I get routine checkups. Knowing that my furnace is going to perform its best in the worst conditions is total peace of mind.
Schedule preventative maintenance now, just $65.
The holidays are here, and with your support, Home of the Innocents is bringing magic to the lives of children and families they serve. You can make a difference for children living at the home, homeless young adults getting support, and families in our community receiving therapeutic treatment. You can make an impact that will brighten the holidays and last throughout the year by sharing the love and compassion of your home with ours. Donate now at homeoftheinnocents.org and make everyone feel at home for the holidays.
My name is Rochelle. I've been at Facebook for 5 years, and I'm on the privacy team.
Tell me a little bit about your job.
I do a lot. I actually help us understand the types of questions we should be asking to help people understand their privacy.
What does it entail?
What rights do people have? How can we make it easier for them to understand what their choices are? You should be able to understand who has your data and how they use it.
We're constantly evolving, right? Our community's evolving.
If you look at the way regulation has evolved, it's been not as quickly as technology.
How do you think updated regulation would help you?
Federal legislation is absolutely necessary because it can give our platforms and other platforms guidelines so we have a consistent approach. Privacy is personal. Letting people's choices lead is important.
Academy of Music Production, Education, and Development. AMP, mentoring through music and technology.
Thanks to AMP, I'm more confident in playing the piano.
AMP is a free program that empowers children 8 to 18 to be healthy and productive members of the Louisville area, teaching pride and self-esteem.
AMP has boosted my self-confidence,
kindness, and humanity.
AMP has given me the opportunity to grow.
Consider donating today. Go to amplouisville.org and help with the success of a child's life and our community's future.
I am a real customer of Bryant Heating and Cooling. Why do I do this? Because Bryant has always been here for me. I know that my furnace is going to perform its best, but if it doesn't, Bryant will be here. That's why I do this.
Morning news at a new hour. Join us weekdays for WLKY News at 9.
More from Oxmoor Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. More selection on iconic brands. Get style, performance, and value. Only at Oxmoor Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and oxmoorchrysler.com.
WLKY Morning News begins with breaking news.
Right now on WLKY News, at least 50 people have been killed in an overnight storm. And Governor Andy Beshear says most of those deaths at a factory in Mayfield in far western Kentucky.
In our history.
Other areas of the state also dealing with significant damage this morning, from Bowling Green to the Ohio River. People are now beginning to wake up and survey the damage. Good morning. I'm Vicki Dortch, along with meteorologist Suzanne Horgan, meteorologist Matt Milosevic. It's been a long morning, but a lot to cover.
Absolutely.
Just devastation across areas of western Kentucky. Across our local area, we certainly had damage reported. We've got Marvis Herring, who's out live in Spencer County, showing us some damage done there, potentially from a tornado. But the big story is certainly that long track tornado that moved throughout areas of western Kentucky and just causing so much terrible devastation.
Take a look. A large portion of Mayfield and Graves County left in ruins, including the county courthouse. A candle factory called Mayfield Consumer Products destroyed. We're told more than 100 people were in the building when the storm hit. Dozens were killed. Rescue operations are underway right now as crews search for survivors.
To look at that damage, it almost looks like earthquake damage, doesn't it? I mean, everything has just almost crumbled. There is so much rubble, and you can see just the extent. We were talking about, most of us think when we're talking about tornadoes and huge tornadoes across our local area, we always think of Henryville. This looks like potentially similar, if not worse, than Henryville.
If we think back through the years, going back tornado history-wise, 63 were killed in Kentucky on the April 1974 super outbreak. 31 of those were in Meade County in Brandenburg. So that is, it's looking like something in devastation, and those numbers are on par with what we had close to 50 years ago.
Looking back at those pictures there of the candle factory in Mayfield, the governor told us that there were 110 people working in that factory at the time that those storms moved through, so that you can see the devastation, destruction, and why the rescue efforts would still be ongoing there. That's going to take a long time to sift through that.
Yeah, and you know, when you think about we have obviously advanced warning now. We let people know well in advance that this was happening all day long. But when you look at something like this, regardless of the precautions you may have taken, you may not have been safe, because you can see everything has just been crushed in this area.
And we're told emergency crews are having difficulty, first responders are having difficulty getting there because of all the debris on the roadways surrounding there. And you can understand why by the look of that picture.
Yeah, most definitely. Mark Vanderhoff is very nearby. He was saying his route there was completely dark in spots because of the power outages.
That's right. He's passed through Princeton and Caldwell County that were also hard hit, including Dawson Springs. Mark, where are you now? Are you close to Benton?
Well, Vicki, you're going to have to help me out here. Is it pronounced Katawa?
Katawa.
Katawa, there you go.
Katawa, yes.
I knew you'd know, because I know you come down to these lakes sometimes.
You bet.
We are at a gas station outside of Katawa. We were going to stop at a gas station outside of Princeton, but all the lights were off. It's something that we're encountering quite a bit along the way. Long stretches where there are no lights, exits, interstate exits where there are no lights. We passed a Walmart. All the lights were off. Luckily, they've got some power here at Katawa, and we're able to get a little gas because we're concerned, for obvious reasons, that we might not be able to get some when we get to Mayfield.
That's right. You're in Lyon County, not far from Kentucky Lake, and you'll be in Marshall County where Benton is. And you said once you get to Benton, you're a little worried about how you're going to get onto Mayfield because the interstate there is closed.
That's what it looks like. I'm trying to verify that at the moment. It looks like there's a way to get around it, but I'm not sure what's going on there. For some reason, my map is showing that there's currently a road closure. There's been a road closure for about an hour there for some reason.
Well, drive safe, and we'll speak with you again in just a few minutes, Mark. Thank you so very much. Closer to home, Marvis Herring is live in Spencer County, where one family there is struggling with a lot of damage this morning. Marvis?
And yeah, Vicki, the wind has also picked back up just here in the last few moments, but I want to show you that damage of what they're dealing with out here. This is really the damage to one of the barns out here, and I just spoke with the owner over here. He didn't want to go on camera, but he said they have lots of equipment in all of these barns, so really that's going to be a big concern for him. And we also just learned, he said that even at one point overnight, he saw that a tree was on fire, so unclear if that was struck by lightning or what exactly happened there, because we did show you those down power lines about 30 minutes ago. That could have led to that as well. But he was talking about he hasn't seen a storm like this or winds like this at least since the 80s. And he said even then when he saw those winds, it only really affected one barn out here. We're seeing at least 1, 2, 3 barns and the silos that we showed you that were completely just destroyed out here by the winds. But again, the wind is kind of picking back up. It's nowhere near where it was, but it's just, you can feel it kind of almost move you a little bit out here, even without the rain any longer. But you can see the damage, how it just folded this this wall in, this door here, that the roof is just peeled off of here as well. All of that from the wind, and when it gets going, you can even see parts of the siding of this barn out here really start to shake as well. So really out here, that's what we're seeing, and the owners out here saying they haven't seen anything like this quite quite like this before. It'll be interesting to see what the National Weather Service has to say about what exactly happened out here in Spencer County. Reporting live in Spencer County, Marvis Herring, WLKY News.
And Suzanne and Matt, you said it could be just hours that the National Weather Service knows what happened in Spencer County.
Yeah, it's one of the locations that's closer to the Weather Service office, which is in the south side of the metro, and so they might be able to jump out there pretty quickly and take a look here after sunrise. They'll be, first they put out where they're going to survey, when they're going to survey it, and then we'll look for those answers. But some of what we've been seeing with Marvis's live shot, I think indicates that there's a little twisting with that damage, and it was for a storm that was tornado warned and had a history of producing tornadoes. So I think we're likely looking at tornado damage there in parts of Spencer County.
There were a number of tornado warnings that were issued last night, and sometimes they're just radar indicated. The difference last night, we certainly saw on the correlation coefficient, the debris signature. We were seeing debris in at least parts of the atmosphere, so we were getting some confirmation that these were actually tornadic thunderstorms versus kind of the straight line wind events that we sometimes get here. But we did have a number of warnings all across the WLKY viewing areas, so it'll be interesting to see where the National Weather Service chooses to go first and where they're deciding to do the storm surveys.
Marv's shown us a great job of what's happening in Spencer County. The damage stretches through several states. At least 2 people were killed, 5 others injured when a tornado touched down last night in Arkansas. Officials say it ripped through a nursing home. Rescue crews are still trying to free at least 20 people believed to be trapped in that rubble. In Illinois, an Amazon warehouse has collapsed after a tornado moved through that area. There are reports that people were inside the building when the collapse happened Friday night. The storms have also hit St. Charles County, Missouri, leaving 2 people in the hospital. Authorities are continuing to search to ensure other residents are safe.
All right.
Lots of areas hit. A lot of damage.
Well, we were talking about, it was a long track tornado. It was on the ground for some 200 miles, an incredible feat, especially when we're considering this is a December storm. We didn't see any sunshine yesterday, but we were so warm, we were so humid, and it was such a strong storm system that it stayed on the ground, and unbelievable results. It is so upsetting to see these pictures.
It really is. We wish all those communities that were affected, you know, the best. Our thoughts and prayers are with those, especially those who were injured or killed. But we're going to continue to give you the updates and keep you informed throughout the course of the morning and for the next several days, as long as need be. We're going to talk about still a changeable weather day this Saturday. It was very rough overnight with the thunderstorms, and you see that line goes all the way down into southeastern Texas, and the rain goes all the way up into upstate New York. On the backside of it, in the colder air, it's winter storm advisories and warnings for portions of Wisconsin and Minnesota. They've had several inches of rain. The main cold front that's going to be moving on through is just about to the Wabash River, and out ahead of that is a tiny little or smaller line of some showers that are going to produce a couple of higher wind gusts, but I think they'll stay sub-severe. But you can see we're picking back up the rain in northern and western portions of Lawrence County, Indiana, just off to the north of you in downtown Bedford. That's going to march on through. So over the next couple of hours, we're going to bring that front through. And as we get 10, 11 o'clock, and especially into the afternoon, the rain chances are done. But what brings it into those rain chances? A pretty strong cold front. And with that front, northwest winds 30 to 40 miles per hour at times in gusts. So it'll be quite windy out there, and the temperatures will be falling. Right now, you can see now a clear shot across the Ohio River. So we are dry. We are 65 degrees. The humidity's high out there. It's muggy, especially for this time of year. And a south and southwest breeze at 13 miles per hour will soon be shifting to the north and west. Once that happens, we tap into the colder air. And as we move through the afternoon, our temperatures are going to look more like St. Louis and Champaign, Illinois, as we start dropping into the 40s. So it'll be a big drop, a solid 20 degrees, I think, off of these current temperatures in the metro as we head through the afternoon ahead. The leading edge of that cooler air just starting to cross out of Illinois and into Indiana and eventually western and central portions of Kentucky. So our forecast today will drop the temperatures down to 45. So still an impact weather day for a number of reasons. We're winding down the rain this morning, and in the afternoon it gets windy. So just be a little extra cautious too out there if you were in a location that saw some damage or some downed trees or power lines out there. That wind could still knock some things down today. As we get into your Sunday, we start out chilly, highs near 51. That's a normal December day, but we go above normal, 57 on Monday, 60s through much of next week. Eventually, though, we'll bring back in some rain chances by late day Thursday into Friday. But right now, that looks to be just plain old rain and not thunderstorms like we had last night.
Yeah. So if you can send us some pictures, yes, as you wake up this morning and the sun comes up of damage in the area, please do so. We'd love to see them and reports of what's going on.
It's really helpful for the National Weather Service to determine where they decide to do some of those storm surveys as well. They have to know where there's damage. And, you know, when it's dark out, it's difficult to see. A lot of stuff is radar indicated. We did get some reports of some storm damage from Mount Washington, of many power lines down from Shepherdsville to Mount Washington, also into Ekron, into Meade County. They have some power lines down as well there. So this is going to be one of those situations where also you need to be really careful as you're heading out the door this morning. If you see a power line, you just have to turn around.
You never know what's out there and the damage that's been done. So we want to remind people, if you're headed to Western Kentucky University or Murray State University to celebrate a graduation for the commencement, those have been canceled for tomorrow. So stay home.
There may have been a lot of people, too, spending the night, you know, in Bowling Green and Mayfield in anticipation of not having to make the drive out there this morning. So we're hoping the best for them, and we're getting some of the latest, you know, video and images out of these locations. And boy, some of it, especially the candle factory, it's just terrible out there.
That's right. The focus now is on the candle factory. We'll go to break with a look at some of these pictures there. You're looking at the factory where 110 people were working when the storms rolled through in Graves County in the town of Mayfield. We'll be right back.
This weekend only, save big at Louisville Overstock Warehouse during our year-end clearance event. Get huge markdowns on all remaining 2021 inventory. These deals will go quickly, so don't delay. Go to LouisvilleOverstockWarehouse.com now for more details.
Today, a WLKY special presentation.
I should be here.
A local man's journey, overcoming illness.
I just kept getting weaker and weaker.
And a horse he loves fighting its own battle.
It was a pretty debilitating injury. They rarely come back from it.
Their stories of survival and an amazing bond forged by pain.
My miracle man.
My miracle man. My miracle man. Today at 2.
Get your most accurate forecast on 100.5 FM.
A warm DQ biscuit. A sizzling Purnell sausage patty. This sausage biscuit sandwich is the ultimate breakfast. A warm DQ biscuit. A sizzling Purnell sausage patty. This sausage biscuit sandwich is the ultimate breakfast. Whoa, deja vu. Oh wait, you get both. Deja biscuits. Stop by today to get the DQ sausage biscuit twin pack. DQ, happy tastes good.
Introducing the all-new Gillette Labs with exfoliating bar. It combines shaving and gentle exfoliation into one efficient stroke for a shave as quick and easy as washing your face.
Do I need to pre-treat my laundry? Nope.
With Tide Pods, you don't need to worry.
The pre-treaters are built in.
Tide Pods dissolve even when the water is freezing.
Nice. If it's gotta be clean,
it's gotta be Tide.
This weekend only, save big at Louisville Overstock Warehouse during our year-end clearance event. Get huge markdowns on all remaining 2021 inventory. These deals will go quickly, so don't delay. Go to LouisvilleOverstockWarehouse.com now for more details.
Welcome back to WLKY's continuing coverage of the storms moving through the state. We want to talk now to Kentucky State Trooper Nick Hale. He's at the Columbia Post in Adair County. Trooper Hale, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thanks for joining us this morning. I understand that you have some reports of people missing and damage in the Campbellsville area?
Yes, in the Saloma community in Taylor County is what we're aware of at this time.
We had reports of that. Of course, we could not confirm that earlier at this hour, but there are some people missing in Taylor County area?
Yes, yeah, we have troopers out there and other emergency personnel at this time. I think there is one confirmed deceased, and there are several injured and still several unaccounted for at this time.
Do you know what the damage was? Was this at a home or what kind?
I'm not even sure. I just got up as well. You know, they just called and was telling me what was going on. So I think we're waiting on it to get daylight so we can, you know, see exactly what is going on there. So luckily, you know, there'll be daylight here pretty soon, and maybe get out there and get a grasp on what exactly has happened.
Was the fatality in Taylor County? Was the fatality in Taylor County?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
Do we have reports? Are you aware of any damage? I know that we did have some tornado warnings from Taylor County. Do we have any damage reports from parts of where you are?
I'm in Columbia, and I've not heard of any right now, but I'm not sure.
And no reports of any damage there in Columbia where you are?
No.
Yeah, we just had severe thunderstorm warnings into the Columbia area. That's in the southernmost part of the WLKY viewing area in Adair County. Trooper, where are you going today?
Wherever they need me. We, like I said, there's a supervisor out right now and several other units, and as far as when they figure out where they need us to respond to, that's where I'll go, and as far as several others as well.
Well, the calls will be coming in, and hopefully, as you said earlier, when the sun comes up, you'll be able to assess the damage much better of what's happened. And you said at this point you know of one fatality and several others injured, and you're not sure if it's at a residence or where this happened.
Yes. Yeah, and there's several missing. We don't even have a number on that right now. We just know there's several missing. So it'll take probably every person we got today.
Are you having any trouble with communication down there in the southernmost portions of the WLKY viewing area? Are you having trouble communicating with people? Is that a problem for you guys?
I would imagine, being all that, the storm damage and things of that nature, I would imagine the phone lines are probably torn down as well, and probably quite a bit of power out over that direction too.
Have you heard from anyone in Western Kentucky this morning?
I have not.
All right. Trooper Hale, we thank you so much for talking with us early this morning. Good luck out there, and be safe in all the work that you're helping with in rescue efforts out there this morning.
We were tracking a really violent tornado in Taylor County during the overnight hours. In fact, it was while we were discussing what was going on in Western Kentucky. We had Governor Beshear on, and we were tracking on the radar that powerful storm in Taylor County, where, Matt, I think you were finding winds of about 170 miles per hour when we combined the forces.
Yeah, the gate-to-gate was about 135. It could have been stronger than that, too, eventually. But that was the storm that was just north of Campbellsville, a little town called Hobson. There was a report that there was a structure that had been destroyed and at least 2 people that had been trapped in there. So I don't know if that's what Trooper Hale was talking about. It sounds like he didn't have the details on that fatality as well, but that was one of the more kind of ominous storm reports that we received in the WLKY area overnight.
And certainly we heard that early on that there were like 8 people missing in Taylor County, but we could not confirm that until now, speaking with Trooper Hale.
That there are people missing. Obviously, communication is down, and that may be part of the reason why those people are missing, is just simply that people are not able to get in touch. That's why I asked about the communication difficulty. We know AT&T was down in Breckenridge County, but unfortunately, I suspect this is going to be the case, guys, as we continue to head throughout the morning. We saw some very big storms in the WLKY viewing area, not certainly to minimize what went on in Western Kentucky, but for our viewing area that we cover, we had some big storms last night.
And even if the metro seemed to come out a little less, or a
little quieter,
quieter than what our others did, we still had some wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour, some heavy rainfall, thunderstorms as well. So keep in mind as you step outside this morning, you might still notice at least some more minor damage, but thankful that it wasn't anywhere close to what we're seeing and have seen in parts of South and Western Kentucky.
And like I said, numbers keep rising, around 175,000 people without power across the state as well. Marvis Herring is standing by very patiently in Spencer County now. Marvis, what's the situation there now?
Well, you guys were talking about some of those structure collapses around the state, and this is really one of those areas where you can see a lot of damage to the structure as well. And as the sun starts to come up, little is the light brighter out here, a little bit brighter than the last time we checked in. You can see right through it. The beams are buckled, the roof is gone, and you can see that the equipment is still inside of there after the wind just kind of ripped off these garage doors. They buckled in, and you can see that it's just a lot of damage that we're seeing out here from the wind. That's the real question, is just how strong the winds were here in Spencer County. But you can tell that they were not playing games out here. They really did a lot of damage to this property that's just off of Old Louisville Road in the Cox's Creek area. We've been out here for several hours surveying the damage, and this is some of the worst damage we've seen in this area as we drove down here. Obviously, the rain has slowed down and the rain has stopped, but the wind has still been picking up later or throughout the morning. And we spoke with some of the owners out here. They said they haven't seen damage like this in decades ever before, and the only time they've ever had damage out here, it's only been to one of the barns out here, but almost all of them are looking exactly like this. I mean, just this part of this just really peeled back out of here and off of the track of the garage as well. And like I mentioned, the beams are kind of buckled as well out here. So really, you can tell that wind was really a big problem out here in Spencer County. I came from Jefferson County. I don't think that the wind compared at all to what I felt when we were driving out here to Spencer County. We've seen some downed trees, and even parts of the front of this house that's over here, it's really had some parts of that also have come off as well. And even they told us they had to fix some of the fencing that is keeping some of the cattle inside of there. So really a lot of cleanup that's going to be having to be done as the sun comes up. Really, we're getting a better idea of just how bad the damage actually is. Reporting live in Spencer County, Marvis Herring, WLKY News.
Thank you, Marvis. Great job out there showing us what's going on, because you can see already is getting a little lighter out there, and you could tell about the damage a lot better.
Right. It almost looked, because we had mentioned, like, did he move?
Right, exactly. It looked the same spot.
Yeah, no, we're just seeing more damage as the sun comes up, and I think that's going to be something that continues. A lot of folks have sent in pictures, and we've gotten reports of damage, too. We want to share a few of those with you.
We always appreciate your sending in your photos. It is absolutely vital for us to be able to not only see what's going on, but also to pass this along to the National Weather Service so that they're able to do storm surveys. Right now, this is from Shepherdsville, and you can see this was sent to our You Local page on Facebook. Always really appreciate your using that as a source, because it's very helpful. You can see an outbuilding in the middle of a subdivision right there. This was from You Local as well. This is from Maysville, and you can see all of the debris in the roadway there. Certainly, it is a terrible, terrible mess from western Kentucky. As we move you a little bit closer over into areas of Bullitt County, you can see an outbuilding on top of a fence. We also have a trampoline that was lifted up right near a deck. You can see it's overturned there. And then, of course, some hail pictures as well. This was also from Bullitt County. So we always encourage your sending in your photos. It is incredibly helpful, and it is vital information for us to be able to do so. We're going to be continuing to obviously monitor as the sun comes up, Matt, what's going to be going on. And we were talking about some of the debris that's obviously out there across much of the WLKY viewing area. We're going to be seeing environmental winds anywhere from 35 to 40 miles per hour as we head throughout the day. That's going to blow some of that debris around.
Still blowing around out there.
Yeah, all day.
Even as we increase sunshine into the afternoon, that could help actually mix up the atmosphere and mix down some of those stronger winds in the atmosphere, the same winds that fueled these thunderstorms.
So it's going to take the colder temperatures to slow these winds?
Finally get it on out of here, and it may even take sunset tonight to really start to relax those winds entirely and get into some calmer weather for the second half of the weekend. But boy, what a night it was. We are quieter for now in the metro. Now, I think overall our severe weather threat is over. The tornado watch has ended across the region. We have a temperature of 65 degrees. We're dry. We're still very humid, and we still have south and southwest breezes at 13 miles per hour. But in short order, as we get 10, 11 o'clock, we're going to turn those breezes out of the north and west, and the temperatures are going to start to take a tumble. Here's a look at the Doppler radar. I mean, this was a widespread severe weather event. It went all the way from eastern Kentucky back down the Ohio River, the mid-Mississippi River, down towards the Gulf Coast now of Texas and Louisiana. On the northern side of this, at the top of your screen, it's heavy snow up towards Green Bay, Wisconsin, and into the Great Lakes this morning. We're in a pocket of dry air across a good chunk of the WLKY region. Still some showers south of the Bluegrass Parkway, but along and closer to the main cold front that's going to be moving on in, we have a renewed line of showers. Maybe could get a clap of thunder out of this, but I do think it's going to stay below severe limits. But it's along the leading edge of the colder air that's going to turn 60s across a good chunk of the Ohio Valley region to 40s that we're seeing now into central portions of Illinois and also over towards St. Louis. It's all in the 60s. It's all warm and muggy in the metro right now. This isn't our high for the day, though. That occurred back closer to midnight, I believe we hit 70 degrees, but we'll be falling through the course of the afternoon ahead as we turn these 60s down into the 40s. So be prepared for the chillier weather. We'll be around 45 degrees. So still an impact weather day for the brisk breezes that could gust over 40 miles per hour at times. If you are in an area that saw damage, like out where in Spencer County and parts of Bullitt County, where Marvis Herring has been, those are areas you're going to want to use a lot of extra caution because that wind could still knock down some debris. But we get quieter tonight, chillier too. Next couple of nights will be down near freezing, but that's typical for the time of year. We'll be back into the 50s tomorrow at 51, 57 Monday. Our average highs in the 40s. So this afternoon is going to be more like what we would expect to have this time of year. And then by the time we get to next week, 60s return, even a few showers, but this is nothing that looks severe for Thursday and Friday. Just a little wet weather to round out the coming work week.
Some sun on Sunday, and you said calmer weather then, so that'll be a lot of cleanup going on there.
Yeah, you might just want to do the essential, cleanup if you have to do that, if you were unlucky enough to be affected by some of the stronger storms, and then maybe put off the full cleanup until Sunday. Yeah.
Right. We'll be right back. Stay right there.
Don't let impact weather catch you by surprise. Get the WLKY weather team's accurate forecast with custom alerts on the free WLKY app. Download it today.
Attention parents of pre-K 5th and 8th grade students. Now's the time to apply for JCPS full-day kindergarten, magnet schools, and magnet programs for next school year. Visit our website to use School Finder and identify your elementary, middle, and high school choices by December 15th.
Hard to wrap, easy to give. From big presents to stocking stuffers, the Steel Holiday Gift Guide has something for everyone. Find yours at steelusa.com/gift guide.
What's going on? Let me help. Lift and push and push. There, it's up there.
Hey, Josh.
Wrinkles send the wrong message. Help prevent them with Downy Wrinkle Guard. Feel the difference with Downy.
When our daughter and her kids moved in with us, our bargain detergent couldn't keep up.
Turns out it's mostly water.
So we switched back to Tide. One wash, stains are gone.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. It's gotta be Tide.
MaxCare Professional Cleaning Systems are your certified cleaning experts. Our deep cleaning carpet and upholstery process uses the most advanced cleaning methods that exist. We'll eliminate the dirt that surface cleaning misses. Call MaxCare today. It's not just our name.
It's our promise.
Hi, honey.
Oh, I missed you.
You just want to video call the kids.
Okay. Hush, little baby.
Don't say a word. But if slow upload speeds turn your good night call into an accidental horror movie,
Can you hear me?
shut it down. Just remember, you're not a bad mom. You just need better internet.
AT&T Fiber delivers faster upload speeds for more reliable video calls. Get AT&T Fiber, plan starting at $35 a month for a year. Limited availability in select areas. Call 1-877 only ATT.
WLKY's weather is sponsored in part by USA Insulation.
I know the story of Christmas is different for everyone. Different traditions, different memories, different celebrations. But really, the story of Christmas is a story of God meeting us in our differences and giving us a reason to celebrate. It's good news of great joy for all people. And we would love to invite you to celebrate that, to worship with us this Christmas at Southeast Christian Church. Merry Christmas.
Good morning. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. Death and destruction across the state of Kentucky. Most of it centered around western Kentucky, but some here in the WLKY viewing area. Let's take a look at the pictures we have right now of the candle factory in Mayfield. This is all that's left of that factory. At least 50 people were killed there. Governor Beshear told us earlier this morning when I was speaking with him around 3:15 that there were 110 people in that factory when the tornado or storms moved through. And as you can see, that is the factory there. It has been flattened. Rescue crews, first responders are trying to get into that area. We're told the roads are closed in that area because of all of the debris. Snow plows have been brought out to help move the debris out of the way so first responders can get in and assess the situation. Governor Beshear has declared a state of emergency. He has asked the National Guard to come to that area. 181 guardsmen are on their way. Will be in Mayfield early this morning. State police are already there. Shelters are open. They're helping everyone as much as they can in that area at this early morning hours. 2 tractor trailers are filled with water heading to western Kentucky. Also on the way is our reporter, Mark Vanderhoff. Mark is, I'm told, less than 30 minutes away from Mayfield. Mark, where are you and what are you seeing at this hour?
Vicki, we just had to exit Interstate 69, which is blocked at an exit near Benton. And we can't get back onto the interstate. So we're now going to be kind of moving on back roads toward Mayfield. So it might be a little bit more than 30 minutes, but I can tell you that I've seen areas with no power at all and areas with some power. I saw a roadblock at Dawson Springs, another town that was hit. And we've seen fire trucks and an ambulance from PRP headed out that way to offer assistance.
Mark, have you seen any debris anywhere? You know, we're looking at the video that has just come in, and it is so upsetting and devastating to see what has happened to this factory. Have you seen anything on your route on the Western Kentucky Parkway? I know now you're going to be moving on to side streets. Certainly have seen the power outages. Have you seen any debris or any emergency crews that are also heading in that direction?
Yeah, Suzanne, the closer we've gotten, the more debris we've seen. The first batch was a bunch of wood, crushed wood, and bits of metal that were in the roadway and in the median. And on the stretch we just came through, there were a lot of trees that were down. And so lots of limbs and crushed up sticks and things like that kind of scattered all over the road.
Mark, we appreciate your updates on your way to Mayfield. We certainly look forward to your report once you are there. Drive careful on those roads. There may be a lot of downed trees and power lines on those smaller roads in those areas, so drive safe.
And they're working to clear the interstate. As Mark said, he was taken off. Unfortunately, I-69, they were saying that they were going to need to clear that of power lines and debris. When you take a look at the video, you guys, you think you had 110 people who were working in that facility, and it is nothing but rubble at this point. So emergency crews have to get the people out of that rubble. It looks almost like a bomb went off. You know, it's reminiscent of September 11th when you saw that damage.
We were looking online to get an idea of what this factory looked like beforehand, and it looks like it was, you know, fairly large, kind of square building, but all one story. Right. You know, and to be quite honest, the amount of rubble that is in that video and on those pictures right now seems amazing compared to.
Can you tell what kind of, is it a metal structure or what? Can you tell what it is?
It's difficult to tell. It almost looked like it had a metal roof, but it's very difficult to see. We were saying it almost looked as if the roof perhaps had been taken off and maybe the sides had gotten. I mean, it's really difficult to see with the dark photos that we've been pulling in, but I suspected that it was a much bigger building, much taller building when we're looking at that damage because it is so extensive.
And sometimes it makes me think, sometimes when you have the EF5, the strongest of the tornadoes out there, not only do you get widespread damage like that, but oftentimes that debris can be taken along with it. So you might see things like cleared foundations, you know, in homes and businesses. So that is not the case here, but I mean, that is extensive damage. So we're talking violent tornadoes for sure. I would think EF3, EF4 are in play here in terms of how strong that was, and also off of and representative of some of the damage we've been seeing across the area that's been coming in from some of these stronger storms. So this is obviously some very wicked weather and devastating weather overnight.
And the amount of debris there, you can see why it's difficult for these first responders to get in. That we've also been told in Bowling Green and in Taylor County, they're asking people to stay stay off the roadways there so they can get the first responders in. They're having difficulty getting those areas cleared so they can move in to help the people in need.
And we were talking to a trooper earlier, certainly in the WLKY viewing area, we need to certainly still be aware because out of Taylor County, they said that they had people missing. They had one person reportedly deceased. We have our Marvis Herring, who's in Spencer County, who's been showing us some of the damage.
Marvis, you have a lot of damage there. Any reports of people injured in that county?
So far, no reports of injuries. Thankfully, that's something good we can report right now. But you can just see this damage right here behind me. All of it really just leveled. Now that the sun has started to come up and daybreak is really giving us a better look at just how extensive this damage is. What you're looking through right now was a former silo that was standing tall right here. You can't see it anymore because it's really crumbled right down and collapsed in that wind damage. It's actually it's right next to one that's still partially standing, but it looks like a big chunk of it has come out thanks to that winds that just whipped through here overnight. Let's just circle right back over here. Really right here is where you can see this pile that has really fallen down on top of a hay shed that was over here. Speaking with the owners, that was what was here before, and it's just incredible to see the display because it's just really gives you an idea of how powerful those winds were as they moved through here overnight. And then if you kind of even, Dave, give them a shot of here, you can see how the debris is really strewn all over there. It really took parts of that building and shredded it right off. I've been using the analogy of it looks kind of like a can opener, just kind of shredded it right off of here and then just blew it with those winds, especially when you look over here at this garage as well. It looks like somebody kicked off the door of it. I mean, kicked off the wall of it, all but really one wall, or all of them are toppled over really out here this morning. You can see that damage, and we're keeping our distance because another thing that we're dealing with and that we're seeing out here in Spencer County are down power lines. Down power lines are one issue, and if you are seeing these in your area, I will mention that now. Do not approach. You should turn around. That's not something you want to take your take any chances with, especially this morning. We're already dealing with some reported deaths in this situation. We don't want any more injuries. We want to keep everyone as safe as possible. That's why we're out here giving you a look at the damage that we're seeing, but that's really what we're seeing. Down power lines, these barns out here, the silos have been destroyed, all from that damaging winds. And so the National Weather Service will be out here surveying to see exactly what exactly moved through here overnight. For now, we're going to continue giving you a look, but for now, we'll toss things back to the studio to Vicki, Suzanne, and Matt.
Marvis, before you leave, is that a residential area where you are, or is that a farm equipment company? What is that?
Where we are right now, this is a family farm. You can see that actually one of the members of the farm was out here. He didn't want to be on camera, but right here, this is actually one of the farms, the Jones family farm. So there was a lot of expensive equipment that was in there. I mean, if you look through here, you can see some of it that was inside of there. And then the other building that we were showing you earlier had a tractor trailer inside of it. So, you know, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment in probably some of these buildings. So there is a home on the property, but no one was inside that home. They were actually across the street, down the street, and another home at the time that the storms moved through here.
All right, that's great news.
Yeah, very good news for them, certainly.
That's great news. Okay, the emergency management crews, of course, thank you, Marvis, will be out today helping people, looking at the damage. Let's talk to Michael Dossett with emergency management with EMS, who has some advice for people today.
Kentucky is a resilient state, and we help ourselves, we help our neighbors. So it is extremely bad now, but we're working to get there. And at daybreak, you'll see what we've always seen: neighbor helping neighbor. And certainly our Commonwealth assets will be there. It is one of the Commonwealth's darkest days, but I assure you, at daybreak, you'll see individuals in that city and many other cities assisting one another. It's heartbreaking. It's an extremely difficult time. We're not the only state in this event. This will turn out to be a quad outbreak event with Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, and certainly Kentucky. Our first responders are on the ground and they're doing life-saving efforts as we speak. The message is the same. Don't go out unless it's an emergency. Check on your family, your friends, your neighbors.
As he said, a lot of Kentuckians will roll up their sleeves, want to get out and help, but you caution people for getting out and doing too much cleanup tomorrow or today.
Yeah, so
this is Saturday, right?
A lot of wind gusts are going to be coming in our direction, 30 to 40 miles per hour. And while I don't think that's going to necessarily cause any new damage, if we have big tree limbs that are still hanging, you know, within the tree, those can weigh hundreds of pounds and could be, you know, and could fall with a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust. So we'll have those. Trees, power lines, you know, that are still down. You saw with Marvis, this is just, you know, very close, adjacent to the metro into Spencer County with some significant damage. And so any more wind could take those damaged areas and move that debris that may not be settled quite yet. So a big amount of caution to anyone that does have some especially significant cleanup to do today. It might be better to try to do the bare minimum to get through this afternoon and then look forward to a calmer day on Sunday.
And some sunshine on Sunday as well.
Absolutely. Much quieter, but it's still going to be windy out there, and a reminder that because we saw so much rain, also some of those trees may be downed a little bit more easily as well.
We'll have much more coverage right after this break. Stay with us.
Weather is sponsored in part by the Louisville Mega Cavern Lights Under Louisville.
It's my 405, the show must go on, migraine medicine. It's Ubrelvy for any time, anywhere migraine strikes without worrying if it's too late or where I am. One dose can quickly stop my migraine in its tracks within 2 hours.
Unlike older medicines, Ubrelvy is a pill that directly blocks CGRP protein, believed to be a cause of migraine. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Ask about Ubrelvy, the anytime, anywhere migraine medicine.
Addiction left me hopeless and confused.
Addiction left me in a vicious cycle. My family had no idea where to turn for help.
My addiction left me trapped for 10 years.
Then I found art.
Then I found art.
And then I found art.
Now I have a wonderful career and a great relationship with my family.
And now my family is proud of who I've become.
And I'm proud of me.
Please reach out. Your new life is waiting.
Hi, I'm Chris Carey, CEO of Windows Direct USA. I'd like to give you an idea of what it's like on an average day here. It all starts when you reach out to us. You'll find our call center staff both friendly and knowledgeable. Our representative will be on time, respect your home, and fully evaluate your window, doors, or bath. Then, your custom order is processed and our scheduling department contacts you to book that special day, your installation date. Here's the best part. Most installations are completed in just 1 day. Our installation crew takes every precaution to treat your home with care during your installation. Because of you, our customers, we're very blessed, and we want to give back to our community. We support Little League Baseball and the Alzheimer's Association. As you can see, we are a family company that believes in being part of the community and providing the high-quality products and services for our neighbors. Give us a call. We'd love to chat about your next home project.
When celebrating a loved one's life, A.D. Porter & Sons will help you create a memory as unique as the life they lived. Guiding you step by step as you honor their memory, let us help you plan ahead so your loved ones won't face difficult times alone. A professional, dignified funeral home with a legacy of serving our community needs, your traditions can live on at A.D. Porter & Sons Funeral Home. Serving the community now for more than 100 years.
Think green at your hybrid headquarters, Oxmoor Hyundai, where we have over 40 hybrids available at all times. Visit oxmoorhyundai.com.
Welcome back to WLKY's continuing coverage of the storms that have moved through this state through the last several hours. All is calm as far as watches and warnings at this hour.
Yes.
The sun's coming up. at least daylight.
Yes.
People can get out now and assess the damage, see if they have any damage in their areas. Please send us your pictures. We have a few coming into the newsroom, but we'd like to see more of what's going on out there.
Yeah, and most certainly as the sun comes up, we're better able to see some of the damage that happened. We appreciate your sending them in. Hop onto our Facebook page, onto the You Local section of our Facebook page, and please send those pictures in. And also you can just email them to us, but we always appreciate that. In fact, this was sent to the You Local page, and you can see this is actually from Mayfield, showing some of the debris and damage done there.
I mean, you can see how it's just thrown down what looks like that street there. I mean, you know, that's several yards, to say the least. We always say this, too, with tornadoes, too. The main concern is the debris that gets swirled around in those winds. So you can see the evidence of that.
You can see how difficult it would be to get in there to help people.
Most definitely. We had some hail. This is from Bullitt County. We appreciate your sending in the hail photos of some large hail that was reported there. We've got a trampoline that was overturned again. Hop onto the You Local section. Certainly, we appreciate that from our WLKY News app, and you can do it from our Facebook page as well. And you can see there's an outbuilding, guys, that's on top of a fence.
Yeah, it looks like it just got pulled right off of its foundation, and literally lifted almost once that door opens up. It acts as a wing.
It's surprising how far something will blow or be moved by the wind.
Especially those trampolines, right? That got thrown right upside down next to that deck.
And you can see this looks like it's in the middle of a subdivision here, where we have an outbuilding that's now in the middle of the street. And so I suspect we'll be seeing more pictures coming in as the sun continues to come up. On a quick note, traffic-wise, we did have 65 shut down at Outer Loop. It now has opened back up. It looks like we still have some emergency crews there on the ramp to Outer Loop, so we'll be watching for that. So this is, again, a live look at 65 on our Trimark traffic camera. Taking a quick look in the traffic note, heading into the downtown area, you can see traffic is moving just fine. Obviously, we have wet roads here, but no major delays to report to you. So for the most part in the downtown area, we are moving just fine. Here's a quick look at 64 near Melwood. So again, looking just fine, at least in the metro at this point. Matt, we were talking about it. We have seen damage in many parts of the WLKY viewing area, and we have some people that are actually missing in Taylor County. So the good news is the weather is turning a little bit quieter for today, but unfortunately the damage has been done.
Yeah, it is. There's search and rescue to be done in our state. There's cleanup to be done in our state, and we wish those people and the first responders and the folks who are going to do the majority of that helping the best of luck in a day that is going to be tough at the very least. We now have moved the main line of thunderstorms, and the severe weather threat is pushing into eastern Kentucky. There's still some severe thunderstorm warnings east of Interstate 75 and also down into Tennessee. Nashville took a pretty good hit overnight, especially immediately west of town. They have reports of tornado damage there. We have another little line forming back closer to the actual cold front that's beginning to move across the Wabash River out of Illinois and into Indiana. That is kicking off a renewed line of showers across the region, mainly north and west of the metro. So we're into southern Indiana right now, near Brownstown, back over to Mitchell and Jasper, picking back up some rain. And it'll be a pretty hefty downpour, too. We have some oranges and reds in that line, but I don't think we're going to have any severe weather with it. Now, the winds aloft in this system are still humming along quite a bit, so we could pick up some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts as this line and the main frontal system move on through. Also, too, if we break apart any of the clouds, any sunshine can also get those winds cranking a little bit. Eventually, the cloud cover will fill back in. It'll just be a windy and turning colder day ahead. Temperatures in the 60s now will fall into the 40s. As we head into the afternoon, we'll clear the skies tonight and into tomorrow morning, and we'll get those temperatures chilly, but seasonably so. We are unseasonably warm and humid. That's what fueled the thunderstorms overnight. 65 degrees, quite a bit of humidity, almost tropical style humidity out there. But immediately off to our west, we're starting to see temperatures. Evansville's dropped to 60 degrees. Look at 40 in St. Louis. So about a 25-degree drop from the warm side to the cold side of this frontal system. And we'll drop about 20 degrees off of where we are by the end of the afternoon. But we'll rebound nicely. Tomorrow's a pleasant day, in fact. Less wind, more sunshine, and highs in the low 50s, a couple degrees above normal for the time of year. We'll go towards the upper 50s Monday, 60s through much of next week with some showers by late Thursday into Friday. So the week ahead will have its changes, but those changes are far less significant than what we've had over the last 24 hours.
Shaping up to look pretty good.
Yes.
All right. Thanks. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
WLKY's weather is sponsored in part by Oxmoor Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Attention parents of pre-K 5th and 8th grade students. Now's the time to apply for JCPS full-day kindergarten, magnet schools, and magnet programs for next school year. Visit our website to use School Finder and identify your elementary, middle, and high school choices by December 15th.
The Bristol Bar and Grill is open for indoor dining, carry-out, or delivery. From the classic green chili wontons to Teresa's sweet chili linguine, the Bristol has great food and a large selection of wines. The Bristol Bar and Grill, always ready when you are.
There's never a better time to save than during Toyotathon at Oxmoor Toyota.
New 2021 RAV4. Get 1.9 APR for up to 72 months.
Get huge end-of-year savings during Toyotathon at Oxmoor Toyota on Shelbyville Road and oxmoortoyota.com.
Find the latest workwear at National Workwear. More work and safety styles for men and women than ever before. Timberland Pro, Keen Utility, Ariat, Reebok, Wolverine, and more. Also, find the rugged durability of Carhartt with new styling features, such as the lightweight full swing Crider jacket. Great value with warm burn workwear with jackets and bibs for everyone in the family. Get it all today at National Workwear.
The Christmas Express is back and better than ever. Every year, Lights Under Louisville is transformed into an underground light spectacular for the holiday season. Sit back and enjoy a 25-minute tour of Lights Under Louisville. What better way to get in the holiday spirit than to witness more than 4 million points of light, over 900 displays, lasers, and much more in an open-top trailer. Go to lightsunderlouisville.com for tickets. Now open at 9:30 a.m.
Energy experts are predicting you'll be paying 30% more to heat your home this winter. But USA Insulation's premium injection foam can help you save on your heating bills. Most of your home's heat is lost through your walls, and our foam keeps the cold air out and your warm air in, so you can stay comfortable and keep your heating bills on track this winter. Call now and get a $500 early bird discount plus up to a $500 tax credit. Stop freezing and start saving.
USA Insulation. There's never a better time.